Alright, I think we're live with 4 streams all at once. We should have my YouTube, the Onamaru Twitch, the Onamaru YouTube, all going at the same time. I like turtles, hello, hello. So Siscon Jordan will be our first set. And let's make sure, those are the drafts, let's make sure I'm not missing anything. Remember, single elimination, 5 brackets, the winner of each bracket makes it to the main event in Sao Paulo. They are in the lobby already. These players are fast. I know Jordan wanted to get started right away. Very punctual. Zor, hello. So let me double check that I'm live everywhere. Let me see on Onamaru stream. We're good. Yes, let me combine the chats. One, two, three. Davey, hello. Which games? First, I'm gonna do Siscon Jordan. I'm gonna, if as much as I can, focus on the Onamaru players. We have like 40 sets going on right now. Or 20 sets with 40 players. Yeah, that's it. 20 sets with 40 players. So I'll do what I can to cover stuff. I don't know who of all is covering what. Looks like Jordan is probably streaming his point of view. There are tons of games going on. We got the shared chat going. So welcome in everyone. On all the different places I'm streaming. And these players are in the lobby, and we should be getting started in just a moment as they have launched the game, and we have a 90-second spectator delay before getting started. And all looks good on my end, I think. So game number 1 will be on Araucarias, and it'll be Siscon as the Berbers against Jordan as the Shu. This is our triple tunnel Black Forest-esque map. As we move into the second round of the qualifiers. Jordan did drop a game in his first round to a Shu War Chariot push, and maybe he saw something he liked there, because he now is taking the Shu for this game. Shu's on the other foot right now for Jordan. Also, just make a post that I'm live as we're getting started. And here we go. Oh, that should be swapped. There we go. All right, so we're going to have Araucarias as game number 1. Shu for Jordan, Berbers for Siscon, faster moving Berber villager loom for each of them, and they are ready to fight over the javelinas right in the middle of the map. Will I cast Lewis? I'll try to. We got 20 sets going on right now. I'll cast as many as I can. And right away, Siscon waiting for Jordan to shoot the javelina so that he can try to lame the villager right away, blocking the Vil, trying to get the javelina to get the hit, but at the same time losing HP on his own scout, doing a house in the middle, house trick from Jordan. An interesting start there, as now Siscon can grab 2 javelinas for free, but lost a lot of HP on the scout, didn't get the boar kill, and Jordan, he's played a lot of Rage Forest recently. Those Onamaru Rage Forest Tuesdays probably paying off for him, as he gets that javelina in nicely under the TC. Siscon, though, at risk of losing the scout, and with how prevalent sneaks can be on this map, losing the scout will hurt. Jordan bringing in 3 more javelinas from the right, Siscon heading over to the left. Oh, I love the start on this map. It is crazy, it is hectic, and if Siscon gets back to the TC, he can garrison and shoo away Jordan's scout. Hello, Carcajor. Does the title on Amaro say Daniela somewhere? No, I think it says me. Alright, you got me looking at the title, because yesterday the title of the stream was still podcast when I went live for the second time. We need Tripta around to manage the title for us. So, more javelinas coming in for Jordan, gets his second group. Every player has one themselves. I gave each player a pity javelina, in case they didn't get any. And Jordan, full HP on the scout, but I feel like this is close enough to the TC, he shouldn't be able to disrupt it. Neither player going for a dock so far, Jordan just doing a forward house. Ooh, Siscon, a bit of idle time as he's trying to lure the javelina with Jordan's scout there. It happens to the best of us. And Siscon showing why. Barracks too for Siscon. Looking for some militia. Not going to do a dock right away. Instead favoring the barracks opening. And we'll get another group of 3 javelinas. So 1 extra javelina for Siscon. Did get 2 from the middle. And good for him is he kept the scout alive. Has to be very careful with that scout. Has only 6 HP left. So that means it can tank at least 1 hit. Oh, actually, Jordan lost one of the javelinas from the right. Didn't bring all 3 of them in. And that'll now be a barracks from Jordan. So no dock, going for the barracks. Both players want to be aggressive on this map. And Feudal on the way for Siscon. All that food is able to let him click up. Do I pick the admin map? It is random. It's probably better to say a random map from the remaining maps than an admin pick. We do not have our base sitting there in a lair mischievously picking whatever map he thinks will annoy the players the most. It is random. Every player has a pick and then bans, and then from the remaining unbanned maps, it is random. Hello, Bloodless. No admin schemes from our base. And hello, Andy. Welcome in, everyone. Also, remember, we're streaming both on my channel and on the Onamaru channel today, so go give the Onamaru channel a follow, if you haven't already. And oh, look at this, Siscon, seeing that Jordan didn't take the javelina, going to grab it himself. Jordan comes over with the scout. Should they make fish now? That is a great question. Jordan thinks the answer is yes. Siscon thinks the answer is no. And he hasn't docked yet. It's much safer to make fish these days since you can garrison them and shoot arrows from the dock. But also still a big risk. And now the men-at-arms from Siscon are getting forward. Woodline at the back for Jordan. And 4 vills on gold for Jordan. He will throw in an archery range. Still hasn't seen the men-at-arms, but he anticipates them. That's an anticipatory palisade wall on his lumber camp. And he'll be safe. At least for now. Maybe they can go over by the gold. Men-at-arms shouldn't be able to hit the docks. There will be 3 shorefish per pond. And Felix, thank you very much for the follow. Also earlier, Ringerson, thank you for the follow 13 minutes ago before we even went live. So players not pushing their deer, but to be fair, Siscon has enough javelinas, he might not need to. He's adding in archers. And Genitors could be interesting. Ooh. Interesting in the Castle Age. Here we have some laming. Siscon's men-at-arms killing the deer. Have I ever thought about putting our base in a layer to decide maps? I have not thought about that, although maybe we should. And the men-at-arms will get back. Yeah, no reason not to lame here, right? No reason not to. Might as well. And what's that? 10 and 14 vills on wood. We'll have a blacksmith for Siscon as he's trying to go for an archer skirm mixture. HP on the scout is still good for Jordan since it gives him a way to tank some skirm fire. Good job for Siscon to keep his scout alive, nevertheless. No players trying to wall yet. We did see some stone walls the other day, but stone walls versus petards and plumed archers. And a fletching for both players. Skirms being stopped, or Skirms being very effective at stopping Jordan's archers. Jordan, only one scout, no men-at-arms in front of this, and Siscon going to jump the vills on the berries. Scout still being useful, but one vill goes down. Looks like a second vill might go down. Skirms focusing on the archers. That's a low HP vill. Down he goes. 2 vills killed from Siscon. Gets an archer too. And this men-at-arms rush is doing a lot of damage. Maybe Jordan needed his own men-at-arms, but was a bit maybe too focused on fishing, getting 3 fishing ships out, and didn't have the eco to add men-at-arms, and more men-at-arms on the way. Siscon saying, you know what, I need more melee units as a meat shield in front of my skirms and Feudal. Adding the men-at-arms, second range for Jordan, and he'll need to recover his numbers now. More res collected for him, and with the fishing ships, his eco is still okay, but he doesn't want to be losing more villagers like this. Forward barriers are pretty rough for him on this map. Hello, Foreseen Cow. And padded archer armor for Jordan. And he's keeping the 5 vills together in case they need to fight. But this hill is nasty. Siscon just camping it. Archer picked off. And at home, still no fish for Siscon. And Jordan's still on only one of the ponds. And his gold at least is safe, so he can keep archer production up if he needs to. And with 2 ranges, he's trying to outnumber Siscon now. And Siscon will be adding in farms. He has 8 farms, Jordan up to 6 farms. And now Jordan trying to retake enough territory that he can get on the hill when he fights. That hill will be crucial for him to protect the berries now. Want to keep skirms in front, archers in back, and have just enough archers to snipe men-at-arms. Siscon's back up to 4 men-at-arms. I like that that's an option now. Add more men-at-arms in late Feudal. The chat having both Siscon and Jordan supporters. Technically, Siscon is the higher seed in this matchup. Recent tournament points have put him slightly ahead in the ATP rankings. And now Siscon getting closer to the Castle Age. Jordan floating a bit of gold. Even with the fish he has. Producing skirms rather than archers is a bit rough when you have 4 vills on gold. Horse collar for Jordan, so that'll slow down the Castle Age timing if he's spending food on horse collar. And now as they're skirmishing, we're looking for a market. No market yet for Jordan. And no market yet for Siscon. He's doing a second range, so they're not just buying themselves up yet, but Siscon should have a pretty smooth uptiming. Jordan pushing back now, 10 to 10 KD. With 2 ranges earlier, he had more skirms. And now Siscon has to hope these men-at-arms are effective in late Feudal. There's archers in the back, still killing the men-at-arms. And men-at-arms being effective on the skirms. Those archers for Jordan were nice. Those archers still killing men-at-arms. That's forcing Siscon back. Siscon clicks up to the Castle Age. There's the stable. And he'll be thinking about cheap Berber Knights. That's surprising. You'd think 3-1 for Jordan. I think Jordan is missing a couple events recently. Like, did he play in King of the Desert? There were a couple of events where, through his many retirements, I think Siscon has a few more recent events than Jordan does. So low HP Vil for Siscon. That's a 1-2 Eco KD with all the skirmishing. Did Vlessa beat him in KOTD 6? Did he lose early on then? Oh, that's right. I think he did. That's right. Yeah, so that would hurt him then if he lost very early on. So Castle Age for Jordan. He'll be a bit slower though. Siscon going back to defend his lumber camp. Trying to get his reinforcements around in time. Quick house for Siscon. Not too many archers mixed in there, so he doesn't need to worry too much about the Vils, and he should be able to defend. But Jordan will use this opportunity to try and wall up everywhere. However, Siscon will find one of the walling Vils with a scout. And Jordan going for 3 passage stone walls. We saw this backfire for fire the other day against petards, and now the army for Jordan will be cleaned up as that Wallingville in the right passage. Not able to get the wall up, and Jordan will send a few more archers over there to deal with the scouts, but so far this remains open, and open for cheap Berber knights to flood through. This is so clownish you can't just wall. And, well, Siscon, that Vil will not get that workshop up. It's like that Age of Mythology cutscene where you run into their freshly built wall after finding Chiron. Now, he'll have to go around the sides. Siscon wants to wall off the left passage. Both players will have a Vil over there. So Jordan won't get those walls up in time either. Up that Vil. Where's that Vil pathing? Where's that Vil pathing? Oh, Siscon. Siscon might think it's walled fully and doesn't go for the wall and backs up. Oh, Jordan will get the wall up then. Siscon not being as aggressive as he could be with the walls, but adding a second TC. Oh, there's a couple of scouts that got in. Those are the ones that stopped the wall earlier. They get into the lumber camp. Not much to do there, though. Remember, the fish always can garrison and shoot the skirms. Elite skirm for Siscon as he's going forward for a workshop, trying to pressure Jordan while booming, and using that Berber Knight. Wouldn't it be better to wall from the trees to the lakes and to the back? It's a little longer, but much more realistic. Maybe, I guess then you're open to transport ships or cannon galleons in your pawns. I don't think you ever want to let your opponent get cannon galleons in your pawns if they go for a forward dock. Or Lutrons if you're the Shu. Whereas the Knight will the Shu, they have Huiguang Cav. Yeah, they would have the Huiguang Cavs. As the Mangonel comes forward to push the dock. And you do give up all of the extra resources and map control from the tunnels. And okay, these walls... What happened to Jordan's Vil? He doesn't have a sneak Vil. Wall for Siscon going up here. He'll have to... Oh, there's the Vil. There's the Vil for Jordan. Getting his wall up. Camel also forward for Siscon, maybe anticipating the Huiguang Cav from the stable. Needs to keep that Mangonel safe. That Mangonel might go down if Jordan attacks it right now. 3 Knights. Knights don't really defend Mangonels all that well. And maybe one Cav gets lost, but probably worth it for sniping the Mangonel. So, no more fish boom for Jordan. He could go to the other pond, though. At the same time, though, crossbows for Jordan, they came forward, and they're going to get into the wood line of Siscon. He just walked right through the middle, Jordan doing a gate, and getting straight into the heart of Siscon's economy. That'll be rough for him to deal with. Knights still running around, but they can be walled out, chased away by crossbows. And Siscon will have to bring his skirms back to try to clean the crossbows. It's a long walk back, and he'll lose Vils on the way. No ballistics for Jordan. But he does at least have Botkin. Yeah, and Siscon also lacking Bowsaw, which Jordan does have. So Jordan's starting to pull ahead slightly in resources. And now we'll see how... Do skirms clean crossbows? No ballistics for either army. Or will Jordan's micro win the fight for him? Jordan still does have the numbers. But tricky fight for him regardless. In the back, a couple of knights trying to get in. They do find a hole in the wood line until they get quick walled out. And crossbows and skirms fighting. To the left, looks like both players get their walls up. I don't see a sneak Vil. And slowly but surely, Siscon trying to clean the crossbows. Skirms, lots of pierce armor, lots of bonus attack. And it looks like the crossbows will go down. So Jordan just trying to take as many skirms as he can. Trying to dive inside the min range. Berberville Machine Go Burr. Those Vils do walk faster. Now Jordan also pushing back. Looks like he got another mangonel. Siskan selling some resources, floating a bit of wood. Could put the wood into a fish boom. He'll go for a third TC. Jordan going only for his second. Res collected still very close. When you get to late game, the Three Kingdom civs, I feel like they can fall off quite a bit. They do have to go for traction trebs. And we get 2 TCs for Jordan, third for Siskan. Siskan not walled up the middle, and he can see that Jordan has a gate right there, so Jordan can go in and out whenever he wants. And Jordan will pick up a relic. Traction trebs are OP. And the Shu do have arbalests with bolt magazine. They do have machine gun arbs. Archer line, war chariots, and Lutrons fire additional projectiles. Also more line of sight for their foot archers. That was the old Magyar's team bonus, if I recall. And now Jordan will be pushing in by that mill. Taking the hill with the crossbows. And a couple of Huiguang Cav hitting the farm and trying to get to the back where they'll idle the wood line from Siskan, or at least make him run to his TC. Thumb ring and Town Watch for Jordan. He keeps doing upgrades for the crossbows, and he's trying to go crossbow plus Huiguang Cav, the double gold composition. A couple of monks hiding in the forest to keep the Mangonel safe. Siskan continuing to push from the right, still wants to take out the dock, and not fish booming himself. Thumb ring done for Jordan. And now Jordan doing ballistics. Siskan won't have ballistics, so if Jordan gets ballistics, might be able to take a crossbow versus skirm fight. And both players will see that this is walled. And those monks, where'd the monks go? Oh, there they are. Still trying to hide in the forest. Mangonels! Oh no! Siskan mangonels the scout perfectly, but the second shot kills all of his own monks. 3 HP left on this cav. That's some John Slow quality micro on those mangonels. And the Vil goes down. So absolute disaster. They would have converted the Huiguang Cav. Instead, they go to their graves behind the monastery. At least that's a good place for a burial. And one Huiguang Cav making the difference against the skirms, along with ballistics, and Jordan's still pushing here on the left, pulling ahead to score. Siskan though more Vils. Jordan's just doing his third TC now. That dock still has 5 fishing ships in it, should he want to go back there, and he'll try to clean the workshop. And Jordan's still being punished for not having the stone wall on this side. It's tough to have everything walled, but I think very valuable to have the middle walled, since he can just go in and out. And Siskan needs to defend that somehow. Both players getting stone close to the level for a castle. And I imagine they'd both try to castle the middle. Bloodlines now for Siskan. And as the Berbers, now that he has 82 Vils, he can start putting pressure on with stable units. That's enough of an eco. You can do 2 or 3 stables and produce. And you really get your numbers flying high. So we'll have another castle forward for Siskan. That'll be the first castle. Jordan just about ready to do a castle of his own. I'd imagine he wants it to be a bit farther back. But all of Siskan's forward pressure now stopped, and Jordan will now try, finally, to get the walls up on the right. Oh, hello, lady. And there's the castle, finally doing the eco upgrades, bow, saw, heavy plow. And Jordan around 1k, a little more res collected ahead. And this wall still not going to go up. Still not going up. We'll have a second layer of walls down the middle for Jordan now that the castle will breach the first layer. The Genitor is trying to dodge crossbows, also hit the Huiguang Cav while they run away. Tricky fight to take for Siskan. He doesn't want the camels to be in range of the crossbowmen. But Siskan up 15 Vils. And scale barding armor on the way. This is where I think things become dangerous for Jordan if he's against the Berbers player. If all of a sudden the eco kicks in, they can flood Cab and maybe overwhelm Jordan's army numbers. And Jordan's still not going to get this wall up, sending another Vil simply to her death. Oh, or not, if she has dance moves and she can dodge. Maybe she can dodge. Jordan not getting hit. No ballistics. And Genotaur's getting a couple of kills on the crossbows. Ballistics on the way. As the man goes forward, he's trying to clean up the forward market. Doesn't want any secret trade carts in his base. And there's a Vil going down. Crossbows dying to the Genotaurs. And Jordan didn't have the mangonels in position. Huiguang Cav got killed by the camels. And now he needs to get a shot, but the Genotaurs... Oh, the one conversion comes in, but they kill the monk. Jordan, however, up to Imp. Siscon just will be clicking now, so that's about 90 seconds ahead Jordan will be. And he has to remember to add workshops, because as the Shu, he gets traction trebs, he does not get normal trebuchets. The Shu unique unit is that white feather guard. Infantry unit that slows down enemy units when it attacks them. There is Imperial Age for Siscon. Yeah, Genotaur is dodging the mangonel. Should be able to take it out. Yeah, they take a hit. And okay. Siscon saying, Jordan, you are not walling this passage. I will throw up a castle. Maybe should have been on the hill, but castle right in the middle of the passage. Chain barding armor for Siscon. And I think he's ready to start doing camel archers. Is he going to swap to camel archers? Part of me thinks a Night Flood and Cavalier Flood would be the option here. In Berbers, you can take the wood you're floating, add in another 10 to 15 farms. Add in a couple stables and start pushing with Cav. Camel Archer is strong, but I don't know if it's what you want against the Shu Arbalests. I think sticking with Genotaurs and trying to go Cavalier is the play. Especially since, like yesterday, we did see the option of the Petard bust down the middle. Suddenly you can get Cavaliers all into Jordan's economy. Especially if Jordan's over here trying to push a castle with traction trebs, that'll take a while. Maybe pushing the middle with traction trebs. Market goes down to the mangonels, and Siscon up to the Imperial Age. Ooh, mangonel goes down to the castle. And Arab hit by the castle too. So, how does Jordan push this now? Has a bit of a timing window, but traction trebs don't really let you take advantage of it. Jordan also coming down to the passage on the left. Wouldn't mind a couple outposts there. Jordan needs... Well, he doesn't have actual trebs. I'm sure he'd love to have a few right now. Attraction trebs producing double workshops, trying to push the castle in the middle. Here's chemistry handcart. And I'm still not sure what army composition Siscon wants to go for. He has more Vils. Res collected's only 1k different. Adding stable. He's just going pure Genotaurs. I feel like he needs something actually to raid Jordan's eco. And he needs to spend his gold on something. Yeah, but he's doing all the Genotaur upgrades. That is a choice of army comp. They're still missing their final Pierce armor. Ordering gold for cannon. That could be an option too. Jordan does not yet have bolt magazine. And he's amassing more traction trebs, up to 6 of them. And there he goes, bolt magazine. And now Siscon fully investing into the Genotaurs, hoping this wins the game for him. Didn't do any cav upgrades. It'll be Genotaur Bombard Cannon. Does that work against the Shu? Bombard Cannon Micro will be crucial. He needs to get Siege Engineers too. There's Conscription and more archery ranges. He simply wants Genotaurs. Alright, well, a trash unit saving all the gold for Bombard Cannon as you wrote. Arbs going down to the Genitors. A little bit of a hill, too, for Siscon to hold. Now we really just get to see how good is this trash unit. And how good is this unit? As we have a tiny bit of lag. Mangonel pushes them back. I think Siscon's winning that fight. I wonder if the traction trebs might be effective against the Genitors. And the question is, what other unit can Jordan do here? It feels like Genitors are okay, but probably not as much versus skirms. Don't think they're cost efficient against skirms. They should kind of kill each other. I mean, the Genitors will have more HP and better stats overall. More movement speed. Less range. So maybe more skirms are attacking at the same time. At the same time, he now has 4 bombard cannon. He's pushing back the traction trebs. He's holding the middle. But the traction trebs are over here. Jordan's got 9 traction trebs. Let's see. 8 of them all over here. And he's getting up. He still has more traction trebs queued. Jordan trying to go as many traction trebs as he can. This is where I still feel that Siscon needs a melee cav unit. There aren't even that many Arbs, only 26. If he came with a good mass of Cavaliers, he could run down the traction trebs. Now it's Bombard Cannon versus Traction Treb Micro in the middle, and Jordan mining freely to the west. 3-2 Relics also in favor of Jordan. And Cannon looks like they tank a Traction Treb shot. So this will be some dodgeball here. Jordan takes a big hit, but he's taking down the castle to the right, and Kaspa for faster working castles won't come in. I'll have to be moved to another castle. Siscon, I feel that he's pushing up the middle though now. However, losing the fight to the right, and still I'm looking for him if he can do armor. Maybe get a cav unit going. 43 farmers. Even if it's not cavaliers, even if it's hussars, but he's clicking cavalier. He will have gold in the middle. So time for him to start maybe taking down some walls. You switch for Jordan, he's going white feather guards. Maybe in anticipation of a cav switch. White feather guards do have an attack bonus against cav. And the Shu themselves do have halb too, but they don't have the final 2 attack bonuses for the infantry. Doesn't really matter as much for halb versus cav though. Yeah, the walls are kind of awkward for the traction trebs, but they're the second layer of walls forced by the location of this castle. Maybe the walls could have been 1 or 2 tiles forward. And let the traction trebs do more, or then have given the traction trebs more room to do damage. Now Jordan castling the right, trying to take the golds. And, ooh, nice shot on the Arbs from the cannon, but a cannon goes down. Genitor is not quite doing the job here. Cannon need to get some shots from behind. And the cannon taking down the traction trebs in the middle. And the white feather guards trying to push. Can they run down the cannon? In the right, Genitor is still fighting, but the cannon trying to get some Arbs. And white feather guards going for 1 cannon. Will it go down? Siscon not really running it or paying attention. And more white feather guards will flood in from Jordan. Now he's pushing up the middle. Stalled out on the right, but pushing up the middle. And the white feather guards flooding the eco now. They're going for the cannon. They're going for the bombard cannon. All the eco upgrades for Siscon. Here come the cavaliers. Is the cavalier switch too late? Is it too late? The cannon going down. Jordan getting a bigger score lead now as he pushes, but he's going to lose the white feather guards in this fight. Under the castle, some camel archers and cavaliers. The Berbers getting to their gold composition. Camel archer, cavalier. How much gold will Siscon have left if he doesn't have this tunnel? Needs to re-grab the gold in the middle. As Jordan tries to wall up again. Trying to wall up again. And wait, could we have someone mining through the walls over here? Jordan might actually do that. Needs a forward mining camp. Vils are running a marathon. Siscon not controlling the west. 1 or 2 camel archers there at least force Jordan to react to them. Jordan trying to take gold in the east now. Siscon maybe could try to take that too. West? I thought that was West. That's West, Patrick. And there's Siscon mining camp to the east, trying to find more gold. At this point, I would have thought Hussar being the swap this late would have been the option rather than Cavalier. Simply because of the gold situation. Jordan doing fortified wall too. So he does not want to have any surprise breaches in his walls. Traction tribes going for the castle. And cannon goes down. Hill's repairing the castle. As Halbs come forward, and Genitors, they have +3 against the Spearman line, so they can help out against the Halbs. Yep, time limit is 90 minutes. Let me double check that they set this. And yes, they do have the time limit set in the lobby. Capture rate doesn't show it, but it will be just over 90 minutes. I think it's 1,100 years, as Siscon's castle in the middle will go down to the traction trebs. And since it is 90 years, Jordan can try to hold for the score victory. Well, that's maybe a risk when it's only 1.5k score. Not all that different. My Feather Guard's pushing. And the cannon gets hit by the trib. More treb shots raining down, or traction treb shots. And one more big fight maybe. Jordan trying to force it. The Cavalier getting a good stand ground patrol into the fight, but they're also melting to the white Feather Guards. The cannon taking down the traction trebs. And it looks like Siscon is taking an okay engagement. But ultimately, the white Feather Guards look like they're maybe too strong. The Cavalier's trying to run down the traction trebs. And the Genitor numbers are gone. Siscon calls the GG. And white Feather Guard, that swap for Jordan worked better than the Cavalier swap for Siscon. He takes game number 1. And the Shu with the traction trebs make it happen against Siscon and the Berbers. Siscon tried to go Genitors, and he held for a while. It didn't feel like it really gave him any type of advantage. I was thinking he'd go for the early Cavaliers, but stayed on the Genitors. Was a bit tight to afford all the upgrades. Traction Treb's OP. They are OP. And Jordan's, look at the stats. That's 289 to 252 KD for Siscon. Berbers with a much better eco too, even to the end. That's kind of a weird game where you have the better KD and you have the better eco, but you still lose. The cost effectiveness of the KD. The Genitors are a bit more expensive than Skirms and then the Cavaliers at the end. So let's get this updated. There's Jordan winning game number 1. And Siscon can pick the map for game number 2. And for the Civs, that was the Berbers losing to the Shu. So Berbers were a pick, I think right from the start, that he was wanting the Vil fight. And looks like game number 2 will be Seados Karajas. It'll be, the Chinese for Siscon versus the Vietnamese for Jordan. I haven't seen Chinese played yet on any of these maps. This is a 9-vil start, so the Chinese then start with +3 for 12 villagers. But they do start with -100 food. Negative food means they need to collect 150 total food before they get the 50 to queue their first villager. So after a somewhat closed, how are they banned and picked at the same time? That is because, sorry, I got to update the overlay to the bans there. There we go. That was the previous draft's bans. And 10 seconds and we'll get into it. There's a rare bug where the players are so close their wood lines don't spawn. I'm hoping we don't have that again. We did yesterday. It's on my list of stuff to fix. And I need to update the map title. And here we are. So game number 2, we will have the Chinese for Siscon. He'll be in the blue to the south against the Vietnamese for Jordan. Once more in the red, this time to the north. Does this format let both people pick the same civ? Yes, the very first pick is done in parallel, so they could pick the same civ. After that, it is a normal serpentine draft. But the first pick is in parallel. So Chinese, Vietnamese. Both civs have fire lancers. The Vietnamese late game with rocket carts, I think, is very good against the Chinese. But the Chinese are all about the early game eco. And, ooh, that was a... Oh, okay. Ooh, he gets it. Siscon almost not getting the Boar lore in, or the Tapir lore. Jordan takes a hit on the scout from a Vil. Always rough to get that early scout hit. Will Jordan lame? He's not going to lame this, right? The Vietnamese have mangonels. They do have bombard cannon. The Chinese, though, have heavy rocket carts now. I don't know how effective it is for them late game, but at least does give them an option. Gives them better siege than they had had in the past, compared to just Onager without siege engineers, which they still don't have. But Scorpions with rocketry could be an option too. It also affects their rocket carts. So rocketry rocket carts. With extra attack. So each player does have a few wood lines on this first tile of elevation above their TC. You keep going up and up and up on elevation, getting to greener and greener terrains till you get to the jungle all the way at the top with these nice little flowers there. I love using the grass flowers terrain they added. makes all the little flowers look really pretty. And we'll have Loom for Jordan. Looks like he's going for a 20 pop-up with the Vietnamese. His golds are towards the back. Doesn't have a good spot to do a tower plus gold, though. A tower here would be sick for Siscon. Would defend the wood, the berries, and the gold all at the same time. Kind of in the middle of all of them. Might be hard to get a position perfectly for all three, but any type of men-at-arms or scouts that come in, that would be a sick tower. Now we have Feudal Age on the way for Jordan. He's up first. Siscon not up yet, and he's going to click up on 22 villagers. More res collected as the Chinese, and he has a 3-vil lead. And only 21 seconds of idle time for him on the TC, which is wonderful if he needs to collect 150 food. Maybe some Fire Lancers mid-game. Could see that from both players. I do think the Chinese Fire Lancers that move faster are not quite as good as the Vietnamese ones with the extra hit points. But the Chinese do have the final attack upgrade. So that does help balance that out a bit. If we get to Elite Fire Lancers and Imp. And Barracks for Jordan not taking gold, so this might very well be a Scouts opening from him. No gold for Siskan either, so we could see Scouts from both players. I don't think you'd want to open with a range for a skirm defense against a Scouts opening. So Siskan pushing Deer. We'll have to be careful with his Scout for the next 20 seconds as Jordan's up first. And indeed, there is the stable for Jordan as he's adding in double bit axe on the back lumber camp. And Siskan pushing the Deer, sending Vils forward, and I think this will be a stable position for him too. And there is the stable for Siskan. And double bit axe on the way for him. Spear forward. And Horse Collar queued. Now remember, Horse Collar affects existing farms now, so you don't necessarily need to do it right at the start of Feudal like you did in the past. And Lighty, thank you for the follow. And Spear forward for Jordan too. And standard Scouts opening now. Farms, stable. And seeing it's Scout versus Scout, we don't have an early range from either player, just more farms. Siskan still messing around with those Deer, trying to get the final one in. And there he goes. And Jordan doesn't want to dive the TC with the Spear. He'll poke the stable. And he'll try to take the hill bonus as much as possible. Both players will need to note there's a Jaguar in the middle of the map in case their Spears get too close to it. Spear pops out of the stable to chase the Scouts a bit. And Jordan not quite brought into the TC. Siskan wanted to shoot there, but not quite. Yeah, both civs do get Bloodlines and Husbandry for the Scouts, so we could have a very heavy Scouts game. The effectiveness of that always depends on how walled players are, and Siskan going for the walls. Jordan too, a bit more compact, but not too far for him to go to the edge of the map, and should even have a safe wood line after walling. Have to be careful to make sure against a large number of Scouts that you do fully wall the TC, so Scouts can't run through. Siskan may be looking to do that. And remember, the Chinese no longer get camels. So if this goes into light cav, that won't be an option for him to switch to. But Jordan doing a second range, and we will see just that Scouts running through TC fire. And then running back, will Jordan wall the Scouts in? Ooh, no he can't. No. Not quite fast enough to wall them in. So Scouts will keep running around. Jordan should get a wall up in the back. A few Scouts to run interference to make sure the wall goes up. Wheelbarrow for Siskan. And we'll have another forward range for Siskan too. 2 Vils on the range. And Scout plus Archer. Jordan going for an Archer transition. And a couple of Archers also for Siskan, moving back to some gold. So this is about as classic AoE 2 build as you can get. Scouts into Archers. And some more farms going up in the back for Jordan. Still farming as much around the TC as he can as the house goes up too. Good morning, Tripta. How you doing? Ooh, nice pick from Siskan, getting it on Jordan's Vils. Once again, the TC not fully walled in front of the TC. That's 2 Vils down, and Jordan now has to react with quick walls on his lumber camp. As Siskan has nothing in his base that's threatened so far. That farm is awkward by the walls, and he can't quite get into the other lumber camp. He maybe take a fight against the Scouts if he has a hill, He really wants the hill advantage there, and he's going to take a good start to the fight on the hill, lose a scout though, and try to run away. And Jordan, well, walling with the vills, more so than with the palisade. But that could be another vill down. And there you go, third vill down for Jordan, but he gets the palisade, and he's not able to get the patrol stack the way he wants. Doesn't take the engagement properly, lets the scouts out, and that's a disaster from Jordan. He had basically trapped the scouts, but lets them out, trying to take a better fight. It backfires, and loses a fourth vill. And he might lose a fifth vill here. Needs to pull the vill back. The vill can't run. He gets stuck. And 5 vills down. 5 vills down for Jordan. At the same time, though, Siscon loses all the scouts. He clicks up to the castle age. And he needs to make sure that he himself is fully walled. Tommy Trush, thank you for the follow. Remember also to go give a follow to the Onamaru channel. We're streaming there today, too. Alright, scouts poke, or spears poke the scout. Castle Age for Siscon. Siscon walled in the far south? As far as I can tell, yes, but is at danger of over-chopping. Looks like it's walled to me, although I have been fooled by bamboo on the edges of buildings before. So Fletching and a Castle Age both in for Siscon. Hello, Matt Matty. Scouts hit by archers. A couple of spears in the back for Siscon, but they're fighting the archers rather than the scouts. Not the best use of their pokes. And Siscon trying to repair as best he can. Not losing a vill yet. And up to the Castle Age, Jordan will be 2 minutes behind. And yep, Jordan's selling stone. Siscon has not had to use the market. And there he is up to the Castle Age. Bodkin arrow for Siscon, as well as a university going up in the middle of his base, looking for ballistics. Wants to use the timing to get crossbows and push out. And once his upgrades come in, he can fight. Bow saw for him too. And crossbows wants ballistics now, and 1 knight to help clear the archers. 1 knight maybe to accompany the crossbows forward. He's heading forward. Jordan has fully walled now. Double ranges for him. We'll have more crossbows. They will have extra HP. But needs to keep the production up and needs to do the researches once he's up and stall for time. Or maybe not more, because the crossbows will be training here for Siscon compared to the archers. But at the very least, competitive numbers with more HP. Ballistics, though, will be a huge advantage if there is an early archer fight. There is a gap between the house and the market. I don't think Siscon wants to run crossbows through there. And maybe, just maybe the crossbows can push through the palisade. Immediate university from Jordan, too. And heavy plow for Siscon early on. As it helps the Chinese more than other civs, because their team bonus now is 10% food, not just a flat bonus. So the more upgrades you get, the more that applies. They don't have crop rotation, so it's just heavy plow they need. And padded archer armor for Siscon. Ballistics still not in for Jordan. He'll have to micro against ballistics. Something he's probably capable of. Just have to time the shots properly. Extra hard if Siscon were to split the crossbows into 2 groups and have them shoot at different intervals. Jordan's forward with crossbows, gets a vill on a wood line, but Siscon will head over to do another TC. By the time Jordan's scouts get there, the TC will be up, so no threat for Siscon, as long as he garrisons. And still trying to find vills at the front. Jordan has to garrison himself. Thumb ring for Jordan. So more HP plus thumb ring. Leather archer armor. For Siscon, Jordan still needs the second armor. And Jordan will have a good bit of gold left, but that's not going to last forever. He'll need to secure this gold or move out onto the map soon. Crossbows wanting to hit this palisade. And that Jaguar goes down against the crossbows. These crossbows on the hills, Siscon trying to micro. At the front, Jordan not getting away in with the scouts. When should one free shoot instead of clicking one crossbow? I think you pretty much always are right-clicking crossbows. There are instances of stop micro, as once a couple scouts get in for Jordan and get killed. I think what you really want is to have the micro to put them on two groups and shoot at different intervals. And it's about the time when you're standing still to shoot, between when the shot's fired and you get to move again. And if you have two groups shooting, you can time it so that you're always having a shot hit while the crossbow is standing still. Because otherwise you're just doing stuff like this that flanks. And you dodge everything. Even with ballistics. And then you also want to find the straggler crossbows who aren't in formation. And aren't controlled as easily. So there is the TC for Siscon. And Jordan says sorry. Oh, he flared. Jordan flared. And he apologized for it. Jordan, you're microing your crossbows. So he probably has flank formation on F, and then flare is Alt F, and then he tried to hold Alt to right-click units behind a building and flared. At least those would be the default hotkeys. And crossbows raiding Jordan's woodline. Vills going down. And Siscon, with that earlier TC, Siscon up by 20 Vills. So that's 1, 2, 3 TCs for Siscon. That Chinese economy is incredibly strong, and Jordan will need to get a lot of damage with this Mangonel push, as he is still stuck on only 1 TC. He's doing everything he can to wall out Siscon. Hello, Palmat. It'd be funny if Siscon thought Jordan was GGing and did his own GG and resigned on reflex. That is something that I have seen happen before. Someone says GG, you type GG in the chat, and then you accidentally resign before they do. I have seen that. So Imp on the way for Siscon. Jordan nowhere close to Imp, and this might even be an Imp GG. Siscon is super far ahead at this point. Even clearing some of Jordan's army on the right. Did that exact thing the other day. I know I've almost done that in the past. I don't think I've ever actually done it, but I know the feeling. I know exactly what you're describing. There's the TC for Jordan. As Jordan's crossbow is still working on the TC, maybe finding a Vill or two, but a Vill or two isn't gonna be 30. As this guy can garrison, maybe repair a bit. Yeah, that feeling you're on autopilot. Type GG and resign when your opponent types GG first. And gold shaft mining for Siscon. And GG on Imp, you're calling it. I think so too. I'll see if Jordan has maybe a read where he thinks the mangonel push will give him a chance. Siscon able to boom without taking damage. That one mistake from Jordan, letting the scouts in that killed 5 Vils, that was a disaster. And there's Imp. Will Jordan call the GG? Yes, he will. So Siscon ties it up 1-1. And very aggressive map. And Siscon advantages that as his home map. Gets the 5-0 early eco KD with the Chinese, who are probably the better eco civ anyway. And Jordan cannot recover from that. 41-40. And that's rough, because you can kind of see that, where Siscon is raiding Jordan. Jordan has the better military, but even with the better military numbers, can't quite stop the raids, and then the Chinese eco, which was already ahead, goes even farther ahead. Siscon was able calmly to boom, went for the early ballistics, and after that added the TCs quickly. So, GG, and I'll tie it up. Bring this to a best of 3 now. Now we get to see what Jordan picks for a home map. Jordan doesn't really strike me as a clown, but maybe he'll go for Coast Arena. Why not YouTube stream? There should be a YouTube stream. There should be 2 YouTube streams. People are chatting in the YouTube chat. And thank you for the follow. Oh, how do I say this name? Ojalem Patemos for the follow. Important thing is the GGs we made along the way. Well, anyway, we have now tied 1-1. Again, Siscon technically the favorite. And also, both players with Vikings for their very first pick. If we get to Fernando de Noronha, I imagine it's a Viking mirror. Maybe there's some world where Jordan picks Portuguese, hoping that caravels still counter longboats. But from the one game I saw, that did not work out for Kapach. You can touch grass while watching AoE. That is cheating right there. And it will be Coast Arena for game number 3. Burgundians, Portuguese. So, Jordan going Portuguese right now. And here we are, once more on Coast Arena. Jordan will be the red Portuguese to the west, Siscon the blue Burgundians to the east. Picking up his turkeys right away. I'll look to gobble them at the TC. And Burgundians, Portuguese, 2 good arena civs, 2 good water civs. I'd imagine the Burgundians have a bit more of an arena middle focus than the Portuguese do. Portuguese probably a top tier water civ, whereas Burgundians are right behind them. But this eco already getting a double bit axe upgrade for Siscon in the Dark Age. That is really nice if you're docking and doing fishing ships to have the early double bit axe. I'm calling for a VAR. I don't know what that is. And Warlord from the back for Siscon. And we'll have another dock for Jordan. Camera referee thingy. Oh, like a video review? Like an ABS in baseball? So, chopping straggler trees, too. Interesting. You do need a lot of wood to pump the fishing ships out. I think you do get fishing lines, the fishing upgrade in the Dark Age now. And it should be discounted like all the other Burgundian eco upgrades. It's soccer ABS. Used for offsides. Right. Imagine that instant replay in AoE 2. You could imagine Nilly sitting in a video control center. very meticulously reviewing a replay for a patrol stack to see whether it fits the criteria for an admin loss or not. So, as is normal on Coast Arena, gold and stone, both are forward, and both of these civs are castle-dropping civs, although perhaps more the Portuguese wanting to go for organ guns. Castilla a bit more expensive, and perhaps a bit more vulnerable to monks. Organ guns do not get converted by monks until the monks get redemption. Both of these civs are good monk civs, but the Burgundians lack heresy, which the Portuguese do have, so in a heavy monk war, I probably do favor the Portuguese. 100% an R-based job. And scout fight in the middle, as Jordan's still doing some houses by the lumber camp. It's always interesting to me to see how players wall up on this map, because you could be doing the double wall across the middle, anticipating a castle drop or a monk push like on a normal game of Arena, but you could also be walling around the back, getting ready for one of those transport ships. Maybe a transport ship feudal rush. And Siscon doing with the docks what I think is needed to spread them out, and make sure the docks with fishing ship garrisoning can cover as a tower a good portion of the back part of your base, so that if Jordan were to go for one of those transport ship men-at-arms landings, he wouldn't really have anywhere to go, either for the forward range or for the men-at-arms, without the docks being able to shoot them. And Jordan just one dock so far, basically in the middle. And Bonsai, thank you for the follow. Should the docks cover each other? I mean, that would be good if you're surrounded by enemy ships, but the docks have to be really close to cover each other. Because remember, the dock is 3 tiles, and if you're going to cover each other, you need to be 1 tile in from the edge of the range, and then covering each other puts them way too close to be useful as separate fishing sites. Right now, you want them the same way you spread your lumber camps out, to be separated as drop sites so you can maximize the efficiency of your fishing ships. And Siscon deleting a wall tile, he'll send a Vil out. What I always say is delete the tiles on the beach so you can re-wall if you have to. You can't re-wall atop the shallows. Wonder if he'll go 5 Vittoria clown build. If it gets to that point, then we know we've had a crazy game. And Coast Arena usually is crazy. So Feudal Age for Jordan, he'll be up first. Siscon a minute behind him. And he's just scouting the outside. There are no fish out there. I still need ideas of stuff to put on the outside. I don't want to change the mini-map too much, though. And the fishing ships 10 versus 12. And did we have gill nets? Yep, or fishing lines. We had fishing lines already in the Dark Age. Gill nets can be clicked in Feudal. And there's Jordan up. And Market Blacksmith. So Market Blacksmith for him as he sends a Vil over to Stone. And looks like this will be a castle drop. So good old Portuguese organ gun castle drop. Not investing into any warships yet. Might have to sell some wood and buy food to go up. Not quite there on the food. Maybe the boom will be a bit smoother for Siscon if he can go straight up. Market Blacksmith followed by a stone mining camp. And a market for Siscon. And a blacksmith also for Siscon. So Market Blacksmith for both, and Siscon on stone. So Organ Gun versus Castilla might be the playbook for this game. Both players doing a couple of hulks too. And this third dock from Siscon with a galley. Looks like a good area for him to extend his fishing boom. And this is what I was talking about earlier. You want the docks spread out so you can grab as many fish as you can. The fish don't go too deep into the corners. We wanted to make sure it was a bit more fair. So you basically have 1, maybe 2 layers of fish encircling the island. Below Mountain Goat. Now is Jordan housed? He's doing another house now. Can be tricky on all these custom maps with different build orders to remember your house timings. Especially when you have docks running in addition to the TC. You're trying to use the wood for the blacksmith market, you need the mining camp, you need the houses, you want more fishing ships. And all of a sudden, among all those different tasks, you find yourself housed. So one Hulk around the south for Siskan, one around the north, as Jordan's going for a third dock himself. Far away again to maximize the number of fish he'll be able to take. And fletching for both players as the galleys come over for Siskan. Ready for the Hulks with galleys. FC castle drop. Oh. And there's Jordan up to the castle age. Let me just slow down ever so slightly and hope that deals with the lag issue. So Jordan's up first, does not yet quite have the stone for the castle. Gillnet's on the way up for Siskan, using that Burgundian fishing eco. Getting one Hulk forward and he'll destroy a fishing ship. Force the garrison trying to block. Or will he get another one? No, he won't. The Hulk goes down. Nice micro, but Hulk goes down. And the scout will keep running around the bottom. And where is Jordan going to drop the castle? Oh, he's going for a defensive castle. Jordan, go put the castle over here. But he's going for a safe castle at home. Not being overly aggressive now. Scouts will fight it out in the middle, and Siskan will see exactly what Jordan's doing with the castle. And Siskan will react with his own castle at home, doing the old school delete the walls to build the castle trick. A sleeper castle. Castle will secure some gold for Siskan. Next we look for monasteries for picking up relics. But organ guns versus Castilier, I'm not sure which unique unit I like more. University for Siskan. University this early? What's the university for? Is maybe just water techs. As medium warships comes in for him. University might be for the water techs. So galley goes down, and these war galleys push forward. And gold shaft mining for Siskan. Dock, garrison, 3 fishing ships, so Siskan probably won't want to push through. Jordan might be able to hold up there. And a war hulk just looking for a couple more fish, but Jordan will be prepared. An organ gun forward.
Quais são as ordens? Por Deus, sim.
Monk grabbing the relic, bringing it back. And that'll be the first relic for Jordan. Siskan trying to grab a relic. His scout goes down. A few Castilier ready to try to snipe organ guns. And now we come down to micro. Who micros better, the organ guns or the Castilier? They'll get their charge attacks in. Splitting the charge attacks among the 2 organs, though. And not focusing one. Going for the monk. I don't like that micro from Siskan. Gets the monk. Is the monk really an important thing, though? A couple more Castilier. And organ guns, they are not healed by monks. They're repaired by villagers. So, different trade-offs there. Don't know if I like sniping the monk under the castle there, instead of focusing the remaining organ guns. But yeah, that monk was idle for a bit. The main fight on the water, where they're both going to stalemate and then pull back. Scout, slightly faster than the Castilier. 0.2 of a tile per second faster. And clinker construction now for Jordan. As the war hulks are pushed back.
Sim. Ao seu dispor.
And the monk goes pick up a relic, more relics put in the monastery, and that should be 3 relics for Siscon, so 3 to 2 in favor of Siscon, as he gets ballistics done. And oh, double kill on the Custilier. And now the organ guns with the scout getting healed are a pretty good threat. That's why I didn't like the initial Custilier micro. I thought that he should have been killing some organ guns. But Jordan moving forward, killing a few Vils. It's 2 Vils down. And still we need to get redemption from Siscon. Doesn't have that yet to convert the organ guns. Is it any different? It is just the 9 Vil start, pretty much. I did a slight tweaking of the resource positioning in the middle to make it a bit more fair, but mostly it's just a 9 Vil start. So both players looking to move forward a bit more into the middle of the map to do castles, and both also then getting a bit scared and moving their castles to different spots. Does Jordan see that castle? He doesn't, but he's looking to secure the gold, the stone, and the wood. How good are they? I think, and the small numbers, it all depends on micro. If they close the distance and use their charge attack, they'll destroy the organs. But if you're not taking good fights and the organs are protected under a castle, then it's going to be really hard to kill them. In the south, it looks like Jordan pushing into Siscon's docks, but won't make much progress. In the north, looks like something similar. Siscon trying to push, but has to push into docks. And into docks now. Well, maybe Siscon with a slightly larger navy. Will the hulks be enough to take out the fires? You need hulks in front, work allies in the back. And Siscon able to push here. There's, yep, a 90-minute time limit. And Jordan losing the water. You lose the water and you start to lose control of your wood lines. That makes this a big risk for him. Does the map warrant this much navy? That is a great question. I don't know if it does. He wants to win the water, but now Siscon may be putting himself a bit behind in the middle. Jordan has 9 fishing ships for both. The fish from the back of each other's bases have mostly, or from the backs of each other's bases, mostly have been taken. And that means if you're fishing, you're moving around the sides more. I think Siscon has won the water. I think Siscon now has won the water. Looks like his investment has been enough. And Jordan might need to run and chop somewhere else. And castles exchanging fire. No ram push by the looks of it. Jordan using the market, Siscon using the market, both players using the market to go up to the Imperial Age, and we're about to close it on a Trebor. So Siscon winning the water and taking a good score lead. Jordan will have to hope that this simply is an over-investment from Siscon onto water, and that Jordan will have more resources for the Trebor, but that's maybe wishful thinking considering Jordan will be the second one to click Imp, and a good 40 to 45 seconds slower. And greetings, Pepper Cakes. How you doing? What's my opinion on time limit games? Not the biggest fan of time limit games, but I think that I don't really have a better solution for ensuring that you don't run over time at the venue you're at a LAN. So I'm certainly open to other suggestions than time limits. But there's a very specific problem that they are meant to solve. So, ooh, scout goes down. Or, for example, for this weekend, we have best of 5s, and we need to get 2 sets played today. And it is quite difficult to get back-to-back sets played as it is if we don't have a time limit. And we have 4-hour games, then players end up waiting around for a long time. So fishing ships for Jordan, he's off the water. No more water for Jordan. Will there be a second attempt? Yep, there's another qualifier next week. But for now, if Siscon's able to take a 2-1 lead, that puts him in a really good spot. to make it to the next round. Jordan does not want to get knocked out of his own team's tournament this early. And there's Siscon up to the Imperial Age. Selling food, buying wood. Yeah, Jordan won on food now, and he will have to go for a Treb War. Not even going to be able to afford chemistry as the Portuguese. This will purely be a Treb War. Yeah, one on food for the last 4 minutes without the fishing ships. Jordan maybe was relying on the fishing ships a bit too much, and he's up to the Imperial Age. Where does the prize pool come from? It is sponsored by World's Edge, the developer of AoE2. We'll have Wheelbarrow and Chemistry, both on the way for Siscon. And he's getting the Trebs out first. So earlier Trebs, initiative on the Treb fight. Jordan also down in Relics. And things are looking scary for Jordan. 49 to 74 pop, 25 fishing ships still alive for Siscon. It's one thing to lose the water but win the middle. It's another thing to lose both. And Jordan's Treb's going down. His castle's going down. We now have 4 Trebs for Siscon. That is more than enough to push castles. He's doing masonry for more castle HP. You love a landing for Siscon. And yes, he has 3 castles now for Treb production. 3 castles for Treb production. Jordan has a lot of organ guns, though, but they're not going to be able to fight underneath castles if he can clear out this Treb. Jordan has some repair villas, but if Siscon can clear that Treb, then all of a sudden it's only 2 Trebs, and his castle should be able to be repaired. Armor now. This is where I'd love to see the Custilier try to snipe that Treb. Where even are they? They're in the middle of the map. The organ guns for Jordan aren't really protecting the Treb. And Jordan, with outposts everywhere, he sees the Custilier and can wall them out. And good walls for him, forcing the Custilier into the organ guns. But he's leaving that Treb exposed. And one more shot. Almost just enough repairs. And lucky that shots don't hit. 3 missed shots, but the castle goes down. Now the organ guns can think about moving forward. A bombard cannon for Siscon. And Jordan will need to kill some vills now if he wants to make a comeback. You need to do T90's Treb walling. Well, that was a thing well before the T90 video. That's always existed. And maybe there's room to do it more. Showing why I went by Jordan 23. Hitting some shots from deep. Was it ever behind a separate tech? Yes, in the Age of Kings. Just like Hand Cannoneer. And Bombard Tower and Cannon Galleon. All the gunpowder was behind a separate tech. When is the next USA tournament going to be? If you mean a LAN, I'd probably... That's a really hard thing to pull off. I don't think you'd ever get proper visas for players. There's the USA Cup over the summer. Well, that's not a LAN. And also not an international tournament. So, block printing and redemption for Jordan. Thank you, Tilted Ducks, for the follow. And... cannon for Siscon. So Jordan maybe with a bit of momentum destroying the castle. I don't know how he's able to push back, though. He still doesn't have chemistry, so no cannon for him. He simply is patrolling the middle with organ guns, hoping that Siscon doesn't have the eco to make a switch to something that can deal with them. And now redemption is in. Maybe he can convert a cannon, saying if I can't make my own cannon, I can have yours, but that's a good cannon shot. Sanctity is in on the monk. What's blue in the base? Oh, some Custilier. It looks like they ran around the outside of the map. You're right. I'm looking at the middle. Some Custilier got around the outside. That isn't walled. And now Jordan, well, someone said Jordan might need Fetorias. Here we go, 2 Fetorias for him. He's running out of vills, though. He's down to 46 vills. Well, I guess that's the same number that Siscon has. There's still a chance for Jordan if he can snipe castles and run in. But all of a sudden, losing villas to the Castilla in the back means he doesn't really have a great wood line. He needs to wall this up so that the Castilla don't get into his remaining wood. He's doing another castle. He has 4 trebs. If he could get maybe 6 trebs and have very fast snipes on castles, that could be one thing. But the more bombard cannon there are, the harder it is to use trebs. And chemistry finally for Jordan. I just worry that he won't have enough gold for bombard cannon. He's mining stone, getting another mining camp in the middle for more gold. And the cannon moving forward as the organ guns dodge a bit. Organ gun goes down. That is a lot of cannon. 6 bombard cannon for Siscon. The Vil dodges all of them. Monks for Jordan. If he could get good conversions, he could maybe keep himself in the game. But the score lead is getting even larger for Siscon, who could maybe start putting some cannon galleons around the outside to harass the wood lines with extra range. There's a lull at the score. That's Coast Arena, though. It still feels like Jordan somehow is still in the game. Only down by 2 villagers, but 27 fishing ships that are probably going to start to be very inefficient. I mean, look at them taking the shorefish now. The fishing ships are not that great of a value for Siscon. Nice to have them still, of course. And oh no, Jordan, he didn't wall off the wood line. He didn't wall the wood line and the Castilla get in on his vills. He had 45 vills a second ago, and all of a sudden he's losing everything. Losing everything. If there's a civ that can recover from Vil losses, it's the Portuguese with Vitorias. But he can't lose that many that quickly. And yes, the Castilla going to the wood line, hitting the wood line. Oh, that's just a mistake. Jordan needed to be walled there. There's no reason not to be walled. And Jordan, 4K score difference, not 5K, not like ACCM just yet. Can he get conversions? He's losing monks. Great micro from Siscon. Is Siscon devoted? He is devoted. And Squall 4, thank you for the follow. In the back, the Castilla is still raiding. Organ guns killing some villas from Siscon. 4 trebs and 6 cannon will be hard to stop. I think Jordan's castle is going to crumble here, and he thinks so too, as he calls the GG. And Siscon goes up 2-0 over Jordan. Costa Arena again being crazy, but that felt like a fairly simple game of Siscon winning the water over potentially the better civ of the Portuguese with more HP on their ships. You can see the military count. Siscon a bit more of an investment into the water paid off. And that puts him on the brink of moving to the next round. GG. Yeah, I don't see Jordan coming back from that. He's good at coming back, but not from that type of deficit. And what are we going to have here? Loss on Coast Arena. And that means Jordan has to win the final 2 games should he want to qualify. Now, Vikings mirror on an islands map. I think he has a good shot. What does he use for Amazonia? And it will indeed be Amazonia. And Italians versus Woo. Alright, Jordan going for the Woo. As the 2, Jordan's on the right of the scoreboard and he won that map. Maybe one day we'll have a more detailed draft overlay, but that is for the Captain's Mode website that I just throw in as a browser source. Woo sighting woohoo? Well, say woohoo. We'll have Siscon as the blue Italians to the southwest, Jordan as the red woo to the northeast. 2 hybrid map civs, but we don't have much to fight for on the water. Only 2 deep fish per player, 3 oysters. I've seen tons of different approaches to this map. I've seen some men-at-arms and drushes on the sides. I've seen players going straight to the sides. I've seen players trying to stay on the islands. I don't know what the best strat is. Maybe these players don't either. 3 clumps of forest and some rayas, a reskinned deer that you can push in. There'll be a bunch of caimans in the middle on these shallows. You can see some wolf rushes using them. Thank you, Eramatu, for the follow. Both players have bridges. At the ends of each of the bridges, there will be a javelina. This is Jordan's home map, so I'm sure he knows about that. He has scouted it too, but he's focusing more on getting the raya pushed in early on. The Wu are the Jian swordsmen. The Wei are the Civ that have the archery range Kipchak, the Xianbei Raider, as you call them. Italians do feel good on the map. Now, you don't have any gold mines on your starting island, but you do have the oysters. Only 450 gold on an oyster compared to 800 on a gold mine. But that does mean you don't need the mining camp in your initial build if you're trying to stay on your home island and go for a fast castle, which we have seen. You can also back dock and take the fish for free because you can't sail through the bridges. You can wall off the bridges, which it looks like Jordan's doing. And I'd like seeing how players are trying to find ways to deal with the bridges. I'm sure not everyone plays campaigns, and they probably aren't accustomed to bridges. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone go for the fish boom on the back. As I said, there are no deep fish in the back. The only deep fish are forward, along with the oysters. So I think you almost always do a forward dock, if for nothing more than the oysters. But if you actually want to take hunt, or mine, or grab capybaras, you go to the sides. Something like Britons or Tatars on the map could even be an interesting pick because there are extra capybaras. And Loom for Siskan. Maybe wood is too uncertain, unsafe here to fish boom. Maybe. But I guess no matter what, you do still want to go to the sides for wood. And you're guaranteed 3 clumps of wood on your island. So here we go, Feudal Age for Siskan and for Jordan. And looks like Jordan will run across the bridge. So it is also a lot of idle time running across the bridge. Or running across the water terrain the bridge spawns underneath it. There he goes, and he'll maybe find a lumber camp out here for more wood. You do kind of have to go to the sides eventually for wood. Jordan's still scouting the side, grabbing some capybaras. And he'll send some vills to go chop the trees here. So some jungle trees in the middle, and then the South American forest with a whole bunch of different trees mixed in together out here on the sides. Also, this bush has graphics that are not aligned properly to the square. Maybe I should fix that at some point. Mod it to be centered on the square. So, house for Jordan. Yeah, these papaya trees are reskinned berries. These guanacos are reskinned deer. And we also have the condors flying around. And scout fight here as Siskan is up first. He'll get as much HP as he can off of Jordan's scout. Jordan still 11 seconds away from Feudal. He will just turn and fight as best he can. As the scout goes down. As the first person to AoE. I haven't seen that in a while. You could probably try to find the creator and just message him. There's another dock for Jordan, so double dock forward is the Wu. Only one dock for Siskan, doing a Hulk. And he might not want to overinvest into water here, as there really isn't much you can get from winning the front water. And Hulk versus fire. Fishing ships have to garrison. Doc can shoot the scout here, but Jordan loses a Vil. Nice pick from Siskan. yeah, wall from the bridge all the way to the forest. That's what Jordan's trying to do in the north. Get a big wall off, as he's also walling the bridge on the other side. Still a couple of holes. Doing a men-at-arms. And I guess he's hoping, with some men-at-arms, to be able to get a raid on Siscon. He's hoping that Siscon comes down here and he can catch him with some unsuspecting villagers. But great use of the scout from Siscon to track the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms trying to grab a capybara. Docs, yep, Docs can shoot. That is a brand new feature, I'll call it, added in the water overhaul. So, this is exactly what Jordan wanted. Men-at-arms finding vills as they go for a lumber camp. The vills will turn and fight. Siscon has to bring his scouts over. He has 4 scouts, more vills on the way. Jordan camping the lumber camp. The scouts are going to find him, though. And Siscon can go back. That's a 1-0 eco KD for Siscon on that Dockville earlier. Jordan hasn't gotten an eco kill. He's thinking about walling in the men-at-arms. That's cute, but there's a blacksmith. And now the men-at-arms are trapped. The scouts can wait by the hill, grab some capybaras, and then fight trying to take the fight on the hill. The men-at-arms will run down the tunnel to try to debate the scouts forward. And Jordan will get on top of the hill. And what type of fight will this be? I think both players getting a nice engagement. Jordan not focus firing the scout, though. And you'll almost get a second scout. I mean, he does get the second scout. Siscon turned around to try to lead the man-at-arms back into the other scouts. One more man-at-arms here, but with 3 scouts, he should go down. Gets a scout on the way, though. And Jordan now pushing forward in the middle. A bunch of galleys. Might be able to find a vill or some fishing ships. Still didn't kill a vill, though, as much as he got some idle time. And res collected are just about the same. Takes a long time to destroy fishing ships now. But there's one down. And the rest hide in the dock, of course. Hello, Dangle. How you doing? And everything camping the dock. As the fire on the other side, fighting some hulks. And once again, Jordan just garrisoned inside of his dock. No one going for back docks, and now we have more walls from Siscon. Nice diagonal gate, but he's walling to the edge of the map. And both players ending up fully walled. So the one thing I have seen from this map is it can be a bit boomy, since I did try to guarantee something of safe resources for the players. Could have maybe made it more aggressive by moving the resources more forward. But we don't have too many boomy maps as it is. And this one feels fairly even so far. Working too much? Enjoy the stream. Well, thanks for stopping by. Hulk's pushing the galleys now. Galleys have to turn and shoot at the Hulks, force them back. As the market goes up and the spear comes around, spear looking to poke the villager. And Vill gets the wall up. Has to be a bit creative, but gets it up. Nevertheless, as the spear follows the Vill and pokes her down. Galley is attacking the Hulk, and the Hulk swapping its sail. As Jordan will clear it. And thank you, Lonnie, for the follow. Another dock going down to the fire galley. And Jordan just enjoying some nice papaya from the papaya tree, hunting the guanacos. Peaceful Jordan booming village up here. And a castle age for Siscon. Jordan with the galleys will open the wall. And back dock for Siscon. Alright, he might look for a fish boom in the back. There are some shorefish he can take there. And then add fish traps. They should be nice and safe. Especially if you get a dock here. Can't be harassed from the coast either. We saw yesterday Dragonstar had a back dock that saved him because he got landed. And a few scouts from Siscon running around. Looks like Jordan's managed to wall them out. Is there he has a wall between the blacksmith and the house. And Jordan being extra careful not to be bamboozled by the bamboo on the edges of that blacksmith graphics. Yep, and in the middle, you cannot take them with fishing ships. Those are actual gold mines. You need villagers. You need villagers for them. You could transport ship to the middle, but I haven't seen that as a strat yet. Probably not viable with the Kaiman. But if you win the water, then maybe. I mean, it's a really safe gold. Probably just not enough wood there to justify TCing it early on. You can only build docks where there's a beach, but you can build mining camps here. Oh, and the archer is being chased by the Kaimans. This is kind of trying to cross over the middle. I guess the Kaimans are a type of lizard, but... or a reptile, at least. This is where I get to learn all my new animal facts from the new animals that are here. And Siscon, with a forward stable and a forward workshop, will look to push Jordan. Doesn't want this to be a free boom. Where is that villager standing? Well, he built the gate. A smallish crocodile. And Palisade Gate's not all that sturdy, so he will house wall behind. Might have to wall back to the bridge and wall the other side of the bridge. And there's his own defensive workshop. Bodkin's in for the archers, but not crossbows. Alligatorid subfamily. And crossbow for Siscon. Squire's chainmail armor, both for Jordan. And the knights and crossbows are breaking on through. A few Jin swordsmen for Jordan. So he'll go Scorpion, Jin, swordsman. And get a couple of Scorpion bolts on the crossbows to start. The knights are through, though. The knights are through, but then he lets the swordsman out the other side of the barracks, letting the knights through, but tasking the swordsman upon the crossbows. The knights pull back, and now he can wall again. And now lots of Pierce Armor for the Jin swordsman. Vil trying to wall himself in. Jordan, though, focusing on the crossbows. On the side, another Jin swordsman chasing more crossbows. Get some capybaras down there for Siscon. Jordan with the galley is still harassing the Vils on the island. And Jordan now up 52 to 46 Vils, while Siscon's being aggressive as the Italians. Jordan is 3TC booming as the Woo. And double ranges down here for Siscon. This map is so tricky to play because if you put your ranges on the wrong side, and then how are you going to push with the ranges? Even if you get to this island, Jordan can abandon the island to go over here, where all the resources actually are. Keeps chopping at the lumber camp. And Scorpion hitting the crossbows. Crossbows have to run. Can't believe they're not fish booming. Well, it looks like Siscon at least has a one fishing ship fish boom on the safe side. A one fishing ship fish boom on the safe side. That counts, right? That counts. So making Alpha Siscon as he keeps pushing. Wanting to punish the boom from Jordan. Jordan who just keeps amassing more and more Jin swordsmen. Scorpion goes down. And it's a good number of knights that are going to get in. And Siscon, no extra stone yet. Not like he'll push and do a sudden castle drop on the TCs. And the knights are in. The knights are in. Monk support. Italians are a good monk civ. And Jordan, he's going for a TC to the bottom right. Siscon adding in more TCs of his own down there too. 9 Vil lead for Jordan, so it's not like it's an insurmountable Vil lead, and he's going to lose a couple to these knights. The Jin swordsman not quite enough to defend so far. One of them even getting converted. And they should be weaker than knights are. Although they do actually have one more attack. Oh, and we have a pause. Let me double check. Brief pause by Siscon, it looks like. Maybe he's just having some lag. Pause at 25-25. As he's still open in the south, thanks to that galley opening up the wall.
No.
And sorry, 14. Jordan says no. Yes. And Jordan was not ready to go. Can you build a castle? Yep, it's just mangrove shallows terrain. You can build a castle there. Originally, I had tried to use the snakes there, but the snakes can move on water, and they all moved to one side of the map. It was like if you auto-scouted with a bunch of scouts and they all followed the same path. So I swapped it out for the Kaimans. So, you can see the lag jumping around a bit. Lots of Jin swordsmen for Jordan as he's trying to get conversions. Success of the conversions will matter here. Another conversion targeted on the forward knight. And I think this is a fight that Siscon wins. The monk goes down for Jordan. He has the knights. The knights should be the stronger unit. They have more HP. Jordan tries to pull back. And he's pulling through his reinforcements, grabbing another monk. And the monk will fend that off. So the boom still in Jordan's favor, but only by 2 vills now. 1k res collected more. But he'll need to find a way to pressure Siscon again, as Siscon has the TCs up. Oh, there's a nice conversion. So you can see the lovely new flag graphics. I like this flag. This is one of my favorite flags. Monks all healing each other. Jordan has to start thinking about gold. He does have more gold in the bottom right, but not too many vills there. He also is preparing for a castle. Hasn't scouted Siscon's TC. That could be an aggressive castle drop location. But he might simply do a defensive castle. Although I'm always kind of wary of dropping castles against the Italians, not knowing if they're going to get a cheap imp and win a trub fight. Are the fish on fish traps? Yes, they are. He's played enough Rage Forest. He knows how to do fish traps. And he's won the front of the map against Siscon. So Siscon with a second fishing ship in the back. He'll be continuing to fish boom. The Mangonels get only 1 monk. Almost get 3. Okay, they do get all the monks, but the Mangonels will go down to the Jin swordsman. And Jordan has vills. He wants a castle. Is he going to win the fight, though? That's a lot of knights. The knights are being healed by the monks in the back. And the Jin swordsman can go and attack the monks. Monks going down. And knights going down to the Jin swordsman, too. Knight on 3 HP, running away. Little Red Cliffy. Cheat unit, the Jin swordsman. Oh, I mean, it is fighting pretty equally to the knights right now. This doesn't feel like a huge advantage for Jordan. I think the rest of the map where he's raiding, somehow raiding down there, those galleys keeping the wall open has been valuable for him. And defensive castle for Siscon, Jordan doing gold shaft mining. And remember, once they get up to Imp, the Wu do not have trebuchets. They only have the traction trebs. They only have the traction trebs. So, not in a good position to win a treb fight against the Italians. We will have the cheap Imp and the cheap bombard cannon. Transport castle. I mean, I'd love that, right? Jordan transporting, just like transporting castle drop onto your opponent's island. Oh, that'd be sick. But he'll do a second castle. He'll do it down in the south, to the bottom right. 1 knight for Siscon is still scouting, but hasn't seen what Jordan's up to down there. Now, 108 to 95, Jordan with the Vil lead. Well, Vil plus fishing ship lead, because Jordan now is adding his own fish in the back. He is continuing to fish boom. He's taking from more shorefish. Probably needs a few more fish traps in the front. And he's fishing in the back, too. So Jordan playing all the Rage Forest he can. Using the lessons for setting up his eco. Nice attacking the Jin Swordsman. Monks still want more conversions. The Wu do have redemption, so if Jordan wanted to try converting the buildings, that's an option for him. But it's 475 gold, it's expensive, and would also slow down his imp timing. Monk goes down to the fire archers. Yeah, it does seem a bit maybe safe with the resources in the back. So if I were to, I'm not gonna do balance changes during the qualifiers, but maybe for the main event, I try to move the resources forward a bit, make it a bit more aggressive. But to be fair, we don't have too many. Oh my gosh, they both want a castle at the same spot. We don't have too many closed maps, so I'm fine with one map that's a bit more boomy. And Jordan going for the hill for his castle. Fire archers are there. Imps already clicked for Siscon. This could be a risky forward castle against the Italians if he then loses a Treb war. But so far so good for denying the castle. And here come the villas for Jordan. Lots of lumber camp villas there. I think, did he actually wall those villas in? No, they have a route to escape. Oh no, he does wall them in. Jordan trapping the villas with fire archers forward to deny this castle. Siscon's up, but at what cost? He needs to convert a fire archer. And the monk tries to dodge. Needed to just stand in there and hope for a lucky conversion. And Siscon deletes the lumber camp to try to run vills. Jin Swordsman takes down a vill. And Imperial Age for Siscon. Monks go down. And oh, a mining camp. Okay. I don't know if Jordan wanted a mining camp for the gold or a lumber camp for the wood, but that's a well-placed mining camp. At the top, he's still fighting, but double castles for Siscon. Jordan, though, will go to the middle and do a castle. He's up to Imp. He'll be behind, though. And Jordan trying to force a game number 5, which will be on our islands map. And it'll probably be a Vikings mirror. That's very, very old school AoE 2 settings. The Vikings mirror on islands. Settings Jordan was very familiar with back in the AOC days. Something he would have picked usually as his home map, relying on his micro. So there's Red Cliff's Tactics. That's fire archers and demos will get fire damage to ships and buildings. So extra effective against the castle. But not going to win the Treb War. Wu versus Italians. Tricky at the very least. But he does have a 30 lead. And probably wants to find ways to raid economy as you rate. Yeah, Red Cliffy, your tactics. Traction Trebs are better at Treb fights. Better Treb versus Treb, but worse at destroying the buildings. And we still have a timing where Jordan's not up. And he'll need to wait for them anyway. You can also do the Lutrons at the docks right away. You don't need chemistry. And with that, I think he could reach this one castle, also the monastery for some relics. And we got clinker construction for Jordan ships to move faster. Still trying to hold the map with water. Siscon trying to hold both sides and begin a Treb war. Fire archers in the castle. What, 2 Trebs for Siscon to the southeast. And could actually take 2 castles if he has enough of an initiative with Trebs. Do they get siege rams? They do not. They only get battering ram. No capped ram and no siege engineers. Additional projectile for their traction Trebs with their second unique tech. But the first unique tech is for the fire archer. So Genoese crossbowman versus fire archer. That's a tricky one, but here we have the fire archers with good numbers, but they need to get back away from the knights and not take a losing fight. Castle's split up a bit for Jordan, so hard to get all of his archers together. Hills go down. Knights coming forward. Knights hitting the war galley too. And Knight's also getting a good raid on Jordan. I mean, he has Vills to spare. He's at 153 eco units. So I don't think the raid hurts him too much. And he is doing some damage to Siskan's main island. But losing the castle in the middle, he's going for the Lutrons. He's going for the Lutrons. They're trying to take out a Treb. Not the best anti-Treb weapon, but they get it done over time. Nice repairs from Siskan. Nice repairs, but one Treb goes down. More Lutrons come out for Jordan. Not needing chemistry for that is huge, but he does lose the castle. Chemistry's on the way. And all the Trebs for Siskan will be destroyed. Oh, no, without any more Trebs, what does he do? He needed the Trebs. He really needed the Trebs. And there's fishing lines for Siskan. No, actually medium warships. Yeah, that was a misclick for him. And what's their range? 13 range. So they can't hit the castle there. And yes, I think they could hit this castle. There we have Sitting Tiger. That's the extra projectiles. Fires for Siskan as he tries to get back on the water, seeing mostly the siege ships. Oh, Dawn Gopher. Well, we see the Wu unique boat. The ships seem really good. Well, it's not unique to them, right? All the Three Kingdoms civs have them. And I think some of the other now East Asian civs too. These units are pretty darn strong though. They also shoot arrows at non-building units. That seems pretty decent. Now Jordan sees the docks. He sees the docks. And, well, what does he do about it? He'll need to destroy the docks quickly before too many ships come out. He'll need to do his own ships. Heavy warships for both players. Hulk's the immediate response from Jordan, maybe anticipating fires. A couple of cup of bars for Jordan, but his pushes feel like they've stalled a bit. More fishing ships for Jordan. Siskan's gotten his Vil count up, and heavy warships is on the way for him. Jordan needs to find a way to hold the water. Docks going down for Siskan, only one dock left. I think with destroying the docks, Jordan may have just done it. And he can destroy the castle, then swap to the TC. Yes, indeed, the ships do seem really good. And with the water, I think Jordan now has this. Chat all typing the GGs, thinking Jordan's forcing the game number 5 as he's raining siege shots upon that castle. And that will fall down. So the answer, can he range this castle, is a resounding yes. And can he range this castle? That's kind of far. I don't think so. Well, he did lose his castles in the south earlier. Oh, on the other side, Siskan saying, nope, I'm going to redock. And Jordan taking all the gold in the middle. And that TC looks like it's hit. The Vil's going down. And bit of a doubt castle here. 100 HP. The fire archers hit the foundation. Now the Vil's going for it. Ballistics is in for Jordan, but for some reason couldn't hit that Vil. Doing a lot of fall. It feels like Hulk is the ship to go for in narrow water. My traction ship out now. Maybe Jordan should be going for the Vils. There are a couple of weak ones there. Docks again. Up for Siskan on the opposite side of the water. Siskan does have maybe a bit more land control. It has the gold in the middle. Fire archers take down the Vils. As the traction treb atop the hill with the denied castle. We'll get a good siege there. Siskan calls the GG, and Jordan forces game number 5. Ties it up 2-2. And wins on Amazonia, his home map. Looks like a very well managed build from him. Getting the boom going while defending. Taking the middle, winning the water. And Siskan not able to come back. So Jordan now forces game 5. Which I anticipate being a Vikings mirror. 163 to 144 KD for Jordan. And his set will go all 5 games. Tied up 2-2. And Andy, hello Andy. Oh, I've gotten 3 Discord tags. Do I have admin stuff to look at? Alright, best map for a decider match. Let's see, so Jordan wins his home map. And that'll be Woo over the Italians. And will this be Viking Mirror? Yes, it will be. Yes, it will be. Fernando de Naranja. Vikings Mirror. So, who's ready for some old school Vikings Mirror AoE 2 action? I've kind of missed seeing these Vikings Mirrors on islands. And Vikings also no demo ships. No demo ships. They do get fires now, and they do get hulks. Hello, Chichoteo. Now, I wonder if we'll see some landings here. We did see a couple of landings in the other sets. I think that makes the map more interesting when there are landings. And let me swap them around on the scoreboard. Here we go. Vikings Mirror. Jordan will be the red Vikings to the southwest. Siscon the blue Vikings to the northeast. And what are we going to have here? There's a house up for Jordan. And probably just to clear 5 vills on wood. Vikings build order with a dock, luring in the Javelina. The question now is front dock versus back dock. See, both players have a gold that's in a pretty decent spot. Blue Vikings OP? The red Vikings are the Eric the Red color, though. This is what you play as in the campaign. Here's the dock. I think Jordan can sail around that, and I don't think that he'll trap the ships here. But forward dock for Jordan, back dock from Siscon. Different approaches here, and we might see a fast castle from Siscon. From what I've seen on the map, I do prefer the fast castle. I do prefer the fast castle from all the games I've seen. Although it does leave you vulnerable to landings. If Jordan wanted to go for a landing from the front dock, that would be a crazy way to play Game 5. Now, Jordan, back in the day when we had tournaments, water was a bit different then, but Jordan would usually pick the water maps, islands, Baltic. Vikings Mirrors is his home map. Rely on his micro and his ability to win the water engagements. There are also some whales here, so you can take the whales and grab some gold. Whales are not in the back, though, so if you're going for a back dock, you're not getting any gold. How's the draft work that we have mirrors? So the first pick in the draft is done in parallel. So for one pick, players can pick the same civ. So 3 fishing ships for Siscon, adding more. And if Jordan wants to go up quickly, 5 on wood is the way to go. He'll be scouting around a bit with his fishing ship, trying to find more fish, maybe a whale, maybe another deep fish, and picking a second dock location. That worked just to face Leary. Jordan builds very awkward. It feels like Jordan is simply going for a fast feudal build. So 21 vills, 4 fishing ships. And kind of old school Viking style. Up to 2 or 3 docks opening with galleys. I don't think in the current water meta that is enough to put pressure on a player who backdocks. With all the fishing ship garrisoning that can go on, the ability to open with fires against galleys. I don't know, maybe Jordan opens with hulks. But no matter what he opens with, Siscon is so far away, he can garrison fishing ships, make the counter ship, and then take a fight. Siscon feels like more of the type of build I'd expect in the current water meta. Couple of houses up. And 1, 2, not looking for a third dock yet, but 8 fishing ships. Jordan, this feels like a classic Vikings triple dock galley build. 4 fishing ships, honestly on the slow side of build orders for water maps. Let's knock out right, yep. Yeah, so we had 20 sets all start at the same time. So they'll be ending at slightly different times. We're in a game 5 here. And Loom on the way for Siscon, doing Loom before going up. It'll be a 1, 2, 3, third dock for him at the front. And fishing ships on the way as double bit axe is clicked for Jordan. Wood upgrade and triple dock fire galleys. Okay, can't quite get the ship out of the third dock yet. And he's doing another fishing ship. Alright, so he is aware Siscon is going for a fast castle. Now the question is, what ships does Jordan end up going for? Does he do more fishing ships now? Does he just try to pump out fires? Will he swap to galleys or hulks? I'm genuinely not sure what to do when you're going to run up against longboats in the long run anyway. And it feels that both fires and hulks should lose to them. Hulk's probably losing a bit harder. And Feudal Age now for Siscon. As Jordan will get forward and start doing some damage to fishing ships, but the damage is basically making them garrison. Not much more that can be done other than forcing garrisons on docks. It's hard to get enough ships forward to push docks at this stage. Jordan's gonna try, though. Disrupting the fish, seeing his opponent 9 minutes in is still in the Dark Age. And he must be pretty confident now that he's against the fast castle. Swapping to galleys himself. And if you're facing longboats, I think you really do need to be heavy on the galleys. But that does mean Siscon then could open fires if he knows Jordan's on galleys. So managing the rock, paper, scissors now is a lot of mind games. And a lot of trying to anticipate correctly what your opponent is up to. No transport ship either for Jordan. Just 4 fires and then pure galleys. Blacksmith on the way for fletching. And there are the hulks. The hulks against the initial fires. Galleys now also less effective at destroying fishing ships than they were in the past. Takes 10 arrows to destroy one instead of 6. And there's fletching for Jordan. Market for Siscon, so he's just about ready to go up with that market. And double bit axe too, double bit axe for Siscon. This looks rough for Jordan. I think so, but to be fair, he is up in ship numbers by virtue of being feudal first, and maybe he can maintain that if he's able to click castle at a decent time. So there's Siscon going up. And now, can Jordan harass the fishing ships? That's 17 fishing ships to 5. And the other day on this map, I think was it Niaz who went for the forward dock fast castle? And just didn't care about pressure at all. Just went for the forward dock. Hulk's closing in on Jordan's galleys, and actually getting a good surround on all of Jordan's navy. Galleys here should wreck the Hulks, but there are a few fires in the front too that might be torn down by the Hulks first. And Siscon doing a good job. Good job microing down against Jordan. And some fishing ships a bit disrupted, but just a bit. As Jordan clicks up, Perez collected, still pretty close so far. But has to hope that the War Galley is the ship to go for, rather than the Hulk, because the Hulks are everything that Siscon has now. Maybe they should make the fires destroy the docks faster? I think they already did a bit, as fires destroy docks pretty quickly now. But no matter what you have in the Feudal Age, though, if you have only 3 or 4 ships, early on, the dock's not going to be threatened. Maybe in late Feudal you can threaten with the galleys. But as long as your opponent has some naval presence, it's hard to have enough ships focused on the dock. So there's Siscon up to the Castle Age, and what do we see? Medium warships, bodkin, or longboats. And it is going to be pure longboats. Now, galley is probably the best ship for fighting the longboats compared to the fires or the hulks. Hulk's already getting in by Jordan's docks. And some hulks going down. And there's the University, ballistics, clinker construction, careening the 3 techs that Siscon's going to want for the longboats. Couple hulks still being peppered down by the galleys, and seeing the Feudal Age hulks, Jordan will take a good guess that he's facing longboats. But military numbers 17 to 10, medium warships on the way, bodkin for Jordan as he's doing a University. And maybe he'll have a numbers advantage. As collected, he is falling behind, though, to all those fishing ships. That's still 5 to 17, even though Jordan is slightly ahead on Vils. Both of them Vikings, so they get the free handcart. Now, ballistics for Siscon. Jordan, medium warships is in. Has bodkin. We'll start attacking a dock, trying to find the longboats that are sailing past. You'll see longboats in his docks, garrison his fish. And the longboats are fast enough, they should probably be able to avoid this fight. And ballistics being the opening tech for Jordan as he sails forward with war galleys. Could maybe destroy a dock here. But so much harder to push into docks now that the fishing ships are garrisoned inside of them for arrow fire. So I can't even hit the fishing ships without ballistics. This is going to be a good fight for Jordan. He has the numbers here still. Siscon needs to group the longboats up. And could be a risk to try to sandwich Jordan on both sides if he doesn't have the numbers. And this is a fight where Siscon doesn't quite have the numbers right now. Jordan doing what he can to micro. Siscon still up 14 fishing ships to 2 as Jordan lost a couple. And Jordan continuing to pump war galleys rather than longboats. Will Jordan now be sandwiched here? There's a couple of longboats out in the open. Maybe Jordan could just pick them off. And he will get some arrow fire on them, forcing Siscon to turn around. Siscon now doing clinker construction for the faster movement speed. There are a couple of longboats going down. Well, ultimately now, Siscon grouped his navy up. He'll take a good fight. And he's doing clinker construction here. Feels like the opening simply put him behind. And another lumber camp for him. In terms of actual villas, he's doing fine. It's the fishing ships that are the difference. And behind in numbers is usually not good for water, but he's adding in longboats. Has to be careful of his villas on the wood, too. Losing a couple of Vills. And how are the numbers in this fight? Jordan could try to take the fight, but Siskon's micro is nice. Dodging some shots. And maybe being forced back if Jordan has the reinforcement advantage though. Feels like that was a decent start to the fight for Jordan. Yes, there are both Vikings. And both going longboats now. Some more longboats for Jordan. 13 to 24 though, still has to rely on his war galleys. And oh, transport ship now for Siskon. 1 Vill on it. Might want to go for a center island. That might also be an option for forward docks to get production closer. There is careening now for Siskon. Careening for Jordan. Both going for that at around the same time. And Jordan microing like he's playing a game of CBA. Doing what he can to dodge shots from Siskon. There's the transport ship, but there's nothing in it. Oh, there's the Vill. Yeah, forward dock for better positioning on the longboat production. And Siskon just pushing. He's pushing into Jordan, trying to take the fight under Jordan's docks. He has the numbers. Jordan has production. Will the production be enough? Will the production be in time? Jordan, 3 more longboats about to pop out of the docks. There they are. He'd sold the stone earlier, losing a Vill. This is all about getting longboats out of the docks in time. These longboats not fighting, but 7 to 13. And it feels like Jordan will call the GG, and Siskon with the fast castle will win the water map. And I wasn't expecting the back dock fast castle to be quite as strong as it has been through the qualifiers, but here it is, FC longboats. And it was impossible to punish this. Jordan was forward, he was under the docks, he was fighting, he had the numbers advantage, but couldn't do anything to stop the fish boom. And only 5 fishing ships himself. It's not like he was up all that late, but behind in longboat production, he's not catching up. So Siskon will do it. Siskon will do it. And 62 to 45 KD for Siskon. Winning as the Vikings over the Vikings in the mirror match. That was his home map. So he certainly had the production bonus, or certainly had the practice of that map to know what to do. And there we go, Vikings over the Vikings. Yeah, I mean, with the garrison of the fishing ships, certainly much easier to get away with the fast castle. So Siskon continues in the bracket, trying to get a spot in the LAN this July. And we can take a look at this round now, as we had, what, 20 games just played, 20 sets just played, and Ad95, thank you for the follow. Let me find the brackets here. You can check out the brackets yourself on the Onamaru website. But the second round prize is that they get to fight Leary. So is that much of a prize? Let's find this bracket. There we are. So this was one of the longer running sets. Glad we got that one. That was a good set. And let's look at the brackets. So Leary won 3-0 over Kasva. Siskon winning over Jordan will face Leary. Tato in the bottom of the bracket, in all likelihood, will face Dragonstar, who will face Paganini, who had gotten the admin win over MBL. So Tato, Dragonstar? Dragonstar's been improving a lot, but Tato now an Onamaru player. I'm sure he's motivated now, but would have to run into potentially Leary. Kind of the worst prize ever, having to face Leary. Does admin win mean? It means that MBL signed up but wasn't able to play, so his opponent advances. In the top, we have Yo over Lix and Vivi over Sorakuma. So Yo will have to knock out all the LY players, it seems, in order to face the winner of Sebastian Nikov. Let's see, Nias took a game against Nikov earlier. Nikov hopefully now recovered from his appendicitis issue earlier. And then Degao Lewis against freaking Andy Dark. I think that might be a set we want to cast, Lewis Degao. ACCM Classic Pro. And didn't see the results here. Vinch, Deduzu, Sato, Prisma. Also, Doubt, Stone Please. Stone Please did win over Barl. Ooh, Stone Please won over Barls. That is one heck of an upset. Stone Please over Barls. And he'll then be facing Doubt. So, Viper, look at the Germans in bracket A. Viper running, Stone Please Doubt. Look at that. Stone Please over Barls, really? That is one heck of an upset. That might be the best upset we've had so far. Yeah, Jordan not carrying his weight for the German team. Yeah, including Viper and the Germans, we can include him there now. So F5, press F5 to pay respects. So we might spoil some of these matchups now. So we'll go look for Lewis Dogao, I think. I think that'll be a good one to cast. And then we'll catch up with whatever else is there. So it looks like Dragonstar 2 over Paganini. He'll probably face Tato then. So the round of 20 starting just about now. And let's go find maybe Lewis Degao. Now let's see where we're at. What bracket was that? It was bracket C. Oh, looks like they're going to be delayed slightly. Dogao's cooking food. Alright, we can grab another set then in the meantime. Maybe we just, we could cast Viper running. We spoiled for game 1, but looks like that got started early. Let's see what is happening. They're probably in their game 2. Or actually, maybe before moving on to the next round, we finish the previous round. It looks like Sato Prisma are in game 5. So why don't we cast that? We'll finish off round 1. Or we'll finish round 2 before going to round 3. I think that makes sense. This will be Sato versus Prisma. Yeah, we'll cast this, and then if Tato's still in Dragonstar, we'll hop into that game. So let me just find the score from this. This is Sato, Prisma. And it's 2-2. I didn't see what the scores were earlier, but we were around 6 minutes into this, and I caught up to real time. As Sato now pressuring Prisma, still in the round of 40 before heading to the round of 20. And if I need to flip the scoreboard around, and let me see what the scores were for their earlier games. So it was Prisma, Sato so far. And this will be Malians against Mongols. There, so Prisma up to Feudal as he's being Men-at-Arm rushed. And we're going to have a classic a classic from this map so far, FC build, but Prisma messing up the market positioning on the hill, not getting the wall up by the mill. The men-at-arms are in, and he has to react with some instant quick walls everywhere to keep the men-at-arms out. And he does get the market and blacksmith up, but the Vills will get in. Will he wall that off in time? He gets the quick gate. No, the Vills on top of the gate. Well, maybe this works out well for him. The men-at-arms now are on the inside, separated from the villagers. And more capybaras coming back to the TC, as that gate will go up. And we have Arson for Sato. And, oh, he's going for another gate. Prisma trapping the men-at-arms in. Trapping everything. And we'll have a tower for Prisma. And, oh, that could be a nasty tower if the gates go up. He needs to make sure he locks the gates. And the tower could kill all 4 men-at-arms and the scout. The Vill's taking some fire from the archers. But that hole in the wall might have been great for Prisma, as he'll stop all of Sato's pressure with this tower. Just garrison and kill everything. A good thing for Sato, though, Prisma not up to the next stage. There are lots of capybaras, but those are not hunt, they're hurtable, so the Mongols don't get any benefit from them. Scout down. And the gates, okay, he deleted the gates slightly too early. Ever so slightly too early, but the scout will maybe finish that off. Oh, if he loses the scout, oh, don't lose the scout. Okay, almost ugly for Prisma. So, here we are, all the Vills on the back for Sato. He's not close to going up, though, as we have Castle Age for Prisma. So Sato hasn't really stopped the FC, but he has done some damage. The golds are fairly forward. He has a tower on one of them, and only 1 gold available now for Prisma, as Sato can pressure that with archers. Is Tato and Onomaru now? Yes, as of yesterday. It was just announced. 6 HP on the scout cav, but at least it's still alive, and the Vills are trying to run out and grab some hidden economy. Will that man-at-arms find the Vills, though? Will he find the Vills? Yes, he will. Sato's paying attention. He'll see the Vills running away, and paying attention indeed he is. He's bringing the archers back. And the attempt at the hidden economy. Ooh, actually, there already are Vills out here in the middle of nowhere. Sato hasn't seen them, and maybe this is actually bad for Sato if he thinks he stopped the hidden economy and doesn't scout for it now. And houses going up for Prisma. Men-at-arms attacking the palisade wall, pushing the Vills back. Archer attacking the villager at the base of the tower. This tower, will it go down? Prisma's up to the castle age. And what's he going to do now that he's up? The men-at-arms from Sato are in. They're pushing through the house. And Sato is still full feudal. He's not getting up anytime soon. There's the siege workshop for Prisma, who's backed into a corner, but also has, at the very least, 3 Vills on gold. He hasn't had any eco upgrades. Double bit axe just coming in. And that workshop on the way up. 3 Vills building it. The Vills are low on HP. The men-at-arms are through. The scout is down. And now, where is Prisma going to take wood? He does not have stone for a tower. At least he has a tower up. He has 14 Vills on wood, but only 37 wood in the bank, so he can't actually build another lumber camp right now. And Sato trying to push through that house. 1 Scorpion is out. Does the Scorpion save the game for Prisma? If Sato can destroy that Scorpion, 1 man-at-arm is down, and now he can just mine enough wood, he can do another lumber camp if he needs to. He has the market. Sato close to going up. More archer. The archers are just gonna run straight through the TC, but there are 2 Scorpions. The archers could go down to the Scorpions. And one Scorpion down. 2 men-at-arms take the Scorpion. The Vil's repaired. Do they hop in the TC? The Scorpion stays alive. All the men-at-arms are down. But Sato getting closer and closer to the next stage. He has over 1,000 more resources collected. And if the archers run, they might find the other Vils on the gold. Ooh, they're so close to seeing that. They need to run just a bit more. And archers hitting the Scorpion. Sato, if he thinks Prisma has no gold, he's wrong. That's the trick on this map, going so far away that your opponent doesn't find you. And it's worked out for Prisma so far, who still has the score lead. Down by 12 Vils, though. Sato adding a scout. Stable, market, and he's about to go up. It's really hard to add farms on this map with the rock terrain. Running around through your TC. Okay, there's a scout. Sato, you are so close to seeing this. So close to seeing it. One tile away and he doesn't see it. He doesn't see it. And he's up to the castle age, though. He is up. 300 score difference. 19 to 7 KD for Prisma, but that's mostly archers and men-at-arms that have been running under the TC. And Prisma, did he make an L one of his own Vils? He must have. It's a 4-0 versus 1-5 eco KD. Got his own kill. The scout will try to block the Mangonel from getting to the TC, but the Scorpion is there, and so are some repair Vils. So Sato will get away. Ooh, dodges the Mangonel shot. Goes for a Vil. That's a weak Vil. But scout will get away. Now a minute 40 away from the next stage is Sato, adding in a few more scouts. Scouts are needed now to ensure the siege push doesn't go forward and hit his own base. 2k more res collected for Sato, and I think he's in a good spot. Question is, what does he do when he's up? He's Malian, so he'll have a good monk rush if he wants to go monasteries. Redemption monks could be an option here. He sees there isn't much food for Prisma to do light cav. Another option would just be do a TC and boom. He hasn't scouted much, so he doesn't know where the other golds are. He has a Vil coming forward. Will that Vil see the gold miners? And he will see the gold miners, and he'll do an outpost there, and Sato immediately going to jump them with the scout. The whole thing is rock terrain, you can't build anything. I actually did that while debugging this map earlier today. The game crashed. And that should be a couple of dead Vils. We'll see if Prisma maybe can quick wall. There's Sato up to the castle age. Bloodlines and foraging on the way. And he could go double stable knights. That's an option for someone who doesn't have monks and is struggling for gold. Foraging bloodlines, we'll see if we get +2 armor. And there's a forward workshop for Sato with an outpost up. So outpost on all sides. That'll be great for making sure that Prisma doesn't slip out to more resources. And I think Sato's in a much better spot with the KD now propping up Prisma's score. So double ranges for Prisma. Looks like he'll try to go Cav Archers. If he can amass a large number of Cav Archers, then maybe he's got a shot. He can fully wall everything. Okay, there's another kill. Prisma with 2 eco kills, both of which are his own. Those poor villagers. Bill's fighting the scout away. Knights attacking the Mangonel. Vill's trying to repair. And the Mangonel goes down to the Knight. Jordan won. He did not. It was 3-2 Siscon. Mangonel attacking the house. Now some Cav Archers are out. That makes it a bit more interesting again. Oh, nice shot on the Cav Archers, though. Good Mangonel shot. And good attack. Ground 2. Oh, it was great for Sato as he takes the score lead. Repairs on the Mangonel, getting some monks now. And he wants to control this gold. No gold, no Cav Archers. Nice shot on the Vils. And I think Sato is carrying this to victory. There he goes. And he will win what apparently was a very back and forth set. We only saw the final game, but what a game that was. We'll win the Feudal versus FC Phosphoro strat, where Prisma tried to go FC with the Mongols. Look at that military graph. One military until the scout is killed. And, well, that's a better eco. That's what you expect. You do enough pressure, you prevent the castle age. 13-minute castle age, which would be around 16 minutes. Add in the extra 2.5 minutes from the 9-vil start. GG. Yeah, with 118% efficiency on eco kills, what's that? Yep, so if you kill your own units, it actually boosts your score. Could be some very silly thing to do in a score victory situation, but... Anyway, there we go, Sato over Prisma. That's not the right drafts, that was the previous set. We just hopped right into that. So, let's see if Degala Lewis are any closer. If not, we cast something else. Let's see what else is going on. Looks like Degala Lewis isn't starting yet. We could do... Viper running. And just jump into that in the middle. There's also is Yo Vivi going on. We could do Yo Vivi. Well, they have to start by 17 GMT. So as long as they start by then, they're fine. Well, let me see if Yo Vivi is ongoing now. As we cast that, we can always do some Rex. Yeah, let's do Yo Vivi, and then if you need to go do Rex for other sets, we'll do some Rex of other sets. That way we don't miss anything. Or there's also Tato Dragonstar. That is in... Oh, that's just starting. Or, wait, where is that? That's in game 2. Yeah, let's do Yo Vivi. We'll do Yo Vivi. That is just starting now, and then we can do some Rex of other sets after this one. So let me grab their drafts. And I'll try to cast all the Onimaru players with Rex after this, then. I'm always curious when Yo plays against the other LY players. I don't know if he still does it, but in the past, he had been doing their drafts for them. Does Yo just draft against himself? I don't think he does, but that would be not the most crazy thing I've ever seen. So, also, again, thank you everyone for watching here and on Onimaru. Looks like Dave is back. Yeah, Dave's doing Dragonstar Tato. Mem's doing Viper running, so we'll do Yo Vivi. Those other sets are being covered now. So, again, thank you everyone. Go give the Onimaru channel a follow. Help get some followers there before we get to the actual LAN event. And looks like we're at 1,297 followers on the Onimaru channel, so if you follow soon, you could be follower 1,300. Oh, we just gotta follow. 1,298 followers. So just waiting for Yo Vivi. They're both in the lobby. And should be getting started shortly. Vivi, I would expect to try to pick some crazier maps in Vilfight. He did have Monte Pascual and Amazonia. Lansoymeo and Jensis, Nia showed, can be a Vilfight map. Vivi also with the Chinese. Maybe that gives him an advantage with the home pick. Mapuche is the very first civ for Yo. Also taking the Vikings when we don't have the islands map in the map pool. So no idea where he's going to use them, but I have been thinking they should be good for Lansoymeo and Jensis. For men-at-arms plus a good fish boom and wheelbarrow handcart being useful. Mapuche is the very first pick, and Mongols at the end of the draft is crazy. Will be the next team tournament? Ask Arbase. The league should be starting soon. Alright, and here we are, getting started here. It'll be Maya versus Shu. And it took a minute to load in, but here we go. And it looks like we'll have one player going right to the middle, Yo heading straight to the middle of the map. Oop. I reversed the scoreboard when I didn't need to. The red-blue got me. Caught off guard. So immediately we have a barracks and a drush from Vivi, as Yo will be heading to the middle. Could this be FC Plumes against FC War Chariots? Thank you, Greasy Gemisi, for the follow. And let me just get Vivi's name set up on the scoreboard, so we can see that this is Vivi on the score. So Yo versus Vivi. Yo beat Lix earlier. Vivi over Sorokuma. And Yo has a house denied with the early drush, the early Maya drush from Vivi. No lumber camp, just taking the straggler trees. And he is forward with an eagle and some militia. Yeah, where's Yo's scout? Yo's scout's nowhere to be found as Yo has to wall in his lumber camp. The militia got in. And the scout picked up a couple of capybaras, but Yo needs to go deal with this now. Right in on the woodline. Does Yo have loom? He does have loom. Had to do loom as the shoe. And maybe he wanted to take some of those deer in the middle, but no can do now, as the drush is in the back of his base. However, the drush, can it get more damage done? Yo did manage successfully to wall the woodline. And militia and eagle will go to try to attack the house now. As we'll have loom for Vivi. And mining camp out here for Yo. Going for the back gold. That does feel safer. So will the Shu be an FC civ? Could Vivi even go... He even skipped loom as the Maya. You can do that on the 9-bill start. Up to the feudal age. So this will be a fast feudal build for him. No mill until after he clicks feudal. And an attempt to deny the FC from Yo, who still is adding vills at 21 vills. Yo will go to the outside of his walls to repair the house and try to keep the militia and eagle on the inside. Those Dark Age houses have -2 melee armor, so they do go down very quickly. But 1 vill still is enough to repair against 2 militia and an eagle. Now, if we have an archery range forward from Vivi, or even just archers anywhere to get in, they should break through the house quickly. Yo's still scouting, trying to pick up more capybaras, and Vivi's showing the downside of the forward, where you don't have that same scouting. You don't have the same number of herdables under your TC. Now, long distance mine some gold? Might not even go for a mining camp, might just go for a range. Also doesn't have a scout to prevent Yo from grabbing the capybaras now. They can just go straight to the TC. And palisade wall from Yo. And capybaras on their way in. And there's Vivi up to the feudal age. As Eagle and the militia still try to push through the house. Double bit axe on the way for Vivi, and we'll have a market for Yo, house, and a bit of walling. So militia probably can get out soon. But Yo's FC, not disrupted all that much, doesn't quite have the wood for the blacksmith. And the militia and Eagle will just try to get out by that house. That is walled by the papaya tree. Is that actually walled? Maybe that's just the elevation change? Is there an elevation? No? That doesn't look walled to me. Either way, they'll destroy the house, market blacksmith walling them in. And Vill's coming forward for Vivi. Scout for Yo moving around. We'll find the spear or maybe get distracted by it. Vivi will try to tower that gold. Yo doesn't have town watch, but is up to the castle age. And we'll face a forward tower on his gold. So FC from Yo is the shoe. FC war chariots. We've seen it on this map. And, ooh, tower from Vivi. That'll actually help him break in. Hard to wall behind this with the rock terrain. And we'll have another palisade for Yo. There's the tower. And defensive tower for Yo behind this. House goes down to the militia. TC hits the archer. And tower goes up. But with that defensive tower, I think Yo should be fine. He can go to the forward gold now. Vivi will have to control that with archers. The good thing for Vivi is having the militia out here, he'll see if Yo tries to run this way for gold. Yeah, it does feel super late for the tower. There's fletching. I don't know if he'll be able to hold the tower in the tower war. At the very least, he's content that Yo doesn't have gold right now. But Yo does have a market. Since Yo had to do the tower, he won't be able to sell stone for gold. Moving out to the papaya trees. And Vivi doing everything he can to control the gold. Scouting the archer as the spear comes over. And workshop at the front for Yo. Hills have to repair the tower. Archer pops out. Low HP scout. Archers could kill the scout. And I think that'd be great. Oh, the archer goes down just before the scout does. And Yo wisely brings the scout back on 3 HP. Oh, but it goes down to the tower shot anyway. Doesn't bring it back far enough. But Mangonel. Ooh, is the Mangonel the right choice rather than a war chariot? He was maybe thinking of cleaning the tower. Flip the scoreboard. Oh, I need to save after I flipped it. Wait. Oh, thank you. I changed the colors earlier, and the colors messed me up. Thank you. Ooh, how did that Mangonel not kill archers there? Now, Viper series? I think someone else is already casting Viper running, but we'll go and do that as Rex later. I caught this one because we were right at the start of it. Oh, there's the Mangonel shot. There's the Mangonel shot.
Shot it.
Oh, eagles. Killed by the war chariot. As the Mangonel comes forward. And the vills will be pushed off of the gold. Can't wall the front. Yep, can't wall over the rock terrain. And also have to be careful how you wall the sides of your base because the rock runs all the way to the forest. So there is a mining camp for Vivi on the gold. He's trying to go Eagle Scouts now. Do Eagle Scouts fight War Chariots? I wouldn't think so. Then again, I might be wrong. Mangonel gets a hit on the Eagle. Eagle has to keep running away. The Eagle is out. And the tower goes up. Tower up for Vivi. Did I go to London? Yes, I did. And now how do you fight the War Chariots if you have Vivi here? The only thing you can do is delay till Castle Age, but even then, what's the answer? Try to amass Eagles and hope Castle Age Eagles, you get Squires, Eagle Warrior, Armor, then take the fight? I know Knights can do okay against War Chariots, but they also can die to War Chariots. And oh, is there a hole in the back? It looks like there's a hole by the blacksmith. And even by the house, maybe. Back of Vivi's base, wide open. Has to try to dodge the Vills, and he's going to go for a tower defense. But downside is the forward Mangonel. No, Colin got his own ticket when he was biking here. He had stopped in a bike lane to look at a map on his phone or something and got ticketed. So Castle Age for Vivi. Will he get there, though? 3 Mangonels attacking the TC. And it's gonna be a lot of wood, regardless. Had to do another barracks. 70% up. I think this... Oh, wait, he's out of wood, though. He's out of wood. He's out of wood. He needs to keep preparing. Still 30 seconds away. If Yo had a 4th Mangonel, he doesn't have any more Mangonels. Eagles inside the TC. The War Chariots could even help out. At the same time, Archer's trying to get in, but they'll be slaughtered by the War Chariot in the back. Yo walled them out. Nicely done. The Eagles pop out to attack the Mangonels. The TC is down under 400 HP. The War Chariots protect the remaining Mangonels, and Vivi does make it to the Castle Age. Repairville for Yo. If the Eagles didn't snipe that Mangonel, he might not have made it up, and Yo will keep besieging the TC. He's not done yet. He's forcing Vivi to spend so much wood repairing that. 9 Vills on wood, though. Not enough, and Vivi gives it up. And he's going to hope that Eagles in the Castle Age now are enough to deal with War Chariots. He does have a clandestine... Oh, Vivi, though. Vivi. He's been mining stone this whole time. He's been mining stone. He has a clandestine economy in the right, on the eastern side of the map, on the stone, and he's going to drop a castle on Yo's face, right on Yo's 2 gold mines. Yo, though, he's got a 2nd TC. He'll be getting his own castle soon. He has more War Chariots. I don't think Plumed Archers are the unit for fighting War Chariots. And I don't see a path towards a guard tower for Vivi, which might be a way to stop the Mangonel push. Vivi's going to be pushed off of his golds. But there's the castle. Let's go. Vivi with the forward castle, bringing some capybaras with him. And we'll cover both of the gold mines as the Eagles loop around. Or a chariot on the way. And that castle going up. Does he stop this? Is there a way Yo stops this? He's bringing the rest of his War Chariots and Mangonels back. This might be a doubt castle from Vivi. Eagles go down to the War Chariots. This isn't going up. This is not going up. Yo also mining his own stone. He can do a castle drop soon. Vivi's 0 TC gaming and just had his castle denied. And... Oh, that's Yo's TC. I thought that was Vivi's for a second. No, that's Yo's TC. Phil's going down to the War Chariots. Our Chariots killing some more Vills. And foraging on the way for Vivi. At least the war chariots can't hit the Vils. Vivi's running away. Might run into a Jaguar. Oh, that's a weak Vil. The Jaguar gets the kill. Go, Jaguar. Oh, it's not chasing the weak Vil. Vivi needs to block the Jaguar with a Capybara now. Oh, it's changing Vils. Has a high HP one, though. Oh, the Jaguar went for the wrong Vil. Now the Vil is 1 HP and he lives. Okay, he'll turn and fight with the high HP Vil. Jaguar down. Yo, getting the TC up. So 3 TCs versus 0. I think this is working for Yo. I think Yo will have this game. Vivi's farm's expiring. Remember, you can't even rebuild your TC on the starting location. Because there's rock terrain there, so your starting farms get very awkward. So Mangonel takes down the outpost, and more eagles will die to the war chariots. That's a 38 to 6 KD. Now, Jordan lost to this strategy too. FC Shu war chariots. It feels... I don't know, I saw Phosphor around yesterday. To me, it feels like the best strategy to do against the Shu FC is just a mirror FC. Because Castle Age units, you get Mangonels out, they wreck the war chariots. It feels like you're in a much better position to fight them in the Castle Age than the Feudal Age. Especially since the Shu are not a redemption civ. So either Mangonels, redemption monks, something in the Castle Age to fight them. The Mangonel's down. An eagle comes over, dodges the Mangonel shot to go chase the Mangonel. And the eagle goes down. Mangonel goes down too. Our war chariots run around as the eagle comes forward and gets taken down by the war chariots. Eagle's in. And low HP Vils, will they be able to find kills being chased by the war chariot? Lots of low HP Vils scattered around here. But I don't think the eagles will have much luck. They're just going to run back into the jungle. Down the jungle path. And try to hide in the forest as the war chariot chases them down. Vivi does have a TC, and he's mining more stone. He's going to go for another castle drop. Vivi's not done castle dropping yet. He's got something else crazy planned. The eagles are cleaned up. The front of Vivi's base now just being completely destroyed by everything Yo has. Some Huiguang Cav added in, wanting to clear the barracks to clear the eagles. Vivi has stone for a castle again. Where is he going to put it? He has some capybaras under the TC, so he doesn't need... Oh, he's doing a defensive castle. That's not the Vivi I know. I thought the castle would be over here. Okay, Vivi gonna hold on as long as he can. And, Kneep Kid, thank you for the follow. We go on Cav forward, they get Mangonelled. Vivi is very dead. Very much so. And there's the GG, and Yo takes it for game number 1. Are Lewis and DeGao starting? I do have a feeling this will probably be a 3-0 for Yo. We can move on to Lewis DeGao. That's what I wanted to do in the first place. Alright. If we have time later, we'll come back and do this as Rex. But we'll on the Onamaru channel, we'll focus on the Onamaru players. So it looks like Lewis DeGao should then be starting in a moment. Do we have the drafts for that? We do have the drafts for that. Get their drafting now. And throw their drafts up. Oh, hello, Hornet Wing. Yes, it was nice to meet you the other day, too. Oh, thank you for the Prime sub.
Attila, That boar would have killed me had you not intervened. Pity that none will ever learn of your loyalty. Archers, attack!
Alright, so just about 17 GMT, and we're getting started with Lewis versus Dogal. They're finishing their draft. I'll take a quick break myself, and then we'll get started. Alright, thank you, Viper, for the raid. We're about to get started here with Lewis versus DeGao. Nice background. Oh, thank you. That's all credits to, I don't know how to say his name, Akame or Akame, for doing the backgrounds for us. Thank you, Viper. Hope you've enjoyed the map so far. And just about finished with the draft here. Yeah, so we have 10 sets going on right now. your ex-fellowship DeGao. Now in Onamaru, along with Viper and with pretty much everyone else these days, as Tato just joined yesterday too. We have a mirrored Italians pick as the very first pick, with Vikings being banned. DeGao picked our water map, Fernando de Noronha, as one of his home maps. Also Amazonia. We'll have our Arabia map, essentially, Sertao as our first map. Italians versus Italian Civ win, if we get to that map. So what civs are we going to guess for this one? Maybe the Maya, even, for DeGao here. Feels like it should be Magyars for Lewis. Perhaps Malians? Would Malians with camels be a counter to Magyars? I guess it depends if you want to play this first map as a scout map or a skirm map. I mean, 20 minutes in the Team Empire Wars queue. Sometimes the queue can bug out if you're there that long, especially if people are dodging. And there we go. Now we have a lobby. DeGao's previous map, Festa de Polvara. I don't know if he was practicing that or just had to play it. Tato also joined Onamaru. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Late AoE. Tato is officially Onamaru as of yesterday. Announced that on their podcast. So all the former tyrants now. Even Riot had played with the Onamaru players last summer. Fire was there. Just needs Slam and Backed now. Let me make sure I got both the... Yeah, I do have both the updates there. Let's go DeGao. So even if DeGao does lose, there's one... Or if either player loses, there's another qualifier next week, and DeGao would be eligible to play in the international qualifier if he doesn't qualify in the first two. And thank you, Blake the Snake, for the follow. So this is our Onamaru mirror matchup, I guess. Lewis and Dagao, both teammates, playing against each other. And very different map pool favorites. The watery maps for Dagao, more land maps for Lewis. Although he did ban Vale de Selva. Chose the fish booming map of Araucarias. Only Cab retired. We need Hailing Grunt and Cab on Onamaru now. ACCM and Classic Pro are playing Festa da Pulvora. I really want to see the barrel map. We'll have to check that set out just so we can watch that wreck. Do that later. We got some Brazil people in the YouTube chat too. Araucarias is a map based on your state, Parana. I totally pronounced that wrong. Yeah, they're these big trees. They have a seed called a pinhao. It's delicious to eat in winter. Just random trivia. Cab will give strict. Oh, Cab! I can't imagine Cab doing that type of video. That'd be amazing. Okay, looks like they're still in the lobby, from what I can tell. Don't know if there's any lobby chat going on between the two of them. If it's deep and empty. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm still working on getting the map names right. I need some time before you start throwing more, more Brazilian regions at me. Yeah, getting the map names pronounced right is right on my to-do list after fixing some bugs in the maps. I still see them in the lobby. Dagao may be eating the food he'd prepared earlier. When I'm in Brazil, I need to be dressed as a Tupi during the tournament. I mean, sounds like the costume will be more appropriate for the time period than the Red Bull sailor costumes, so sounds good. Grunt and Coven? Grunt was, it was Kalen and Grunt in Tyrant, I think, the original one. Coven wasn't. Well, wasn't that Halen, Grunt, Cab, and Doubt, I think? That first roster. Yeah, I'm just... Let me double check that we didn't just, like, bug out on the dashboard in the lobby and that they're actually going. I can check their scheduling chat. Oh, no, we go. Failed to download match content, thanks, DE. Alright, we're good this time. And Malians for Dagao, Magyars for Lewis. We'll have a 2-minute spec delay, and then we'll get started. Thank you, John Slow, for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Clown raid. Yes, the GOAT himself playing. You're raided into a Lewis DeGao match. Unfortunately, DeGao banned the 2 clown maps. Didn't want to deal with the exploding gunpowder barrels. I did predict the civs correctly then. Magyars, Lewis, Malians, DeGao. In terms of their elos, their ladder elo is pretty darn close. 2698 for DeGao, 2675 for Lewis. What can you see? Dragonstar games? Dragonstar's playing Tato. I'm not sure if anyone's casting them. I saw Dave and Mem both casting too. Not sure what sets they're all moving on to. Okay, we have 10 sets happening at the same time, so hopefully there are people covering different sets. And we're 15 seconds away from DeGao Lewis getting started. Italians obviously for the water map, but where they use the other civs, I think Magyars, Malians may be clear for this map. If Lewis goes Goths for Araucarias, that'd be pretty cool because of the free loom and fighting over the boars. This is live. This is very live. We waited for DeGao to cook his food. And here we are. Lewis will be the red Magyars to the west. DeGao the blue Malians to the east. 3 Javelinas, and for DeGao, they are towards the back of the map. The map is extraordinarily wide open with these acacia trees for the player wood lines. Looks like DeGao stacked behind each other. And the front of DeGao's base, very open. But he does maybe still have a decent map because one of his golds is near the wood line and 1 tower should protect both of them. Lewis, a bit more balanced, but doesn't really have the same gold near a wood line. Ah, he does over here, so maybe that's still fine. That one is pretty far away, but by a hill. Decent gold there, but again, a hill in front. On this map, there are these pits with cracked terrain at the bottom. Should be able to TC there later on if you want to, but pretty risky. And players can also push in the Rhea. They'll have Javelinas reskinned. If you saw them in AOC, they looked exactly the same as a boar other than the name. Now they have new graphics and also a bit less food, only 300 compared to 340. So I give players 3 of them on this map. This will be very open. Magyars. We have seen scouts play into heavy scouts. We've also seen men-at-arms. Against the Malians, going with scouts is a bit of a risk because you could run into camels if the Malians get up to the castle age. Wood discount for the Malians should give them a good bonus early on. Magyars, usually they do like the heavy scouts because of the scout discount, otherwise they don't really have an eco bonus other than free forging. But that forging also can be used for men-at-arms rushes. And forward barracks, so barracks pre-mill drush from DeGao by the looks of it. They'll queue up a house right after the barracks. Hope he gets the house up in time. Oh, 2 reels and loom. So maybe this isn't a drush then. Maybe this will just be a men-at-arms rush. And there's a Javelina taken by Lewis under the TC. We'll have Lewis doing the mill. And that could just be a simple scouts opening from him if he's doing a mill. 2 on wood does feel like a fast feudal scouts, so 19 pop scouts with loom. A bit of extra food for it. And if you are Magyars against men-at-arms, getting 1 spear out and doing a few scouts early with the free forging can be nice. And nowadays, since the change that horse collar applies retroactively, you still get a bit of food added to your farms if you have the farms already constructed. You don't have to click horse collar right away. You have a bit more freedom to get the spearmen created as you go for the scouts build. And militia from the barracks for DeGao. And this is our Onimaru teammate match, where potentially facing freaking Andy, another one of their teammates. If they win this, it'll be Andy versus Dark on the other side of this bracket. And Lewis, who came so close to qualifying for Red Bull, but fell just short to MBL, then to Viper and Barles. Well, I guess he did win against Barles, but mainly to Viper. We'll be looking to qualify here, and I think being in the same bracket as Andy and skipping Leary, skipping Viper, some of the very top players, I think gives him the best shot he has. So Militia coming in from Degao. Lewis notices in time to turn around. And Degao up to the Feudal Age. He's up just a bit faster, but now Forging is in on Lewis's Scout, so he would win the Scout fight one-on-one against Degao. And will he still go for the Stable? Yes, he will. So Stable, even though he sees the Men-at-Arms, will not opt for the early range. He has to make sure his berries are properly palisaded. We have Pineapple Bushes. These are reskinned berries. And double-bit axe for Lewis. So Degao, nice and simple economy management. Opening with a range immediately after the Men-at-Arms. Spear comes out for Lewis, that Forging Spear to try to poke the Scout away. Takes a few hits from the Men-at-Arms, but at the very least will chase them away from the Palisade too. If they're chasing him, they're not attacking anything. And now the question is, how quickly does Lewis put down a range after the Stable? Does he invest into any farms, or does he stay trying to poke the Spear into the Scout? Gets hit again by the Men-at-Arms. Now he has some Forging Scouts running around Degao's base. First goal will be to try to find any archer that isn't defended by a Spear. Stop it from coming forward, as Degao just now goes for the mill. Needs to make sure he gets that up in time before he runs out of food under the TC, so he'll be able to seed farms. Floating a bit of wood now, because he hasn't had the mill for farms. And Men-at-Arms come forward. Want to fight the Scout. Box formation around the Spear. I always love to see the box formation. I know they're pointing that out. I think Sebastian did it all the time. During the Red Bull cast, even in late game. Now the Men-at-Arms didn't do much initial damage. And Lewis able to get Scouts and Skirms. A bit of a lag spike there. Able to get Scouts and Skirms out. As another house goes up for Lewis. And the Skirms start wandering around. Hello, Ducks. How you doing, Ducks? And defensive tower on the wood line for Lewis. Now the question is that necessary? But because the Scout didn't take any damage from the Spear, the Skirms won't be able to keep the archers away. No fletching yet for the archers, but at the other side, Lewis is trying to get it on the berries. Degao will try to block the Scouts in and get the Spears over, and Lewis will get one Vil, but at the cost of 2 Scouts. Good defense from Degao, positioning the Vils to block the Scouts. Meanwhile, Lewis trying to get the tower up as fast as he can, trying to use the Skirms as well as he can. There's a Spear in there from Degao. And I'll have a farm for Lewis. That is a dangerous farm forward by the mill. I'd have still wanted it by the TC, but Lewis avoiding the front of his base for farms so far. Trying to keep them to the back. And Skirms taking down archers. Archers down. Scouts just about killing Degao's Scout. Ooh, Lewis probably should have stayed in for one more hit. Will he get the hit? Okay, he gets it anyway. Keeps that Scout alive. And the Men-at-Arms still practically untouched by the Skirms. But Degao will swap over for a Stable. Seeing the Skirms, might want to go for a Scout transition himself. Lewis running a marathon to get some wood. Can't quite afford another lumber camp yet. Trying to keep the Vils working as he does more farms. And not producing anything right now. A bit tight on the economy. It's now 11 military to 8, but 8 of those are Skirms in the back. Skirms so far should be able to fend this off. And Lewis will probably camp the TC a bit with the Skirms and maybe look to scout forward with a very weak Scout, even with Forging. Probably won't be able to pick off anything but the lowest of HP of villagers, but still can observe and get some scouting information. See how Degao's wood line is receding. And skirms now can pick some archers. 3 vills ahead for Lewis, but you're right. More res collected for Degao, as Lewis has been idling, running marathons, and in general reacting more to the men-at-arms than Degao's had to react to the scouts. And Lewis running into the men-at-arms a bit. And now Degao focusing on the scouts, wanting to stay heavy feudal. With 3 scouts, 1 will probably die if Degao focuses it properly, but they will pick off a vill. Meanwhile, the scouts and men-at-arms for Lewis moving forward. Men-at-arms takes some TC fire as they try to kill some skirms. But 2 of them go down. Overall, I think that's an okay trade for Lewis. At the same time, though, he lost 2 scouts, and he's being very aggressive with his scouts and not controlling them, not controlling the scouts, probably on aggressive stances. He's starting to fight at home. This has been a good couple of minutes for Degao, despite losing the men-at-arms. Now Lewis trying to charge the archers with the skirms. The archers are fairly low, but they dodge. Can Lewis get another archer kill? Gets a volley of javelins into 1. Degao, no upgrades on the scouts, trying to fight the vills, and he gets one. So 3-2 Eco KD lead for Lewis, but army lead for Degao starting to climb. And if the scouts can take down the skirms, things are still okay for Lewis. The men-at-arms attacking the spear, as are the archers. Lewis doesn't get a poke on the scouts. And the skirms can clear that man-at-arms, fletching on the way. But the army number is growing, and this is a scout and archer army that should be able to kill vills. And Lewis chopping the acacia trees, doing another lumber camp, moving slightly away from the tower, out of the zone where he'll defend from all the archers. Lewis is fletching himself. The tower does give him more area to camp his skirms. Seville goes down. Skirms will be trying to fight the rest of the archers. Archers have to flee. Tower hitting the scouts. Scouts go down. And that tower, useful, but also causing idle time for Lewis. Res collected are still very, very close. And when we get to the castle age, that makes me think, is Degao selling stone? Crossbows are the option for him. Camels are a good option against the Magyars. This is Degao seeing the Civ draft of Lewis and anticipating Magyars for this map while going Malians for a counterpick. Archers down. And low HP scout again for Lewis. He's not focusing the archer. Trying to get the light cav, or the scout cav down. Maybe realizing he can catch the archer later. Outpost, as we see all the time from Lewis. Loves his outposts. And he should have town watch. Yep, he has town watch. And mining the forward gold. So, still looking at the map, I'm thinking opportunity for tower here between the gold and the wood line would probably be the safest spot for Lewis. But maybe he could save that for a TC spot later. Why do they counter Magyars? I think it's mostly a decent eco with the wood discount on buildings, plus camels, and the fact that he can go crossbows and have an early ballistics timing too. Universities work 80% faster. So wood discount for the university, it works faster, so you can get a very good ballistics timing with your crossbows. Degao's also a player who likes to play crossbows in the feudal to castle transition. I've seen that a lot in his Huns Wars in the past. Some players, especially these days, might be greedy and wait just to do cav archers. He likes to have a unit on the way up, and he'll be getting value from them, as Lewis not only does he have to bring his skirms back, but he'll have to run vills away from that front gold mine. And Degao gets the kill, keeps the scout alive, and kills a spear to boot. Are Malian longswords the counter to cav archers? I don't think so. But you never know. Siege tower longswords these days might be able to do anything. So there's Bodkin, crossbow clicked for Degao as he's up first. He's, getting some value under the tower even. That is a very, very nearly depleted wood line for Lewis as his vill is trapped on the inside of that wood line, but the skirms will save her. She's got to chop herself out. No weak vills there. Without ballistics, Lewis can run. Crossbow not finished yet. And the lack of crossbow this late is rough for Degao, so he got some value with the timing, up by 5 vils. And now with crossbow can fight feudal skirms until they get either elite or armor. He wants to have the extra range, but Bodkin's just in. So now it's only 1 extra range. And Degao might just have to run now. He has more crossbows coming over. Knight for Lewis, and Degao could lose his army here. That's a very low HP scout, and the knight will finish that off. Nice job to keep chasing the crossbows and not get distracted by the scout. Bloodlines for Lewis, so that does make me think triple range Magyar Cav archers. Magyar Hussar or Farimba Light Cav? The Magyar Hussars definitely are the stronger unit, especially with the ability to pick off siege. Farimba Light Cav are nice, but they still die pretty well, and against the potential Cav archer civ with recurve bow, they'd be dying very quickly. I think the question for Degao now is how can he leverage the stable and go double gold composition? Either knight crossbow or camel crossbow, or some knight camel mixture. Monastery for Lewis, as it looks like he wants to prioritize relics. And wheelbarrow plus padded archer armor for Degao. Still ahead in Vils, starting to pull ahead in Eco, 1k ahead. And this is where the Malians are maybe a bit smoother to play than the Magyars. The camels would be an option against a very heavy scout play, but now he's relying on the Eco and the crossbow numbers as he's adding in now, what's that, a 3rd range. And still he has that university bonus to work with. He doesn't have... Let's see, he has ballistics now, so we saw the early ballistics now paying off for him. And there's that university in the back, and more lumber camps. He sold the stone earlier, so hard to add in additional TCs. Would have to buy the stone or mine it. But since he's kept the pressure forward the entire game, with the men-at-arms, with the good Dark Age economy, he's forced Lewis to be the one doing the tower. Didn't have to do the tower himself. Now we can see Lewis trying to dodge ballistics. Again, it's a situation where I think being able to stagger the crossbow shots would be useful. There is bowsaw for Lewis. As the crossbows run forward, Monk's healing up the crossbows, and the Monk goes down. Monk goes down, and now Degao trying to control the hill with the crossbows. Cav archers will have more HP. They will be the stronger unit, especially with the bloodlines, but not as much range, and Thumb Ring about to come in for Degao. And in this dancing, I think, is really when you want the 2 groups of crossbows trying to shoot at different intervals. But Cav archer down, and Degao will be bringing some knights around the top of Lewis's base. That tower doesn't defend anything now. All the wood has been chopped. Lewis wants a TC down in the pit by the stone. Degao doing a TC by another wood clump at the top. Ballistics. I'm glad he can still dodge ballistics. Oh, wouldn't want to be in the AoE4 projectiles. Nice for Degao all the way in the back. Lewis will know they're there from the outpost. Another outpost up for Lewis. Vil picked by crossbows. TC hitting crossbows along with the tower. Vil dodging the crossbows a bit. As the Cav archer is getting sniped in the back. Oh, but they run under... Crossbows run under another tower. Only 1 arrow, though. No garrison. And Cav archers going down while they try to fight the crossbows. And Cow trying to hit different Cav archers. Split up against the ballistics. There we go. He's taking a decent fight. We'll lose the crossbows, but decent enough fight there. And 1 crossbow left. That village is walking by casually. Like, hey guys, don't shoot me. Just passing. In the back, 1 spear for Lewis. Not really threatening anything, but Degao, with the earlier TCs, slight Vil lead, 58 to 57. He has wheelbarrow too. No wheelbarrow for Lewis. And there's bowsaw now for Degao. Knights running around. This is where Cav starts to fall off against Cav archers. And the Cav archers have a bit more mobility. Did I script the maps? Yes, I did. Brutality. Yes, I did. Would it have been a map bug on the map with the 2 whalefish? There's a small island. Which map with the whales? There are a couple maps that... There are 3 maps that have whales. There aren't any per player whales, but it's something I could look at rebalancing slightly if we have unfair generations. And elite skirm for Degao. Town center up on the gold 2. And TC on another gold. We'll have a lumber camp on a wood line here in the middle of the map. And outpost here sniped by crossbows. Outpost goes down. Cav archers on their way forward. Hopping in the TC. And this could be a good raid. No ballistics though. Without ballistics, Degao should be able to run decently. Back to the TC and he doesn't even lose a Vil. Showing how important ballistics is, and Degao will run away from the stone. Trying to hide the Vils as best he can. Has to be careful of another Vil heading there. And Lewis somehow doesn't see her, but oh, he doesn't run the Vils far enough to the TC. This could be a few dead Vils for Degao. Finally a good raid for Lewis. And that'll help even up the Vil count just a bit. This is 3 TCs for both players now. Siege Workshop for Lewis. Alright, well I'll check that map later. And we're always open to tweaks and stuff. Don't want to make big balance changes during the qualifiers, but we can always make adjustments. This is the first time we're seeing the map, so there are bound to be some small issues like that. Skirms forward for Degao. As crossbows and knights for him are over in the corner. And forward castle. Oh, does Lewis one-shot to the castle? Lewis? Ooh, almost. The Mangonel blocks it. Oh, Lewis almost had that. He needed to be shooting 1 tile back, and I think he would have one-shot the castle. But Degao keeps the stone. He keeps the stone. And he splits against the Mangonel. Ballistics on the way for Lewis. He's been needing that for a while. Degao going to focus the repair vills on of the Mangonel. And then focus the Mangonel, but tank a shot. Mostly skirm, so they won't do much damage to the Mangonel. Might even want to focus on the Cav archers, especially with the Repairville, but Degao losing the army there. He wanted that castle on the hill, but not going to get it. Nice shot on the Vils. Cav archers kill a knight. And a couple of archery ranges for Degao. TC killing the Vil. And that is a Mangonel shot on the skirms. And on the crossbows. Oh, nice Mangonel shot from Lewis, finally. And Degao trying for another castle. But Lewis has the Mangonel there. Degao falling back. And he's not going to get that castle up. He's not going to get the castle up. Remember, this TC downhill and on the cracked terrain. That'll go down quickly to Mangonels. This is Huang's dream right here. How did that shot miss everything? Not a single bit of HP lost. Mangonel against Skirm still, so Degao the score lead. He's up by 6k res collected, but still struggling against this Mangonel pressure from Lewis. Castle maybe should have just been in the back. A couple of Gebettos even to fight the Mangonels. Mangonel at the top of the hill hit. At the bottom of the hill, cleared by the other Mangonel. Vils go to repair. And Vils Vil's now making a mad dash to the castle. As the mangonel's cleared. Mangonel uphill, gets another hit. Downhill mangonels, but Dagao finally able to get enough space to clear the mangonels and get the castle up. Good monks for the Malians. And now 98 to 76 Vils. In the back, he's being raided by some cav archers, but Skirm's there to clean it up. He wants another TC. And he has some crossbows around the back of Lewis's base. Looks like they were doing damage while they were dancing on the castle. Another tower up for Lewis, still trying to defend against those crossbow raids, which look to have been pretty nasty. Yeah, that's a lot of farms for Lewis, still trying to balance his eco. 20 Vils down, it's kind of hard to balance no matter what you do. And 4th TC for Dagao, as he's about to click Imp. Malians do have a bit of an awkward Imp transition with their crossbows, because they don't get Bracer. And both players using the market, but Dagao much closer to Imp. That doesn't die from the downhill shot. Yep. Well, these crossbows will die to the mangonel. There's one shot. Lewis trying to clear this. Dagao saying, I don't get Bracer, I don't need him anyway. Just leave him there. Outpost from Lewis. I love how Lewis, how does he have an outpost in the back of Dagao's base? He just has outposts everywhere. Whenever I see him, it's the entire map in his vision, covered by outposts. He doesn't have town patrol, though. One day someone's going to research town patrol, and it's not going to be for a score victory. Oh, nice shot on the skirms. So Lewis doing what he can to hold himself in the game. I think ultimately, though, that this Imp from Dagao, and which TC is it in? Oh, it's Dagao, don't put Imp in that. Of all the TCs to put Imp in, put it in this one, not the one that's under mangonel fire, downhill on cracked terrain. I don't think Lewis can deny Imp. But, oh, Dagao, not there, not there. That's not where you want it. Yeah, Leary versus Hera flashbacks with that denied Imp. I'll always pick your Imp TC, that's my advice. Always pick your Imp TC. Don't just... I know it's a lot to micro. You're probably just spamming select all TC, click Imp, press the Imp hotkey, but... Oh man, there's one way to throw the game, is if this TC gets denied. Hello, Trissy. Oh, nice hit on the Vils from that mangonel. As Lewis tries to repair. But I don't think there's anything Lewis can do if he's Castle Age against Imperial Age Malians. Is he gonna call the GG? Not immediately. He's gonna force Dagao to win this. He's still thinking, I have a big enough army, maybe I can get some lucky mangonel shots and clear this, but nice shot from Dagao. And mangonel goes down. Repairville for Lewis. Still trying to hold. And what is Dagao going to transition to? Chemistry. And there it is. There's Cavalier. He will be making the Cav switch. Plate barding armor on the way, so he has the upgrades he needs. No attack upgrades, no Farimba yet. But if he has the eco for Cavaliers, that'll do okay for him. Lewis about to click. Lewis with a much better KD, 157 to 97, and that's what's keeping him in the game. And he knows that it's awkward for the Malians to make that Imp switch. The switch is on the way. Dagao, how many stables does he have? Only 3 stables, so it'll be a while before he gets Cavalier spam going. He'll have to pull back from the houses. And conscription for Dagao. Vils on stone for what is these outposts? Both players just outposting everything. Oh my gosh, both of them with vision everywhere. Dagao finding a jaguar in the corner. And there come the Cavaliers. There come the Cavaliers attacking the Mangonels. And Dogao pushing forward with the rest of his army. And trebbing a tower. Lewis desperate to defend with the Cav Archers. He could get fully upgraded Magyar heavy Cav Archers, that'd be one thing, but I don't think he's there yet. And he has to run all of his eco away from these upgraded elite skirms. They don't even have bracer, they're just elite skirm. A couple of crossbows mixed in. But the Cavalier raids are commencing. Lewis is dropping in vills. There are blue dots everywhere. I don't know if they're raids or they're outposts. Feels like there are more outposts on the map than anything else. There is Farimba, as Dogao has both blacksmith upgrades, and it'll be Farimba Cavaliers, maybe even some Farimba light cav. Lewis has to run away from his stone. And the Cavaliers will be fighting vills here. Cav Archers doing their best, but can't do anything against the trebuchet push now. And the castle for Lewis, as he's up to Imp. Treb going for the TC. And yep, no resources for upgrades. He's trying to do Magyar Hussars to pick off the Treb. But great castle from Dogao to protect the Treb. Lewis is going to lose his main TC. His other TC is on cracked terrain. And the vills that pop out will pop out only to their deaths. There's a Treb there too, uphill, attacking a TC on cracked terrain. That TC will go down very, very quickly. 123 HP left. And dropping. Down it goes. Also chemistry for Lewis. Ooh, Dogao could deny chemistry. I don't think there's much Lewis can do now. 69 vills to 119. And GG for Dogao as the Cavalier raids continue. And Lewis will, in desperation, run the vills away. Trying to finish chemistry. But there really is nowhere he can go. Dogao even trebling Lewis's one remaining castle. Lewis has Cav Archers in a dream. Dogao maybe charging a bit too early with the Cavaliers. He'll be open on the side, a few vills out there. Final armor for Dogao for the skirms. And Lewis will call the GG, and Dogao will take game number 1 with the Malians. Less obviously suited for the map than the Magyars, I think. But playing men-at-arms rather than scouts seems to be the meta these days. Not that scouts don't work, but men-at-arms have been buffed quite a bit recently. So congrats to Dogao for winning game 1. Going up 1-0. Alright, win for Dogao. Put the 2 there just to mark that he was the one who won the first map. That is Malians over Magyars. Lewis goat. Well, Lewis needs to make a comeback then. And let's see where they are. It looks like Arukarias will be game number 2. They're in the lobby right now. Lewis making... first game certainly was interesting, but Dogao managed to pull ahead. And yes, indeed, 12 people in total qualify. And let's see if they launched. Oh, there you go. Alright, so Romans versus Goths on our next map. We'll have a minute before they get in. So Goths for Lewis, Romans for DeGao. Goths OP? Well, we'll see. Romans, I feel, should be a counter to them and go Legionaries plus Heavy Scorpions. But I guess Goths could then go Hand Cannoneer, Bombard Cannon. I'll try to keep an eye on everything else that's happening. We have 10 sets going on at the same time. Looks like 7 of them are live right now. And here we are with Lewis as the Red Goths to the northwest, DeGao as the Blue Romans to the southeast, and both of them making a beeline for their 3 Javelinas in the middle. DeGao's Vills stop for a moment. And he's doing Loom. Instant Loom for the Goths. So Lewis will queue 1 Vill at the start, then do Loom. And where's that Vill going? Trying to pick up the Capybaras. He'll hit the Scout. And he'll take all 3. DeGao trying for the house. Stops 1. And stops another. Oh, he stops all 3 of them. Stops all 3 of them. And he's trying to Vill fight now against the Scout. And Lewis losing some HP on one of his Vills. So Goths Romans, we have a historical matchup, right? We can play the Alaric campaign. And Lewis running back. He's sending more Vills. Lewis sending more Vills forward. Alright, let's go. Big Vill fight in the middle. House Foundations deleted by DeGao. 13 out of 15, 14 out of 15. The players need to make sure they're not housed. Lewis doing a house. DeGao just finished a house. So they're good not being housed. And, ooh, DeGao has a Vill that gets trapped, surrounded by all 4 of Lewis's Vills. DeGao, however, trying to bring in a Javelina. He'll get 1. His Scout not doing all that well. And he says, you know what, Lewis sent all those Vills. That's more idle time. I'll lose a Vill, get 1 Javelina. And not going to win that fight, though. Not going to win the fight. He does, however, have a Vill going over to the right passage, trying to grab more Javelinas, and a Boar over to the left passage. He's going to try to do the double, triple Boar lore. Lewis, ooh, 7 HP to 4. Could have maybe tried to fight that Scout.
Impera. Prontus.
Yeah, see, these are all brand new maps, and you probably, if you're just tuning in, probably just saw them the past couple of days. I'm doing our best to introduce some new maps for the tournament based on areas in Brazil. Make them themed properly. Javelina there bites the Vill. Ooh, the Scout kind of blocks the Vill for a bit. DeGao has to be careful. We're going to have Lewis grabbing the Javelinas to the west. DeGao sent the Vill out of there to try to do the house. Some more bites on the villager. And a barracks will be forward for DeGao. Well, that's what we've seen a lot of on this map. Aggression from men-at-arms. Not just grabbing the Javelinas and booming, but aggression. Even though it can go to a later boom, the earlier aggression makes the difference in how effectively you do boom. Seen monk rushes on the map too. And all the Javelinas taken by Lewis. So DeGao thinking barracks rather than fish boom. Some players prefer the fish boom, but barracks also for Lewis. So both players with an early barracks, and maybe getting close to clicking up and then doing men-at-arms after they go up. No militia yet. Also Vill in the Shorefish. Vill in the Shorefish. So is this dock time? Nope, it's just Shorefish time from the Houseville. And Lewis up first. The Goths also longer lasting hunt. So great bonus for them with all the javelinas that he has now. Degao clicks up 2, and now we're going to start seeing militia into men-at-arms. The Romans will have the better men-at-arms, since they'll get the double blacksmith upgrades, but maybe a bit of time before the blacksmith does go up. And Degao can't push the deer. He takes the hill against Lewis's scout and wins the scout fight. 2 HP remaining, and he wins the scout fight. That is huge on this map when there is so much potential for sneaking. And I think that Lewis didn't even scout the barracks, so he won't know for sure if Degao's fish booming. He saw one pond, but he won't know for sure if it's a fish boom versus men-at-arms or even both. And he's sending Vils forward. He'll be sending them forward into men-at-arms, though. Only 2 militia himself. And this will be close timing. 3rd militia forward, but a bit behind. Degao still wants to push in the deer. He's not scouting. And Lewis can see the deer on the scout. And Degao has to run. He doesn't run and loses the scout, who was probably placing his mill at that moment. Degao wins. Does that make him the goat? Well, you do inherit the seed of the person you defeat. So, probably has a good argument for it. Forward range from Lewis. Men-at-arms from both players will be just a bit faster for Lewis, but it's only 3. His 4th is on the way. Nice fight from Degao to get a swing from the militia. There's the range from Lewis. And another range from Degao at home. And scale mail armor also from Degao. Lewis is perma-goat even if he loses. So archers forward. Fletching for Lewis. And Degao just trying to hang on here. It's his side of the map where all the fighting will happen. No one going for any docks. And extra man-at-arms for Degao. Feels like he's winning the initial engagement. 2 deaths for Lewis. And he has the armor now. He has that Roman armor. And probably wants to go full men-at-arms and keep pushing. Another archer queued. We'll see if he commits to more men-at-arms. Maybe hard on the food count if you don't have any fish. But now that'll be 5 attack against a total of 3 armor. So only 2 damage from the archers. 2nd range from Lewis. And is he going to keep going for archers or skirms? He has a skirm queued. And this is where archers around the side would look to hit the gold if Degao doesn't get it walled up in time. Archers hitting the skirm and the other archer. Some men-at-arms come forward.
Salve.
And the archers might hit the Vils trying to wall up.
Eus.
As a house goes up here for Degao. And more palisades are built. Weakville running away for Degao.
Salve.
She will avoid the archers now and manage to get pulled back, but these are not strong walls. Not much HP on that house with men-at-arms coming in for Lewis. Goths themselves will have an extra attack bonus against buildings. Degao just trying to wall until he gets enough skirms over. Has another spot for maybe one more house. Skravil goes down as skirms keep trying to take out the men-at-arms. Skirms attacking this man-at-arms.
Prontus.
Outpost up on the pond. And another house for Lewis. Skirms hit the men-at-arms. And archers taking down vills by this house. Skirms still push forward. That man-at-arms is on low HP. Man-at-arms goes down. And 5-vil lead for Lewis. Degao, a bit of idle time here. Just that missing some quick walls here and there, not having the timing. And as much as he's chasing this now and keeping the KD even, it's 4 vills he lost, and we see Lewis pulling ahead in res. Still no one fishing, and Lewis himself doing some very defensive back walls to keep his gold and his woodline safe, doing a market. And the militia keep coming forward. Bill's still mining gold by the mining camp. Oh, hopefully he didn't just create an escape route for Lewis. He needs to re-wall that. There he goes. And that's another dead Vil, very low in HP. Down she goes. That's now 5 Vil kills for Lewis. As the gal getting some archers, or actually some skirms, no archers. Skirms and men-at-arms forward. Lewis using the market, he's ready to go up. Ready to go up. And just about to collect 3 more gold, a bit more food. And needs to force drop the gold and he's good. There he goes, up to the castle age. The gal nowhere close, nowhere close. As the Romans, the Civ, you'd think 5% faster everything for their eco bonus would have a decent eco. All this pressure Lewis has applied, killing vills, forcing the quick walls, has made the difference. Men-at-arms with armor. The extra Roman armor, not enough against the archers. And it does feel like Degao is super dead, as Chipmunk writes. Did Lewis get another weak vil? 6-0 eco KD. Degao has been on the defensive this entire game, and by the time he finally wants to apply pressure, it's when Lewis has already clicked up. Lewis can come forward with more archers. Men-at-arms for Degao. 5 men-at-arms, but they're not going to run under the TC. And a stable for Lewis. 1 knight to help clean up the Feudal Age army. Yeah, Alaric's Sack of Rome recreated in AoE 2. Lewis here just enjoying playing the Alaric campaign. Goths versus Romans. And even some more walls, preventing the men-at-arms from even thinking about running under the TC. As that scale barding armor and castle age 2 for Lewis. We'll have a house going up for Lewis. Yeah, kill. Isn't it 12 castles in 30 minutes for that scenario? I'll see if Lewis can be as ambitious in his castle age attack as Bloodlines and Scale Barding Armor both come in. I remember that being perhaps the hardest achievement. And it's different now because the Romans were the Byzantines back then, now they're the Romans. And Castle Age clicked for Degao, so at least he's not out. But this is his last chance of a counterattack. No stone walls for the Goths, so he does have a chance of breaking through, but also no arson for the Romans. So in some ways, perhaps the worst man-at-arms Civ for trying to break this. Defensive Monastery for Lewis. And Degao preventing Lewis from getting a second TC up. Degao might actually take a villager lead if he can kill a couple of vills on his way up to the castle age, but he needs to get in. No HP on that house for the most part. And vills go down. Knights clearing some men-at-arms. Finally, Degao getting some pressure onto Lewis. Kills some vills. And keeping the vil count even while he's having the TC get up to the castle age. Another vil goes down. All of a sudden, disaster for Lewis as Lewis loses 5 vils. Now on Degao, I don't think he could have hoped for much more there. At the same time, though, Lewis has gotten to the back of Degao's base with some archers, but only 3 archers. Degao can pull the weak vils back and wait until his own archers get over to counter this. Weak vils have to avoid dying. Oh, nice house. A couple of house walls to try to trap the archers. And 1 vil goes down for Degao. But he's just about up to the castle age himself. Still has to be wary of Lewis having all of this forward map control. And he is not fully walled. The knights are on their way in. Can he react with quick walls with that vil? No, he's gonna... Oh, too late, too late. The vil is dropping off at the TC. And Lewis is in with knights. Lewis is in with knights. And the knights will get right to the back of the wood line. Degao needs to wall. Almost has it. Has the wall off. That will be extra annoying for him. We'll probably preclude him from placing TCs.
Salve.
And Vil start to go down. More kills for Lewis. And I don't see a quick counter to this for Degao trying to get his own knights out into spear. Lots of vital time on those lumber camp fills, and Lewis will be pulling ahead now in resources collected. The right side's still not fully walled, so Lewis's knights can get out too if they want to. Spear coming forward to poke knights. Archers around to hit the knights too. Knight goes down. And Lewis will just get out. Roman economy could still save Degao. I mean, with all that, it's only a 6 Vil difference, but Lewis does have a second TC added in. And Bowsaw's on the way for Degao. Knights will attack the outpost. The outpost should go down. I like all the scouting that Lewis has. Not even with outposts, just with houses. Enough line of sight with town watch that the houses see everything across that eastern passageway. And to gout the house over to the west. But Lewis may be vulnerable to the west as he's adding in a third TC. Degao just needs to finish these walls. Lots of knights now for Degao, and the Romans probably enjoy going knights. The Goths not as much, although they do have fully upgraded Castle Age knights. Oh, and Lewis may be getting trapped a bit. Trapped a bit by the knights and a spear from behind, too. Why didn't they invest into docks? Because they both went aggressive for men-at-arms, and when they spent their early wood on the barracks, then they didn't have enough for the docks. And as much as the map can be a very boomy map, the pawns are fairly out to the sides, kind of invulnerable, away from the starting TC. And with Lewis wanting to do a very compact wall, didn't think it was worth the risk. Someone asked earlier why players had been walling passages and not over here by the pawns. Well, Lewis going a step farther, walling behind the pawns. Another TC for Degao, but he'll still be down 2 to 3 after finishing that. And Lewis up now 62 to 49 Vils. Looks like Lewis is on the way to tying this 1-1. The one to research wheelbarrow first wins the game? Well, looks like that'll be Degao. Don't know if I agree with that. This looks like he's in a rather rough spot, even with wheelbarrow. I have 3 TCs, though.
Salve.
Spear poking a knight in the north. Spear goes down. And a few monks going for knights. Knights will have to pull away. 1, 2, 3 conversions right away. Yeah, YouTube gets to read the Twitch chat on the screen. And a few monks forward for Lewis. And fervor on the way also for Lewis as he loses a Vil. Where can you see the Ling Yuan map contest maps? That's a great question. I don't actually know what the answer is. You might want to ask either Trezini or Heavenly Chorus about that, who was the main guy doing the map pack or the admin. The Discord is still up for the tournament if you want to head there and ask about it. A few conversions on knights, and good monk rush from Lewis. It'll let him get the forward castle up. I don't see Dugao stopping this castle. He does have wheelbarrow first, but I think he's going to be kicked off of his main gold. He does have another gold in the back that's almost finished, and another gold to the side he can run to. Castle is up, and the vills are forced back. Thank you, Scandalous Manton, for the follow. Yeah, Rapture might know. And Chain Barding Armor for Lewis. As the Knights are in, there's a hole in the wall, and Dugao will call the GG, and Lewis will tie it up 1-1. The Goths defeating the Romans with... I love how this map starts with some action right from the start. The Borlores into the Men-at-Arms, and as chat pointed out, no docks for anyone. Simply an aggressive Men-at-Arms map. No one managed to wall. Just more outposts from Lewis. That's one thing we're guaranteed to see from Lewis. Outposts everywhere. I mean, served him very well in Sudden Disaster, and Oneville doing outpost. Even more outpost foundations planned. He loves having all the map vision and scouting that he can get. And checking out the stats, 48 to 31 KD. And Dugao, a bit more military, but after having already taken some damage, so took one bad fight against Castle Age military as Lewis got up. That is one heck of a downward sloping line. And GG's as we tie it up 1-1 from Lewis. And remember again, the winner of this set will face the winner of Dark versus Andy. And this is the first qualifier. There's another qualifier next week for everyone who still isn't qualified. Hera's invited. 5 players qualify this week. Another 5 next week. And after that, there's a regional qualifier Monday and Tuesday after the second qualifier for any Latin American players. Are there maps with wolves or bears or tigers? There are maps with jaguars and black panthers. There is Monte Pascual, which is essentially Gold Rush in some ways. There's a mountain to the side with lots of jaguars. Hello, Baron. So let's check off this map. And that was a win for Lewis on his home map. And I'll see what Dugao goes for next. That was Goths over Romans. Ended up with a nice civ pick. I like seeing Goths used for a map. We've seen Britons a couple times, Goths a couple of times. So I'm glad there's variety in the map pool to get those differences. Those different non-standard civ picks. Alright, let's get the dashboard running. Do we have this next map loaded? It will be Fernando de Noronha. Or Fernando de Noronha. Noronha? I'm trying to still have that NH is still not perfect, but I think I'm getting it. And let's guess this is an Italian's mirror. Can't really see what else they'd go for other than the Italian's mirror based on the draft. I mean, Portuguese or Armenians could be picks for Dugao. And oh, Dugao does go for the Armenians. Yeah, no keg map, no gunpowder map. Soft N like in Nia. Getting the Y, like the Y sound after it is what I need to focus on. Fernando de Noronha, or Noronha. Yeah, I think that's it. And I need to go find another nature documentary like I did for Lensois Marinensis and really get to the sound of it down. The fans want kegs. The fans want the gunpowder kegs. So far, people have been avoiding that map. What is the worst Civ matchup? Very map dependent. In AOC was probably Maya Goths on Arena in favor of the Goths. Imagine a map with random keg spawns. That was another one of my ideas. Land Nomad, but with random gunpowder kegs scattered about. I didn't think I could get it quite up to the quality I needed for a tournament map, though. Anyway, we will have Dagao as the blue Armenians to the north, Lewis as the red Italians to the south, on Fernando de Naranja, our islands map. And a water civ matchup at Armenians-Italians. From every game I've seen, it feels like either a fast castle is the way to go, or potentially a landing to try to disrupt a fast castle. But forward feudal galleys, I don't think works out. The meta is way too defensive with the current garrisoning and docks. Ducks, of course. Ducks, of course, is going to know that this map can fit neutral islands for 3 archery ranges each. T90 is going to love this map. His chat is going to absolutely love this map. So how do you... Okay, Ducks, here's my question, though. If you really wanted to go for the landing on this map, is it 3 archery ranges, 3 barracks, and 3 stables? Each island specialized for 1 building? Or is it 1 barracks, 1 range, and 1 stable per island? Do you split them up so that each barracks can do its own production? Ducks likes the specialization. Yeah, and even though we have forward docks, we have been seeing back docks for the most part on the map. But forward docks now doesn't necessarily mean it's fast feudal galleys. We had seen forward dock FC from Niaz the other day, and we did see Jordan try to play feudal against an FC from Siscon that just did nothing. The fishing ships garrisoned. Siscon was slightly later, but was able to get longboats. Now maybe with Italians and Armenians, we don't have longboats. Perhaps there's more room for feudal gameplay. But I'm still not really seeing it with the garrisoning. So we did, with the water change, we wanted 1 water map, and it seems to be quite popular from the players at least. Picked quite a bit. I know earlier it was a game 5 for Jordan, so all the other players were finishing their sets and hopping into the chat. We're questioning his build order for the fast feudal. And I watched that build and thought, you know what? That's just 5 on wood, early dock. That's a feudal water build. That's exactly how he would have played the map 10 years ago, Vikings triple dock galleys. But didn't work out for him. And now we're seeing Lewis. 8 fills on wood in the Dark Age. This feels like a fast castle. Degal, already 2 mule carts, 6 and 6, 12 vills on wood. Vill's still on food under the TC. This feels like a fast castle. Luring in the Javelina. This map is so Daniela coded. I'm sure she would enjoy this. She does enjoy all those water maps. We've got a monastery island. I think that's Pilgrims now. In DE, Pilgrims starts with monasteries on the mainland. So 2 Javelinas. We haven't seen any deer pushes yet. Since landings are... I mean, we have seen landings. But if you're not anticipating a landing, you could do the old school islands meta of pushing in the deer or just luring the Javelinas with the scout. If you really want to be efficient on your villager timings, you lure the Javelina with the scout. But that does mean you have less HP for the scout for defending landings later. Chipta in the chat, he made the trophy and will be hand delivering the trophy to Brazil for the land. There's no place for surprise landing. Island is small and opponent will know. I mean, that's a good point too. But even if it's not a surprise, still going for a landing for how small the island is could be devastating. Oh, this is a bad map for Lewis with the golds being kind of far. Something I probably should have noticed earlier. Let me ping the admin chat. If he were being landed, then this would be a problem, but I think since it's just a FC play, this is fine. What happens with the relic? The relic goes to the point where it last was on land, where the monk entered the transport. Some more vills over to gold for Lewis. He'll be up a tiny bit later to feudal, but does that timing difference matter? Will it be better to have a better eco difference? He doesn't need as much gold to FC with the Italians anyway. And he has to go up to feudal. Yeah, Bones 45. I guess the important thing is you can't just delete a transport and teleport the relic to the closest shoreline. It goes back to where it entered. Nope. Snipe always went back to the spot where it entered the transport. So, Market Blacksmith for Dagao. There is Lewis up to feudal. See Market Blacksmith for him too. Do all three have the same res? Nope. There is a bit of randomness to the number of stone tiles. I might tone that down and make it only 2 stones each in the future, so it's a bit more consistent. I've never really seen the game go to the point where people are holding the islands, so I don't think that really matters. But something was pointed out to me, I'll keep my eye on it. Treaty time on. So, this is, if this is just a FC every time, well, we'll see what we do. Maybe we want to replace it in the main event then. Because, I mean, players do kind of like water maps, just to have one in the map pool to play, but that means players pick it every single time then. What's the water meta nowadays? Never play water? Keep close to your desk and never go to sea, and you all can be the rulers of the Queen's Navy. So another dock up for Dagao. Dagao's just surrounding his whole island with docks. There are also whales in the water, so you can fish and grab gold. That might change your build a bit. And finally, we have fire ships on the way out. Neutral docks for trading. And Castle Age for Dagao. And full fires from Lewis. So galley fire mixture for Dagao. Lewis now adding in some galleys. Medium warships first for Dagao. He's a bit faster up, but they haven't really engaged, so who knows what build will be better. And Lewis going around the back, trying to sail off the edge of the earth. Look at him go. Trying to sail off the edge, but he'll go around the back, find a fishing ship in the back for Dagao. And medium warships for Lewis. And waiting for medium warships, then can fight. Okay, look at the difference in size between those warships. The war galleys feel so big and scary. But there we go. Lewis falling back. We'll put fishing ships in his dock. Fishing ship attacking, or fire ship attacking the Hulk. And Lewis getting around the back, but Dogao has Navy there waiting for him. He was trying to get around the back to snipe fishing ships. But again, a strategy I don't think is going to work with the current meta, where the fishing ships can be garrisoned. Dogao did a great job of spacing out the docks, so his fishing ships, only 15 of them, wherever they go, they can garrison, they'd be safe. And 14 to 10 KD for Dogao in the lead. I tried to go forward, Lewis getting his reinforcement advantage up, getting enough fires back. There's clinker construction at the university. For Dogao, we have our lovely Statue of Doubt right at the front of the university. Same thing for Lewis. Now your dock techs, your naval techs. Clinker construction for movement speed is what players focus first these days. Afterwards, they do careening, which would be the Pierce armor. So it's careening in dry dock, just Pierce armor. Clinker construction and Carvel hull for movement speed. Ballistics too, but that would be if you're focusing heavily on war galleys. Which with the fires, Lewis isn't. And 1k res collected ahead is Dogao. We have the bow saw for Dogao, another bow saw for Lewis. So both doing the wood upgrades now, focusing the university before the lumber camp upgrade at least. And both players using the market. Trying to get Bodkin as Lewis. Again, I didn't do a fortified church, so he always can make a relic out of thin air if he wants to. Fires will engage in the middle. And who is winning this fight? Lewis thinks it's him. He does have more HP on the boats, and I looks like he's winning. Very hard to tell with all the ships stacking up on top of each other. But I think he wins this. Had a couple of hulks mixed in to deal with the fires. And there's ballistics now for Dogao. Lewis still missing ballistics. And you do need a good mixture of all three ships these days on the open water maps. Hulk's not quite the dominant force they were back in the Thalassocracy tournament. Fishing ship goes down to the war galley. Fire is attacked by war galleys, and we will have wheelbarrow on the way for Dogao. War Hulk goes down, and the fires push in. Dogao trying to hold right between the islands. Still trying to simply hold and get a better eco count, but Lewis ahead in military numbers now. And maybe things could snowball a bit if he pushes the water. Dogao will go for a second TC. Now that's a risk against the Italians. The Italians who likely will have the faster imp. And Dogao will need to leverage the bigger eco into more boat numbers. But for now it'll be an eco boost if he gets the second TC running. And War Galley I still think is the primary ship you want because they can all attack with range more easily than fires or hulks can, but you need the meat shield of fires in front of them. Unless your Vikings or have the unique ship. So gold mining for Dogao. Still ahead in score. Ballistics for Lewis. He got the KD lead too. So everything feels like it's in Dogao's favor. And when he gets imp, he should, with Cilician fleet, galley lines and dromons +1 range, also the galleys firing an additional projectile, have the better ships. But Lewis still has the option for shipwright, an insanely important tech that gives you a wood discount for your ships and makes them build faster. This game still feels relatively even to me. Lewis on both of his golds. Yes, they do get cannon galleons, they do. Fire is pushing out here. And thank you on 99 Upper for the follow. And this is a good fight for Lewis, I think. He has the fires in front against the war galleys. Although Dogal's coming around the side. And slightly more HP for Dogao, maybe? Okay, they didn't catch the fires on the side. Maybe we need a Hulk for Lewis. Feels like now Dogao pulling even farther ahead in eco. And he's getting the ship numbers out to show for it. Second TC also paying off for him. I think Lewis's last chance would be if he could go imp faster, but as the Italians with only 3 on food, it still won't be affordable for him. Galley Fire or Galley Hulk? Galley Fire, I think, because the Hulks die to the galleys in the back. Fires at least survive a bit longer. Thank you, Asmihi, for the follow. And it feels like Lewis is being cleaned up here. So it feels like he's being cleaned. So, no surprise to see Dogao picking a water map in a tournament. This is what he would have done years ago, even back in those RVK days. We were talking about that earlier with everyone joining Onamaru. And the Nighthawk, thank you for the follow. What is your question, Swamp Gas Enjoyer? And there is a GG. GG from Lewis, and Dogao will take a win. Go up 2-1. Against his teammate Lewis. Water has seemed to be simple FC play. And I think Lewis made some mistakes early on trying to dive the back of Dogao's fish and lost some numbers when he was consistently ahead in military but took a couple of bad fights when Dogao was ahead in KD. And that I think was the difference, that early Castle Age running around the back. So, and Jake Constructor, thank you for the follow. And again, make sure to follow the Onamaru stream too. We're dual streaming there. And for maps, that's 1 home map, 1 for each player. Lewis can pick his next home map now. It's Italians over, or Armenians over Italians. Both players picked Italians. So Dogao might even not take his first pick. If he's... or Italians could be for Amazonia. How many S tiers until he gets a meeting with Bill Gates? What's the meeting going to be about? And Sayados Karajas will be our next map. Lewis picking his home map, so if we have a game 5, it will be on Amazonia. Looks like some of the other sets are finishing up right now. And the other set, Dark versus freaking Andy, going on right now, will be the winner of that set facing the winner of this set in the next round. Hello, Zeba Zeba. Let's go to Dogao. I know we're gonna have a lot of Dogao fans rooting for him for the South American land. Or the Brazil land. Also, oh, look at that. We're at the nice palindrome number, 1,331 followers for the Onamaru channel. 6 more followers and it's 1,337. That'll be a great number. Thanks for casting so much 2 days in a row. Well, thanks for watching so much. I'm glad we got Dave and Mem back also casting. And Vietnamese for Dogao, Khmer for Lewis. Very different Civ picks for this. As we load in. And a 1 minute spec delay. So this will be the very open map with terraced elevation. Thank you, Jack, for the follow. Terraced elevation, very open. No unwallable rock terrain anymore. We got rid of that, but still very difficult to wall. He followed for the elite follower. That's on the Onamaru stream. You gotta go follow there. Sci-Fly? Have you met Dagao Sci-Fly? I met him at NAC. I don't know if you've met him anywhere. Oh, you met him after Nations Cup. Oh, were you at the Nations Cup or in China? Or Brazil versus was it Finland? That was still the SY Nations Cup. So here we are. Lewis picking his home map. He's down 1-2 to Dogao. It'll be Sea dos Karajas, and he will be playing as the Red Chimera to the north. Immediately does a house, so he can pick up the geese, or the turkeys, or whatever they are, the geese with that villager, while luring the tapir. Then to the south, we'll have Dagao as the blue Vietnamese. Now this map, very wide open. There are terraced levels of elevation surrounding the players, rising to the top, from the very rocky, dirt, muddy bottom, all the way up to the green, flowery top, with the jungle grass and the macaw flying by. In the middle, there is a ridge, and taking that hill gives you a great spot to build castles, do siege workshops, provide forward aggression. Dagao has a back lumber camp. He'll build the wood line there. Oh, so you just happened to run into them. So Tapir chasing another Vil for Lewis under the TC, nicely positioned as he's also pushing in the deer. And doing another house. Not doing a lumber camp at the start as the Chimera. This is a great build order for Lewis. It is a simple, let's go up as fast as possible, not do a lumber camp. Nice 169 wood. And taking all the food he can. The capybara is under the TC. Pushing the deer. Has to be careful he pushed that deer to the edge of the map. And we'll try to get the deer in. Map always reminds you of the Mega Random Acropolis gens. Maybe backwards? What Civ is Chimera? What? Kind of a weird house positioning, though. I would think Lewis might want the house by the lumber camp in case he wants to get inside or out by the berries. One of those things you got to think about when you're playing Chimera. But he is up. That is 17 Vils, no loom. So 18 pop, no loom up for him. Taking food, not doing a lumber camp in the Dark Age. He will skip the mill and skip the lumber camp. And just go for farms. We saw Doubt do this the other day, but it was a pretty big elo mismatch. This is, well, now that Tato's officially on Onamaru, the old Tato build order of skip the mill, do the farms. Oh, did I misspell Chimera? Did I misspell Chimera? I did misspell Chimera. Thank you. There we go. Some more deer for Lewis, and I guess thankfully for him, no drush from Dagao, but to be fair, there wouldn't be anything to drush if he's simply under the TC. So the Chimera skipping everything. Straight for the stable, straight for the scouts. Not skipping loom, though. This could be a skip loom and go straight for Bloodlines build if you really want to push it. Always the option to long distance mine 50 gold if you want the Bloodlines and you want to skip the mining camp. Now, Vietnamese, they do have Fire Lancers, but not a Camel Civ. So they don't have an immediate counter to heavy scouts play in the Castle Age. And the map is fairly open. Double lumber camps split up for Dagao. He's pushing in his deer too, so not scouting what Lewis is doing other than seeing the fast up timing. 532 Feudal Age. With a 9-Vil start, of course, but still a fast Feudal. Can be tricky to do the super fast Feudals with 9 Vils, since you're not taking Hunt from the very start of the Dark Age. But there's the stable, and there is the scout production. Dagao up now. more standard timing from him. 19 pop up, and he did have Loom. He'll be going for a stable 2. And he'll be trying to use spears, rather than relying just on scouts. So pure scouts play for Lewis, and with the investment into farms, will probably be hard to afford an early range. So he will have to avoid fighting the spears directly with his scouts. Is Leary participating? Yes, Leary is participating. He's also playing today, but he's also the favorite and highest seed in his bracket. So I think it'll probably be until tomorrow before he really gets a challenging matchup for himself. And some more walls going up for Dagao. Scouts hit another scout coming forward for Lewis. He could maybe take a hill bonus and get a nice hit, but Dagao pulls back, ready for that. Playing very defensively with the spear. And loses aggression fast enough that Dagao, not able to do horse collar, had to do the spears first. And here comes some fills on the berries. Finally, Dagao a bit out of position. Nice pick from Lewis as one Vil goes down. He'll eat some TC fire, but be able to run away. Thinking of fighting another Vil without the spear there, but not quite able to do so. And he is making a range transition. There's the range, and there is an archer. So, full farming eco for him. Archer on the way, more scouts. The Tato Khmer build, as I recall it. Oh, nice hit on the Vil, but the spears are there. Gets 20 HP off in one attack. Great use of the hill. And more scouts keep pouring in. Dagao trying to get himself fully walled. He could wall to the edge of the map. But even if he does, it's still an open TC where scouts can run in and out. An exposed berry patch. And 2 archers in a pair walking forward. Gotta be careful maybe of the Jaguar. Lewis will go back and try to escort them forward using the mobility of the scouts. He still has not been attacked at all. And even if he is, can hop in the houses. Another macaw flying by, as a few archers come forward for Lewis. Scouts will be attacking the palisade, and they turn to fight the scouts. Archers hitting the Vils inside on the berries, and the archers will fight the spears. Spears going down, as the scouts come over to fight the archers. And Lewis needs to focus the spears. One goes down, but another spear is still dangerous as he's fighting the scouts. Lots of low HP scouts for Dagao, but now you're also seeing the downside of going for the archers. Lewis was forced into the fight because the archers would have been killed by scouts otherwise and has to fall back. And now Dagao down by 3 Vils, but taking a military lead with more scouts. And now it maybe gets tricky for Lewis to defend if he has to camp the TC with his archers. He has the mill now. None of these farms have horse collar. He still could do it, though. Late horse collar still to give some benefit to the farms is something to keep in the back of your mind now. He has a good score lead over to Gal. More res collected so far. Khmer farms will be more efficient than berries. Berries are just a kind of a wood distribution thing now. And he's moving his army forward. Dagao is more fully walled, although he did overchop and leave a hole. But off of his berries, Lewis, is this a mistake if he's not walled here? Needs one more tile. He gets the tile, but no spears for him. If Dagao gets in, there's no sudden spear defense, and Lewis might have an overchop too, but he notices that. He is the goat, of course he notices. Dagao noticing his own overchop and building a house. And Lewis can't get in, but is... Oh, Dagao does get in. A hole between the blacksmith and the wood line, perhaps. So, Lewis puts all the Vils on one side of the berries, and walls everywhere else. Can hop in houses, of course, if he needs to. There's fletching for his archers. And has to be careful with those scouts. Just needs to camp the TC with the archers and not let the scouts go forward. He'll try to bring the rest of his archers home. That will maybe give Dagao room to get to the berries. As the scouts run out, and Lewis will wall that up. So Lewis now fully walled. I like how not only did he fully wall, but also did the house on the back. Go to the edge of the map to limit some mobility there. And we'll wall up to the gold. Oh, as we have a bit of a lag spike there. There we go. And still to be wary of the spears. Bloodlines for Dagao. So Dagao staying more in the feudal age. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing an aggressive scout play from Lewis too, but his resources make it look like he's thinking of banking up towards the Castle Age. From Bloodlines now, Lewis can see Bloodlines is in, and he's gonna have to get back. But this is a risky situation for Lewis. He might lose his 3 archers. Maybe he's thinking I'll sacrifice those archers and just dive the TC, seeing that Dagao's going forward, and dive the TC he does. He wants to get up to the Castle Age without investing into more scouts, so he'll kill a Vil, could pick off a farm, force more quick walls from Dagao. Get the farm, Lewis, get the farm, get the farm. Oh, he doesn't go for the farm. That's what I learned from Chris's book back in the day, the 1 HP farm snipes. And he forces Dagao to come back, just to clear these 4 scouts. Lewis just about ready to go up. But he runs into a couple of spears. And Dagao with a brief score lead, but 700 res collected difference here for Lewis. Dagao investing very heavily into these Feudal Age scouts, and Lewis ensuring he is completely and fully walled. With a market he'd buy his way up right now, just needs to wait for that Khmer food to trickle in, and make sure he can camp with archers behind his palisade walls. Make extra sure he does not overchop and put any holes into his walls. But as the Khmer, he's a civ that's probably well suited for this, being able to garrison in the houses. He has Castle Age for Lewis. Will I cast Leary? I don't know the schedule for tomorrow. We'll figure that out once all the games for today are played. And we'll cast as much as we can. But there will be some overlapping sets because it is 5 best of 7s. And with a potential of 35 games, we won't get to everything, unfortunately, but we'll do our best to cover as much as possible. So there's Castle Age for Lewis. And looks like he's in a good spot just to defend and wait for Castle, with a couple of scouts still in. So 2-0 Eco KD in favor of Lewis. Almost 1k more res collected. Looking to send this to a game number 5. Yep, Sci-Fly still OBS. And 1 minute difference in uptiming there. Dagao just a bit slower. And what does Lewis do as the Khmer once he gets up? Crossbow, I think, is the clear tech for him to click. But does he try to go crossbow with another unit? Does he try to go crossbow knight? He doesn't have anything else other than his starting scout. Or 1 scout left over. Ballista elephants, obviously. Yes, Sci-Fly, a classic campaign speedrunner in the chat. So here, Lewis sees that Dagao's scouts are in the back, and he knows, okay, I have a clear path forward with my crossbows. My archers upgraded to crossbows with the timing, and this is Dagao not able to break in because of the walls. If Lewis has any hole in his wall, then he's dying to scouts, but he doesn't, and his archers are forward. He's going to wait as long as he can before he attacks. Once that crossbow upgrade, Dagao runs, 1 Vil down, 2nd Vil able to dodge so far, immediate ballistics from Lewis. As he throws up the quick university. This university doesn't have a doubt statue in it. I'll get around the back. There is a weak palisade there. We will have scale-barding armor for Dagao. And a knight forward also from Lewis. A workshop forward for him. Needs to make sure the Vils get there. Sending 2 Vils. But he's trusting that Dagao will try to clean the crossbows with the scouts. And that the Vils will be safe. Jaguar killing the spear from Dagao. Jaguar gets the kill. Jaguar saying, Lewis is the goat, I will help my animal friend. And Lewis is in. He's in. Dagao running off the wood line. Still has a score lead, but Lewis well over 1k more res collected. Defensive mangonel, but that'll be hard to use with the knight. And with ballistics, this should be a good fight for Lewis. He should be able to hit the scouts. Loses his scout. It's a lot of line of sight he loses. But now he can start picking Vils, picking light cav. Focusing on the army right now. But that'll be a couple of Vils that can go down. Another knight gets in. And the mangonel is out. Oh, amazing mangonel shot from Dagao. Lewis had tried to run, felt like he had almost gotten away, but the attack ground hits. That's a ton of crossbows dead. And that clears a lot of the aggression, but knights are still in. Lewis will have to do a 2nd TC and try to boom his way out of this. The game's not over yet, but he did a lot of damage. 5 eco kills now, and a Vil walking back to the wood line. Dagao off of gold for the moment. Oh, that was an insane mangonel shot, and keeps Dagao in this game. He does not have wood access, though. The wood will be very tricky to find on this map. And eventually he'll have enough light cav to clean the crossbow numbers, especially if he can get another mangonel, but he needs wood for a mangonel. He has 0 on wood right now, and needs to go full light cav to try to clean this. Maybe a mistake to move the knights away from the crossbows. Light cav, very low HP. Crossbows focusing the cav archers, trying to hit light cav as they run, and they do. They don't dance away. And where there is a scorpion, Khmer Scorpion, for Lewis. He can try to pressure the gold. Degao doesn't have anywhere to send his vills. And it's looking like Lewis is going to send this through game number 5 with his great Castle Age pressure. Reading that situation perfectly. There's the GG from Degao, who has no way to take resources. And we have a game number 5 between our two Onimaru players. That was great from Lewis, reading the positioning of Dogao's scouts perfectly, knowing when it was safe first to send his crossbows forward, then to send the vills forward for the workshop. Getting the knights at the right timing as Dogao. I've seen this in so many games, but he was against cav units, only walled to the TC, didn't have the full wall off, whereas Lewis did commit to the full walls. That kept the scouts out. And we have a game at number 5 on our hands. Lewis the GOAT, indeed. And game 5 coming up. For the maps, that is a win on his second home map, and Amazonia will be the final map. Degao maybe with the Italians here. Khmer winning over the Vietnamese. Italians versus Wu, a matchup we've seen already. Maybe potential for Spanish and Conquistadors on the map, I have no idea. But here we go. We'll probably cast the Rex of another set after this one. Try to get more of the Onimaru players covered. Maybe Dragonstar Tato and or Running Viper. One of the sets that was over a while ago. And Amazonia, our final map. So what do we think, chat? Will it be Italians Wu? Or is there room for Hindustanis here? Build discount. You want to see the Doctor versus Tato? Now that my YouTube chat asks, I haven't actually seen the American civs on water maps with the catapult ship yet. Maybe we'll see that at some point, but I don't think they'll ever be favored over Vikings, Armenians, Italians, Portuguese, or the civs we've been seeing picked highly. So Degao's in the lobby. He's ready to go. Lewis is there with him. And game number 5 to determines who faces the winner of Andy Dark. And it looks like that set is over. If you guys want spoilers. Maybe we don't spoiler that. Maybe we cast it next. I don't know if anyone else casted that. If you check the brackets, we'll of course see all the other sets. Let me ask in our admin chat. And still waiting for them to get started. I think they gotta put some time, really think about their civ picks. Lewis has to think, how important is the water on this map? Do I have a civ that can beat the Italians on water? Or do I want to focus on land? And maybe do some type of FC Conquistador play? And here we go. And it will indeed be Italian-Spanish. No woo for Lewis. Instead, it'll be the Spanish. How come they can both draft the same civ? The first pick is done in parallel. After that, it's a serpentine draft, but the first pick is in parallel. So after that, Lewis gets 1 pick, then Dogao 2, then Lewis 2, and so on until the end. But the first pick, they can both pick the same civ if they want. Let's see, it looks like Dave and Mem both covering Stone Please in Doubt. Oh, that looks like a good set. So, 45 seconds. Italian-Spanish. Does Lewis have an FC Conquistador build? Could we see Spanish cannon galleons in the middle of the map? Now, the Spanish are a very, very good late-game water civ. Their cannon galleons are insanely good. Stone pleases your spirit animal. He must have been practicing a ton for this map pack. I was genuinely surprised to see the upset over Barles from Stone Please, as Barles is a great player. And here we are. Lewis will be the red Spanish to the southwest. Dogao will be the blue Italians to the northeast. And the final map will be Amazonia to determine who faces the winner of Andy Dark for best of 7 to qualify for the Brazil LAN. On the ends of each of the bridges, each player will have a javelina. And the map, from what I've seen, has been kind of boomy with all the resources in the back. A change I'll keep in mind for the main event, maybe try to shove the resources forward a bit. Maybe force players to boom in the middle a bit more. Maybe instead of, like, corner and middle resources, we just kind of have, like, between the bridge and the shallows, some resources here. So you can go for safe stuff, like for wood here, but for the golden stone, gotta go to the middle. You know, just gotta think of some changes to make the map a bit more fun, I think. But anyway, the difficult thing of luring the javelinas across the bridge is you can't actually quick wall atop the bridge with your houses, so you have to make sure you get it back, but not that long of a lure anyway. Could use a capybara to block if you so wanted to. A few Rhea 2 you can push into your TC. 3 oysters at the front. Only 2 deep fish per player on the map. So the water, you have to be careful not to overinvest. The bridges also mean you can take a safe fish boom in the back if you want, even if you lose the water in the middle. But since the oysters are your only source of gold on the island, I think you almost always see a dock forward. And now, we had seen fast castles on the open water map being the meta. What do we see here? Is a fast castle still the meta? I know, I think it was Monos and Dragonstar. Their set, they liked fast castles. Lots of capybaras on the sides. And Dogao forward to try to take some of Lewis's capybaras, but Lewis will get him back. Lots of excess capybaras on some of the maps, I think. Makes Britons and Tatars a couple of civ picks we've seen. And oh, Dogao crossing the bridge. Only one spot for the capybaras to get in, so he'll try to capture them. Oh, nice block with the scout while running past. Bringing the javelina back towards the TC. And a few arrow volleys from the TC. This is a very, very cool map. I do like it. I do like the fact that we were able to use bridges in a fun way. and that they have a pretty good role. I would still like maybe to clean up the bridges a bit. They can be a bit extended onto the land in some cases, but all in all, I'm pretty happy with it. Which is in multiplayer feel weird. Sci-Fi is like, I've played those bridges so many times in the campaign. I don't know what to do with them in multiplayer. I've not seen a bridge since you played Age of Kings. So here we have Loom for Dagao. A few fishing ships for him. So it looks like he'll go up to 4 fishing ships and try to click up. No, more Vills. More Vills for he queues Vills. And he's grabbing more capybaras and just gonna go up, I guess. Same for cliffs. You gotta go back to AOC Arabia if you want cliffs. That map was filled with cliffs. And Portal, thank you for the follow. Cliffs are something that are very tricky to use in map scripting. You don't have much control over them. That's why you don't see them too much. Yeah, if Lewis never played campaigns, this might be his first experience with bridges. That's true. Was a map with almost only cliffs? You might be thinking of Mongolia. That's the old school map with lots of cliffs. Although Classic Arabia was filled with cliffs. I was shocked a while ago when I went back to look at AOC Arabia to see that it was almost all cliffs. Yeah, you're probably thinking of Mongolia then. So double dock forward for Dagao, but he is actually not up first. Lewis the first one up, trying to show why he's the GOAT, with the dock right in the middle. And we'll see if he goes hulks, or maybe galleys or fires. I don't know what to open with. My impression has always been hulks for small water, but this might not qualify as small. He also might decide, I got 4 fishing ships. I can take the oysters under my dock. Let's not worry about fighting for water. Let's just go up. Has 3 vills on stone, so it does feel like conquistadors will be his play. So Dagao up a bit slower, but also with the Italians with the possibility to fast castle. He has gone for a fish boom. 8 fishing ships. Taking the oysters, taking the fish, hopping in and out of the dock to go to the other oyster. Do Genoese crossbowmen destroy conchs? I think that's an it depends matchup, where if you micro the conchs properly, you can kill Genoese crossbowmen because the conchs have such high attack. The conchs are so strong in the early game that they kind of beat everything. Yeah, there are archer units like camel archers, plumed archers, Genoese crossbowmen, even war wagons. You upgrade them, you get ballistics, you get all of the range upgrades. Yeah, then they'll beat conchs. But you need to get to that stage, and conchs are so strong before that. And Dagao going for the full wall off. And this is what I was saying. I think if I put the resources a bit more forward so you can't do the full wall off, that changes the map quite a bit. So I'm not going to make that change in the qualifier, but I'll keep it in mind for the main event. I'll ask players at the end and see what they think. Is the loser out of this totally? The loser is out of this qualifier and has to play in next week's qualifier. So blacksmith and market for Dagao. Dagao almost finished with one of his wood lines. And here comes the castle. Let's go. Let's go, Lewis, for the castle. Dagao has walled this off, so the castle won't be all that forward. I'd love to see a transport ship now from Lewis. Just transport and drop it right on the island. But it's going to be conquistador time. I don't know if Dagao's expecting this. There's a fire ship harassing his fish, but he can hop in the dock whenever he wants. So many vills with Spanish. Oh, it's only 9 vills. That's not too many vills for a castle drop. Yeah, I don't see Dagao stopping this. No military. And Lewis is perfect scouting, so he knows it's safe to do this. Again, the strong emphasis on scouting. So he knows the walls are there. He sees the blacksmith in the market. And if he does the where does he do the castle? That's the question. You do it here. That's the most forward he could get. He can put it on the blacksmith in the market. 15 seconds up. And he'll attack the blacksmith. There's no way he goes through the blacksmith and does it forward, is there? That would be maybe a bit silly. Gal with the scout will try to block a castle location. And there it is. All the blacksmiths in the market. Okay. Interesting. And Gal will be ready for a counter castle. And I think he has to do it on the bridge. Otherwise, he'll stone wall. But if he doesn't do it on the bridge, then conks run into the rest of the eco. Gal also not clearly winning the water. Lewis still back there at home. Conks could run across the shallows and bring the Kaimin with them. Gal has to be careful to make sure he walls the beach terrain too. And yeah, he's making sure he walls the full bridge. Just like me, he doesn't know how far the bridge extends. Will be stone walls everywhere. And Lewis can go forward now and try to take the Guanacos. Some Capybara. Oof. Lewis has to be careful with the Vil. I'm in chasing the Vil. Oh, Lewis, don't run across the middle with your Vil. You're gonna run into all the predators. I run into all the predators. The Gal will go for a counter castle. Two Kaimin here. The fire galley has to save the Vil. Fire galley, save your Vil. Oh, kill the Gal's scout. Okay, sacrificing a Vil for a scout. That's okay. Can the fire save the Vil? The Vil will repair the fire. Oh my gosh, that fire. Not even gonna save the Vil after getting repaired. Yeah, fire, please. So the walls mostly are up for Dagao. There's a petard, and that wall won't stay up for long. But not much damage can happen over here. Dagao still has stone, but he doesn't have his gold. That gold is pretty vulnerable, and Lewis could control that. Wouldn't mind seeing a dock back here for Lewis. You can then transport conks to the other side. And Lewis is through. He's through, and he's gonna outpost. Signature Lewis gameplay, going for the outpost. That palisade and the berry vills are all in the way. Pair of conks hitting vills. Oh, they can't hit anything. Shooting at vills. And outpost for Lewis. And Dagao, I think his play is a second castle over here to secure the gold, but that'll be hard with the conks. So we'll see how much area does that castle take. A lot. And he's making Genoese crossbowmen. They will have an attack bonus against Cav. And conks, if they're microed properly, I think still win. But that's a big if. As Lewis just takes a volley of castle arrows there. And does he go? I don't think he can go for a ram push. I don't think he can go for a ram push. Trying to get across the bridge. The bridge is walled off by Dagao. Yeah, Dagao needs ballistics yesterday, but that's not how AoE2 works. Get your ballistics to... How do conks miss that? Yeah, and he really does need ballistics. He had tried to re-wall, but there's a conk there. And this is where the decision is from Lewis. Do you turn and fight the Genoese crossbowman, or do you just run away? Because you could turn and fight. But I still think run across, transport somehow, would be the play. Transport ship for Lewis onto this island here, I think, ends the game. Is he thinking that, though? Is he thinking of the transport? Trying to group up the conks again. And only 45 HP for the Genoese crossbowman, 55 for the conks. And look at how strong the conks are. He takes out the Genoese, and he probably wins the game from that. And can he get hits? He gets a second. The projectiles from the conks are harder to dodge than the arrows. They're a bit faster. Yeah, I still don't know exactly what the bridges do, but yes. That's just like a reskinned land. It's a special bridge terrain that gets created under the bridges. And the mangonel now to help with the Genoese crossbowmen. I've seen how they can pick off conks themselves. Okay, the shot hits there. Ram for the gate. I'm still looking for the transport ship from Lewis. Push across the bridge. Alright, we're using the bridge. One conk on the other side. Where'd that conk come from? I don't know. Lewis, oh, he's just running across the middle. He's bringing the Kaimans with him. That's a lot of Genoese crossbowmen, and Lewis here could get trapped on the bridge. Great shots to destroy the outpost so Lewis doesn't have vision. But the Mangonel chasing the Genoese crossbowman. Outpost goes down. Gate still being rammed. One conch on the inside. Degao sending everyone. All the vills. And he's trying to trap a conch and kill it with vills. I don't think he has this. I think Lewis, he just needs a good Mangonel shot. If that Mangonel goes down, then Degao might be able to clean the conchs. They don't have much room to micro on the bridge. I'm glad to see the bridge being used. The Genoese crossbowman microing from Degao. If this were Hera or Leary, you'd trust that the Mangonel goes down, no problem. Not much room to split on the bridge. And it's conchs versus Genoese crossbowman. The Mangonel misses. 4 HP left for the Mangonel. Doesn't really get a hit. The conch numbers are there, and Lewis is through. Lewis is through. Degao can't run over here. Lewis had conchs there earlier. All the fishing ships are cleared. There's only one in the dock. Only 4 Genoese crossbowmen. What's Lewis doing? He needs to get across. He's repairing the Mangonel. Has a repairville. Another Mangonel on the other side. And I think Lewis has done it. Has a good score lead now. And there's a GG from Degao. This is why we need more bridges. Oh, I've never seen a map with bridges that mattered before like that. That was crazy. And Lewis does it. He will advance to face the winner of Andy versus Dark. And that's a 3-2 win for Lewis. Congrats to Lewis. Now he's 1 set away, again, a best of 7 away from qualifying for a LAN tomorrow. So Spanish are just really fun to watch. And remember, Italians were Degao's very first Civ pick. 35 to 10 KD with Conquistadors. Conquistadors are crazy. And it feels like Degao did a lot of things right there. Trying to win the water, walling off the land, getting Genoese crossbowmen to counter the conchs. But very first Civ pick against the last pick on Degao's home map. And Lewis does it. Why was it glowing blue near the bridges? Bridges just kind of do that? I'm not sure. But Spanish over the Italians, and Lewis the GOAT will advance. The bridges are radioactive. Alright, let me check my admin chat. So we have a few sets left over. Doubt versus Stone Please is still going on, and it looks like that's in Game 5 on Coast Arena. So I think I'm just going to join that real quick. And we'll finish that off, and then maybe do Rex of Viper or Tato. So, Doubt versus Stone Please. And let me just see where we're at in terms of score. It was, let's see, so Doubt, Stone Please. It was Doubt, Stone Please, Doubt. And Coast Arena. So spoilers were in game number 5. It'll be Burgundians for Doubt. Portuguese for Stone Please. And Coast Arena is the map. Let me change my stream title. Doubt versus Stone Please. I did. Good. Alright, so Doubt versus Stone Please. Game number 5. Stone Please already upset Barles, a player who I think played 500 games on the Red Bull ladder, and it won't surprise me if he practiced tons and tons of games on this map pool. Alright, catching up to live time here on Game 5. Welcome everyone here on my channel and on the Onamaru channel. Remember, also give the Onamaru channel a follow. Let's get them some follows, and we'll have a forward castle attempt from Stone Please, but blocked by Doubt's light cav. The barracks is up, some spears are out. Doubt will tower. He'll try to stop the castle, but the castle goes up. The Portuguese castle will not be denied by the scouts. Quick thinking to get the barracks up for spears. Light cav now for Doubt, and he has to defend against organ guns. He is up to the castle age. He does have a Mangonel. Will be doing a market. Those flags are crazy. Losing some light cav as they eject from the stable. And we'll see Redemption Monks undoubtedly for Stone Please. Doubt Stone is forward. And Doubt is saying, I want some Stone Please. And And up to live time now. Doubt is up to Imp. This is his only TC. He does not quite have the stone for a castle. He's taking almost all of the oysters at the back. He'll need to buy 2 rounds of stone at the market. Light Cav marching in. That monk will try to get a conversion. Doesn't get it. And Coast Arena is a crazy map, and the scouts are down, the monk survives. It's giving us a crazy game. In the middle, we'll have 4 and soon to be 5 relics for Stone Please. But Doubt's up to Imp. He has a castle. If the Vills can path off of it. Nilly, what is that Vill doing? And there we go. Doubt sending his entire village to raise the castle. 24 villagers. He has a mangonel defense. Stone Please's mangonel goes down in 1 hit. He does have redemption, but that monk's low HP. And Doubt's still doing more light cav, and it'll be Trebs for Doubt. 62 to 52 Vill count because Doubt has 20 fishing ships, Stone Please only has 8, and Doubt will be up to Imp. The relics make up the difference, though, I think, for the fishing ships. So that'll be 5 relics? Where's the 5th relic? Oh, in that monastery. Why not? Yep, everyone who lost can participate in the second one. I didn't see the other sets yet, so I will maybe take a look at them later. I don't know if anyone casted Vinch Sato, so we might cast that. So Ram hitting the stable. Has the tower ever worked? It occasionally works, right? I say the tower, it's like when you... It's like going to the casino. In the long run, you lose, but those rare times that it works makes you keep coming back. And the Ram rams down the mangonel. The Ram in a perfect position to ram Trebs, as Stone Please goes for another forward castle, and he is trying to win this. We got chemistry on the way for Doubt. Treb in the back, he'll be able to Treb down that castle. Stone Please trying to mine Doubt's gold as much as he can. Remember, Doubt also has the option to go forward and do some type of landing in the back of Stone Please's base. Stone Please is still castle. Stone Please doing medium warships. He wants to clear up Doubt's fish. Yeah, but Doubt is sailing forward. Right now, I think Doubt 6 hulks to 5. At least has more numbers on the water. But he'll be against the medium ships. And Stone Please with the monks trying to convert more buildings. Doubt has to be careful he doesn't lose anything. Stone Please knows how to deal with Doubt. Get the market. That's the strongest building for Doubt. Second Treb, though, for Doubt on the way. The organ guns move in. And Doubt has to run around the outside of the coast. Doubt, does he delete the buildings? Or he might just let the monks get the conversions to take the monk juice away from the monks. Ram low on HP as Stone Please keeps pushing. He's more Vills now than Doubt. Doubt getting some hand cannoneers. Those are usually great against Castle Age monks. Hand cannoneers for Doubt along with Trebs. Vills can fight the Rams for him even under the castle. And where are his hand cannoneers actually? Only 2 of them. And Petard for Stone Please. He's going all in. That's not going to work that far away. And hand cannoneers in the back, even some Vills in the TC to hit the Ram. Oh, lots of petards, lots of petards. Doubt notices. Doubt notices. He stops all the petards. That could be an insane throw from Stone Please if he can't actually petard the castle. Doubt needs a melee unit, though. He's Burgundians. He needs the Castilier. More petards going down. Wait, these are all the petards from Stone Please. He's going full petard to stop the castle. This could work. This actually works. Oh my, I didn't see how many petards he had in the back. 2 castles full of petards. But the Rams are going down now. The Vills can Vill fight the Rams. The petard needs to go for the Trebs. And 1 bombard cannon in the back. Doubt needs a good shot on the organ guns. The Trebs need to shoot the organ guns too. The organ guns are going down. Doubt is clearing this with the Trebs. He needs to keep the monks alive. He needs to garrison the TC with the hand cannoneers. Break the conversions. He needs to garrison. Oh, the monks go down. The monks are going down. The cannon should get a kill on the monk. The monks are all dead, but the organ guns are fighting the Vills. The cannon getting a shot on the organ guns. And Doubt is trebbing everything. Stone Please went full petard. And it somewhat worked. Hand cannoneers clearing the organ guns. Doubt going to garrison the fishing ships in the dock. I think maybe he needs to shoot the Vil more than anything.
Ao seu dispor.
Rams on the TC. Stoneplease going forward. Doubt has nowhere to send his Vils, but he's also Imp. But Stoneplease has 5 relics and he's taking the water now.
Quais são as vossas ordens? Ao seu dispor.
And Doubt killed so many petards too. I don't know if that was the right play from Stoneplease, but it certainly was a play. Doubt has no stone and no market.
Quais são as vossas
So he needs to get a TC again. He's gonna get control of the stone though.
ordens? Quais são as
And now, how do you fight hand cannoneers in the Castle Age? I don't think you do. You can go full monk. But Doubt has no gold and no market to get gold, so these are all the hand cannoneers he'll have until he gets another castle. That castle will go down. Market at the woodline. Oh, there, he has another market. He has another market. There's still an organ gun back there. Oh, the last thing he wants is a monk to charge on a Vil and then swap to a bombard cannon. So now Doubt can start destroying monasteries. We have Fervor for the monks so that they're faster. Remember, monks cannot garrison inside of rams.
seu dispor? Sim.
And the monks are all going down. Pikemen are not going to threaten the hand cannoneers, so Doubt can focus on the monks. And hand cannoneers should be good here against monks. Yeah, no conversions coming in. Is Doubt devoted? Doubt is devoted. Ram chasing the Trebs. Doubt sends Vils to stop the Ram. This is absolutely crazy. Doubt has his back completely against the wall. Needs to get the Treb. Okay, cannon get the Treb. Doubt microing. And Doubt about to take out the monastery with the relics in it. And he just needs to keep sniping monks with hand cannoneers. I don't think monks are the answer here. If Doubt can get any bit of gold. Oh, the converted mining camp is going to be sick. Don't let the monk convert a Treb, though. Devotion key for Doubt. I heard one conversion in. Doubt needs to just target that monastery with the relics. And he's getting a TC on gold. And I think Doubt has this. What the heck is this game? Doubt, pleased to have some stone in the back. Or stone in the front. And he will take out the monastery. Monk's still going down. Does Doubt have heresy? No, he doesn't have heresy as the Burgundians. But he's devoted. Doubt is devoted. He's got hand cannoneers. And now that he has some gold, he can make more. Stoneplease might start getting water control. But Doubt now has middle control. He's stopped the relics from Stoneplease, and if he takes out the TC, that won't be Imp from Stoneplease, so it looks like he might be getting up there soon. I think the petard play was a throw. I think that was too much res. I think that was too much res spent on petards. Yeah, time to heist 5 relics for Doubt. Oh, devoted hand cannoneers are great. 40 HP left, and no more TC for Stoneplease. Doubt has 6 Vils on food, but that's all he needs. The hand cannoneers will do the job. Monk goes down. Hand cannoneers hit this monk. Doubt can snipe docks, maybe? He's like, where is Stoneplease's base? And Stoneplease is on both sides of the middle. The monk's still coming out. He's going to try to get the relics back. Doubt needs more hand cannoneers. Doubt kind of running out of hand cannoneer numbers, but he's sniping monks. Yeah, and Castle Age monks not good against hand cannoneers. That's one thing I've learned the hard way, facing Burgundians on Arena. Monastery down as another monk pops out. Bombard cannon taking down houses, taking down a blacksmith. Oh, Stoneplease came so close. Doubt was 0 TC gaming. But Burgundian hand cannoneers with extra attack too, 25% extra attack, saving him. Stoneplease trying to do more monasteries. Monks are the only thing he can do now. Maybe Elite Skirm could have been an answer at some point. I don't think anymore. Doubt starting to grab relics. The Treb trying to hit the monks. Maybe there could have been better opportunities to swap conversion onto the cannon, but hard to do that with only 9 range monks. Yeah, they'll never get conversions. Stoneplease still has 50 Vils to 38, but in the Castle Age, I don't think there's a way to stop this. It has such a tech disadvantage. The only thing he could do is get conversions on Bombard Cannon. And oh my gosh, he could swap and get 3 conversions. If he gets 3 instas here. Doubt! Doubt! Not like that, Doubt. Don't give Stone Please a chance. Don't give him a cannon. Well, he got 2 out of 3. Good thing the cannoneers were there to stop that. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, Doubt maybe needs to stop making cannon. That's oh, double hit on the monks. That's the only way Stone Please wins, if he converts siege. At least monks cannot tank a bombard cannon hit from the Burgundians. Huge difference between 40 and 50 attack that the Burgundians have the extra damage. They one-shot Sanctity monks. Oh, but the Treb is converted. Don't give him a Treb, Doubt. No, not like this. Oh, don't give him another Treb, Doubt. Delete the Treb, or hit the monk. Yeah, monks especially not working against Burgundian bombard cannon. All that extra attack is crazy. Oh, not a nice attack round. Almost a nice attack round. And Doubt the right gunpowder sieve for this situation. Doubt garrison your vills. We're gonna see more petards, aren't we? Yes, we're gonna see more petards. Doubt, he's microing too much. He's getting 5 relics though. Now Doubt has 5 relics. Now Doubt has this. So still 0 TC for Stone Please. But is it crazy to say 33 vills to 48 and 15 fishing ships? Stone Please might still have a chance going full petard again. He still has resources. He still has monks. Doubt could do more TCs and reboom now. Stone Please with like 1 war galley on the water would stop that wood line, but Doubt is victorious. Stone Please will call the GG. And an absolutely crazy game. And considering this was a 5-game set that lasted longer than Louis de Gal, that must have been a crazy set. That is Stone Please's military population, 44 to 4. But Doubt with enough hand cannoneers to bring it back. That must have been when Stone Please got back on the water. Dang, that was crazy, but he had no way to get Imp. Oh, that was crazy. Was that? That's the thing, it might not have been over even. I mean, 48 vills to 35, 15 fishing ships. He had no map control, though. I think Doubt trebs this, kills the vills, and then can swing back to the other side. No TC. Is there a chance for Stone Please to get Stone add TCs? I don't think he ever gets Imp, though. Yeah, it's Imp versus Castle. If he were Imp and could have done Pretorius as the Portuguese, that's one thing. But, dang. Coast Arena's never over. That's one thing I've learned about the map. It is never over. Alright, this is the Louis de Gal draft. I just topped right into that. I didn't get the draft, but dang, that was crazy. So also remember to give a follow to the Onamaru channel if you're watching over there. Let's try to get some follows for that channel. And what next? We can go cast Rex of a set. We're at exactly 1,337 followers. Be the follower who ruins the amazing number. That farm getting hulked with hundreds of hooks in it. That's crazy. So let's see what else was played today. I think Sato Vinch sounds like an interesting set. So why don't we download that and cast Sato versus Vinch? How are we feeling about that? We'll do that as Rex, but we'll cast that. And let me just update everything over here. I'll play an ad as I get this set up and download the Rex, and we'll get started with Sato Vinch. And find the drafts. So I'll just arbitrarily download them from Vinch's point of view. When is the next round, sir? The next round is technically tomorrow. These are more games from the current round I'll cast. So I'll be back in a minute myself. And then we'll be good to go. And since they're wrecks, we can even speed through the water map a bit. Alright, so are we ready? For Vinchester Sato. Onamaru Vinchester. Mr. Lewis game, what happened? Conquistador has happened. Hello, Langsander. Let's get ready for game number 1. As I'll put Vinch in red. I don't think there's another color that really works with purple. And, ooh, interesting civ pick. And here we are, Vinchester versus Sato. And let me just double check I have my title updated. I swear I updated that already. Yes, I did. Alright, so we will have the Romans, an interesting civ pick for Vinchester. I've not seen them on this map before. Maybe indicates he wants to go for a landing. Landing against Sato is the Armenians, but fortified churches probably good at defending against the landing. I assume Vinch can get a visa to Brazil because he's been at the Onamaru boot camps before. So we can maybe speed the Dark Age up a bit, but we see 6 on wood, which indicates... Well, what do the Romans want to do? Their galley line and dromons have +1 melee and pierce armor, so they are a decent water civ up until the Imperial Age, where they lack bracer for the galley line. And you're kind of annoying by the coastline, need to be pushed in. Gold positions are fine for both players here. And forward dock for Vinch. Now, with the Romans, will he... He's doing a fishing ship. I'm wondering if we see a transport ship. Doesn't have any good deep fish by his dock, though. That is an unfortunate dock for Vinch. Also, a risk when you dock the front that there won't be any fish by that island. That's not something also for me to maybe just take a look at. fish locations in the middle. Sato has a much better dock. So that'll be an unfortunate Dark Age for him. Also the whale nearby taking a fish spot, but he will take gold from the whale. Sato's scouting a bit, finding a whale himself. If you're in the Dark Age for a long time, though, going for a fast castle, you will get a second dock. So I don't think a bad first dock matters too much as long as you can move the dock to the other side. And there's Loom, very early Loom for Vinch, and it looks like Vinch, 21 Vils, wants to go fast feudal, 4 fishing ships. And I guess there's an interesting twist to the fast feudal build, where you skip the mining camp, and instead gather gold from whales. And you can keep some Vils on food by the TC and instead take the whales. There's another dock for Vinch. And there's Vinch up to the feudal age. Yeah, 1k gold on the whales. And what is Vinch going to do now? Double dock fire galleys. Let me just double check. I had some... I'm just checking my posts about bugged maps that I got tagged for earlier. Let me see my tags. Alright. Someone tagged me about a map from the set. So we have fishing ships in and out of the dock as Vinch is running his fire galley around. Fishing lines for Vinch. So he sees the FC from Sato. He opens 2 fires, 2 galleys, and 2 more fires. Fires, I believe right now, are the most punishing ships against docks. Docks, able to shoot, but they have a minimum range of 1. They need murder holes to shoot right at their base. Galleys do not snipe fishing ships like they did in the past. 10 arrows instead of 6 to go down. And if Vinch amasses a few fires, he could try to push a dock with them. But you need quite a few fires, and you get 1 dock, that's a lot of time invested, and then probably not killing fishing ships. So fletching on the way for Vinchester. As some fishing ships start to go down. But can he actually push the dock fast enough? 5 fishing ships inside the dock. And you might have seen 6 out of 5. That's, you can re-garrison 5 fishing ships. But then you can continue queuing up to 10 units inside of the dock. More than 10, or more than 5 fishing ships doesn't add any more arrows to the dock, though. It's a weird mechanic. So fishing ship goes down. Galley comes forward for Vinch. And Vinch right now, ahead on the water for sure. Or, actually, Sato. I thought for sure with that long Dark Age it would be a fast castle. No, he's going feudal. He's fighting in feudal. Just higher eco feudal with fire galleys. Interesting. I was totally prepared to see him fast castle there. But no, he's going to stay feudal. Brutal programming they did. Hello, Nightlife. And galleys here a bit out of position maybe for Vinch. Feels like Sato suddenly has more fires. Vinch probably saw the passive Dark Age and was debated into adding more fishing ships. When Sato is able to see exactly what navy Vinch is going for. And then open hulks to counter. Oh, Hulk changing sail. And big fight right in front of Vinch's dock. 5 fishing ships inside the dock. Will the fires tank enough arrows that it doesn't matter, though? I think so. That 1 Hulk in the front for Sato doing work on the fires. All the fires are going to go down. Fires can chase the galleys away still. Vinch still with a score lead, but Sato up in fishing ships and in Vils. I think he's gotten himself into a good spot. Actually ahead in res collected, too. I'm still trying to figure out why Romans on this map Other than I guess they have a decent opening. Oh, also Nightlife, I heard that there is a way I can force Explored in map scripts now. So I'm going to do that for Rage Forest going forward, in case anyone hosts and forgets to set Explored. That shouldn't be an issue anymore. With the next update. So, Hulk being hunted down from Sato. Galley should deal with that. Vinch managing to stay alive, but he needs to dock the back for more fish and whales. Moving around the back of the island. Yeah, I do agree Hulks and Fires should swap places. Fires countering Hulks and Hulks countering Galleys. That was one of my first bits of feedback since the Thalassocracy water meta was introduced. So both players up to the castle age now. Fires going for the dock as Vinch comes forward with some galleys. He'll go for another dock, this time a good dock location near a deep fish. Transport ship for Vinch with 2 scouts, and he's doing a stable on the way up. Oh, let's go. Vinch trying to go for a landing. So different approaches here. No one clearly winning the water yet, and Vinch deciding to go for a landing. Both players housed, by the looks of it. When you have so many docks, you need to keep making lots and lots of houses. Fire's pushing forward. Since Hulks have 1 range, then Fire should need murder. What? Want to give a minimum range to ships? Maybe a Fire can do splash damage and hurt itself by burning itself with the fire? So medium warships for Sato. Where is the transport? 3 scouts. I don't think 3 scouts are going to do too much, and Sato is mostly walled by the way he made his buildings. You want galleys? Galleys should need murder holes. And Stick, thank you for the follow. Well, timing advantage here for Sato, doing medium warships. Vinch maybe not able to afford that because he went for the light cav. Something tells me this raid isn't going to do all too much. Now, at least that dock doesn't have any fishing ships in it to garrison. But Sato will be getting around the southern side of the island. And some scouts dropped off from the transport. Vinch with 4 scouts. Finding a capybara, maybe that alerts Sato. Sato didn't even pick up his capybaras this game. What was he doing with his scout for so long? They didn't pick up the capybaras. Yeah, water is very snowbally. I think especially with the water changes. I think that made it even more snowbally. The light cav, get in! Nicely done from Vinch to force his way inside, not let Sato get the gate up. Needed to go for the gate just a bit sooner. And okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the landing does do some damage. But Sato quickly throws up a fortified church to garrison some vills. Not enough garrison space for all the vills, though. And he can maybe start to go down. Sato needs to hop some vills out and put more in. Other vills going for the TC. And the mule cart's trying to block. All the light cav go down. And okay, that caused some damage. Is it worth losing water for, though? I don't think so. I think Sato is just fine. He's 28 to 14 military. And his hulks are grappling the dock. As the dock will go down. More fires go down too, and we'll have bow saw for Vinch. Our ship's coming over to hit the dock. The animation is so silly. I agree. It is pretty silly. But the dock is down. And still just a capybara. That red dot is not a military unit. Sato will go find the rest of the capybaras. And another dock being grappled down. The hulks don't even do that much damage to the docks, it feels like. Need some fires. As Sato will get a second TC set up, and he's ready to boom. And the dock goes down as the hulks come forward, and they'll try to push the war galleys away. 3 fishing ships in the dock here. Maybe remove fire ships and hulks and make demos stronger again. Go back to AOC water. I think demos stronger again would be the first thing you have to do. Maybe demos stronger, then lock fires and hulks behind the castle age. And then make galleys attack stronger against docks and buildings. But Sato feels like he's ahead. And Vinch ahead in eco. 58 fills to 47. He's got his second TC too. So 2 TC boom for both. So Vinch might be in a position as he does ballistics. He can lose the water, but maybe castle and get back if he has more vills and more eco. But maybe wishful thinking as Sato still is ahead in res collected. But it is Roman eco for Vinch. Nothing compared to land units. There's so many land units. And Fork, thanks again for the raid for the Onamaru channel. You have careening on the way for Vinch, who's trying to get back on the water, but this is an overwhelming number of ships. 20 war galleys for Sato, and now he's sandwiching Vinch's navy while also destroying docks at the back, destroying the rest of the fish. Careening won't be enough to save these ships. I hear from anyone who likes the water changes. Well, this map has been picked quite a lot. No one's actually been banning it. I do feel like water still is a lot of fun to play with the micro, but there's a GG from Vinch, and Sato will take it. And go up 1-0. Just, I think that's always the problem for water. It's more fun to play than it is to watch. But I think FC into War Galley, skipping Galley Micro means you're skipping the most fun part of water. So no more Galley Micro, no more demo ships. I don't know what you're supposed to do with water. So thank you very much, Fork. And that will be a game 1 win for Sato. Sato on the right, so I'll give him the 2 on the checkoff list. And what do we have here? That was Romans, an interesting pick for a water map, but losing to the Armenians. And let's see, game number 2. It'll be Mate Pasquale, looks like. Demos are fun. Demos are fun. And okay, Wu versus Chinese will be the civs. Demos are fun to watch. I think demos are fun to play too. I should keep Finch purple. There's just no good color to match with purple though. Purple cyan or purple yellow is maybe the best we can do. Here we have Vinch as the red Wu to the west, and Sato as the blue Chinese to the east. Sato going to the middle. No, Sato doesn't have a forest near him. I'll have to try to adjust this a bit. Capybaras are there to scout, but he just got a really bad map spawn. Yeah, unfortunate nature of not being able to put resource spawns the way you want them. So, or wood lines the way you want them, really. So Sato heading forward for a TC. You'll have to TC the middle wood line. That's the best he can do. The Arbrace messaged me about this earlier. If I were watching this live, I'd probably give this an admin ray. But yeah, fair enough. There's no wood there. The wood just didn't want to spread out this game for some reason. Now, the Chinese, not really good on water, but he will get an extra 3 vills once the TC goes up. And he can chop some wood and get a fishing ship out really quickly. Did Degao win? Nope, Lewis won that set. The Wise Turtle. The Chinese versus a part of China. Versus a out of the right time frame China. So, very clean starting island TC with fishing ships for Vinch. And what I've lost track. I think I've seen games that are 4-4 for island versus mainland TCs. And I'm still not sure which is better. I think if you do go for the island TC, your strategy has to be take stone and castle drop, so you do need a good castle dropping civ. Although we saw that not work out for the Berbers. But yeah, I do think the Chinese on Nomad should be pretty good with the extra vills and the fact that they can get the dock up and do fishing ships right away. Now see how quickly Sato can come ahead, but with all the time it took him to build the TC, he's basically making up for being behind. 15 versus 15 vills, but down in fishing ships. And since we're doing Rex, we can perhaps speed up the Dark Age a bit. See some Capybara scouting. And another Ville forward to bring in Javelinas. Javelinas taken down by the TC. And Feudal Age on the way for Winchester. 3 golds versus 7 golds. Well, it is a Nomad map, so there is some randomness to it. I'm not really concerned about the golds, I'm more concerned about the wood lines and the lack of a wood line in the middle here. So I'll have to see if I can adjust that somehow. Wood lines usually are not the most friendly thing to get evened out, but we'll have to try to adjust that. Vinch also went for a bigger wood line in the middle. Some Jaguars out here as a Capybara scouts around. Another house there for Sato. Yeah, this is not live. This is not live. These were played earlier. We're casting the Rex of this set. Just trying to go through and cast as much as we can today. And there is the forward dock from Vinch. Moving a fire galley, and he will be getting his fire galleys into Sato's Dark Age dock. And this is pretty much how the map has been played from what I've seen. One player goes fast feudal with the island and gets up much faster to disrupt the fish. And the other player on the land is trying to outboom them. And get a good foothold on the land as Sato just up to feudal now. He's pretty delayed by needing to walk so far for the TC. And again, this is a map that I think it would have been fair to have offered him an admin ray. Hostile Gaia units should attack Capybaras. You don't want players to be able to scout the top of the Jaguar hill with their Capybaras. And I also don't like that, everything about this map I don't like. Imagine a gate there from Sato on the edge of the map. I like the Jaguar Hill. I do too. I needed something to put at the top, and I ended up with a bunch of Black Panthers. I'm still hoping for an Armenians Dark Age Spearman rush to grab them and rush the other player on the land. Imagine they drop their vills off just to find 20 Jaguars waiting for them. I guess start around this time. Yeah, so Sato, if there were like one little bit of forest in the middle, it'd be a perfectly fine map. But he had to walk all the way there, and that's not fair. Definitely. But also this, I don't like that. That's not a big deal, but he could gate that. Well, right now snakes don't work from what we've seen. The snakes all head to the south side of the map. So snakes aren't quite usable. Unless you trap them on an island, but that kind of defeats the point of the snakes. Admins monitor every single game. They do their best, but when we have 20 games at the same time, it's hard to catch every map right at the start, especially when there's a 2-minute spectator delay. Make Snake Islands to the south. Well, if it's a map that doesn't rotate, then maybe. Or maybe we put like a Snake Island in the north, and then everyone has to fight over, like, their bases spawn kind of to the south, and they get snake rushed eventually. So there's Sato up to the Castle Age, and he's ready to do medium warships, as his archers are running around. And galleys will try to pick off the vills on the starting island. He'll find another lumber camp. But it's a forward workshop rush now for Vinch, as Vinch is still feudal and not up yet. And Vinch so heavily on the land, I think is pretty vulnerable to being siege pushed here. Rocket carts from the Chinese. Hello, Moose Radior, and thank you for the follow on Twitch. Crossbow's hitting Vills. Vills running away. And low HP on the house. Now, medium warships, though, for Sato. He's ready to hit Vinch's fish. Ready to get back on the water. This is the downside of someone who goes for this FC, or going for the fast feudal, winning the water and not completely clearing someone off of the water. They can come back. And that's what we're seeing Sato doing here. Trying to get whatever snipes he can with the Warhulks. Cannot hit far inland with the Warhulks. Grappling villagers on the coastline is one thing, but can't really stop them from taking wood. Lots of housing on the starting island too for Vinch, but he will need to come to the middle soon. All the vills on wood. But now crossbows here, getting through the walls. Mangonels, or rocket carts rather, will get through the walls on the other side too. And this is a barracks up for Vinchester. The rocket cart will break through the house. Scale mail armor and castle age both on the way for Vinch. Yeah, tomorrow we'll have people around for every single map. Did we get everything scheduled, our base? Do we know what time we're starting? So crossbows here, Vinch desperate for a tower, but the crossbows will take out the vills, and the rocket carts, ooh, the vills near the rocket cart garrison, so nice garrison from Vinch. He'll try to get some space by those pineapple bushes, and he's still up. More fishing ships and equal in vill count. And tower's going down. Tower down. We'll have another TC forward. Crossbows looping around. Starting at 8 AM. Lovely. Bill going down to crossbows. Ooh, nice Mangonel shot on the Vills. Or a rocket cart shot, rather. And that TC is not going up for Vinch. Rocket cart down. And a Jin swordsman trying to defend, but not enough out. That was a massacre on the TC. 12 fishing ships, so the eco count is still in Vinch's favor. But I don't think there's much he can do now with those Vills. So Sato got off to an awful start with an awful map. Maybe in the next round we start seeing both players go to the middle if the middle seems to be viable. Early on it seemed to be the lower rated player going for the middle and not pulling it off due to a skill difference. Now it seems like might be the meta to go to the middle. That's the opposite of what I was expecting from playing Pilgrims. But very different map, and it's much closer to get to the middle now. And that could be, ooh, no Vills die, but they're all very low. The rocket cart goes down, the Vills desperate to finish the TC, racing it up, but lots of Vills are gonna die here. It goes up though. Vinch still 42 to 41 eco units. Trying to chase Sato off of the water. cleared Sato's island for the most part. I liked seeing a player land their enemy island at one point. Tofu saying middle is better. You didn't think we'd see this many TCs on the starting island, really? I think the map gets more interesting if both players go to the middle. What happened in Stone Please Doubt, I saw they had a game that went super late on this map. Yeah, also, we didn't change the version number. That's what happens when we have Red Bull the week before. Yeah, it's rough not to have a TC for protection in the middle. However, we have also seen archer rushes kill vills for players who do have a TC and just have exposed vills. Doubt tried his hardest to throw that game. Well, that game 5 we casted too was crazy. So lots of Jaguars chasing the Jin Swordsman. Vinch trying to do a castle, still with a good score lead. And still up 59 to 47 military. Chinese Wu late game. What do we like more? Crossbows here could try to lame the Javelinas. The Chinese usually is safe without a good late game, but maybe they're better than the Wu anyway. They have actual trebuchets, they can go fire lancers. What is the Jian Swordsman? The Jian Swordsman? It is this guy. There he is. He has very high pierce armor. It's basically a Huskarl that can be created from the barracks right from the start of Castle Age and heals. And if that sounds very strong, that's because it is. Delete there. Monks want conversion, so I guess it's kill a monk then double delete. Oh, wow, that was a insta. And now delete. Or run. That works too. Yeah, I'm still waiting to see a Jaguar rush. We've only seen someone Jaguar rush themselves so far. So fire archers for Vinch. As Sato is taking the middle, doing outposts and walling off the top. Vinch will have stone. He'll have lots of stone on these islands. And also the ability to go grab a whale. You can grab whales for gold. And you can also take the gold on the coastline. So Sato taking the middle, doing a dock on the outside, not giving up on water. Feels like he has a lot of the map control, even though Vinch is the water. So Javelina is being hunted. And wheelbarrow bodkin for Sato. Hill's here, not being killed. Able to get the gate up. Or just about able to get the gate up. As that is, ooh, low HP Vil against Jaguar. Go Jaguar, go Jaguar. This is gonna be close, 4 HP, 10 HP, 2 HP. The Jaguar gets the kill. Oh yes, let's go Jaguar. That's what you get for not wolf rushing. So bodkin arrow for Vinch. And the rocket cart goes down. Yeah, the Jaguar earned its meal. Ooh, nice rocket cart on the shot on the fire archers. Oh, very weak now. Sato buying stone. Sato ready for a castle. Castle, however, will be on cracked terrain. Hello there. Hello, Smiley. Thanks for bringing some smiles to the chat. Hope you're having a lovely day. Oh, and another Jaguar. Is it going for the weak Vil? Oh, yes, it's going for the weak Vil. This is going to be close. This will be close. That Vil, 11 HP, 9, 10. I think the Vil wins. Ooh, it's close. 3 HP, 1 HP, 1 HP. The Vil survives. Oh, that was close. Supposed to be careful with that Vil if he runs into any other Jaguars. So far, that's 1 for 1. One Vil killed, another Vil survives the Jaguars. Satow moving forward with crossbows. Vinch with the score lead, but I can't help but feel Satow's in a better spot now that he has the middle. Monks won a couple of conversions on the Jian Swordsman. Workshop getting taken down by the long-range fire archers. Look at those things go. Back to work like it was nothing. Not upset that his friends didn't help him out. Oh, what is this wall? Satow walling off the map. Alright, was not expecting walls like this. Vinch has the water, so I don't think the wall goes up fully. And Vinch, of course, can transport around. That is a very bold wall. Are there any whales for gold? Yes, there are. I know the capture age doesn't show them on the minimap, but there are some whales in the north. One of the things I do want to make a bit more consistent, the whale positioning. And now, forward castle from Vinch, trying to take the middle. Wheelbarrow on the way. Fire archers, again, long range, extra damage against buildings. They'll take the uphill. Oh yeah, they'll destroy that outpost downhill on the cracked terrain. Even call that a Great Wall. Satow will need to research Great Wall. If we're going to call it that. He is picking up relics, that'll be his third. All the relics are scattered on the beach. Monks go down to the fire archers. Fire archers raining down from atop the hill, so Vinch starting to get some hill presence. But Satow's up to Imp, and he will have an uphill castle for Trebs. Some Juko news, needs to take out the Jaguars as he pushes up the hill. Don't think he'll be able to stop that castle, that's way too many Vils, but Vinch still looks like he's stuck in the castle age. Even with the score lead, some of that score is water. And Satow will have the top of the hill. Some Jaguars going down to the Juko news. And now, fire archers pushing. How will fire archers do? So I think this map now comes down, can Vinch destroy this castle with fire archers? And maybe, just maybe, there's room for Vinch. Do a third castle here with all the stone, cut Satow off, get the top of the hill with fire archers, and then rain arrows down from uphill? Wu have gallons of cannons? No, the Wu do not have gunpowder at all. They do have Lutrons, though, which are probably better than cannon galleons. Satow not really by the shore, though, so not much that could be ranged by any type of siege ship anyway. Does Vinch have this? Juko news gear for Satow, killing some Jin swordsmen, but he's up to Imp, and now a single Treb with a hill bonus. Attacking castles on cracked terrain is going to be crazy. It's going to be cracked. Can the fire archers remove the castle? It's on cracked terrain. I think Vinch is still trying to hold the hill with fire archers, trying to take out a TC. He will destroy a TC. Okay. Part of me says Vinch needs one more castle, and then the fire archers take this out. Satow would have no stone access then. Vinch trying to kill Satow's eco, is that the play? Is this the right play to chase the army with the fire archers? He's in the castle age. He needs to remove this castle somehow or everything will be trebbed. Is that, yep, buildings atop cracked terrain take an extra 20% damage, and multiply that along with the hill bonus. Ooh, is that the right spot for the castle from Vinch? Ooh, you can do the I think it needs to be here. Ooh, I mean, if it's here, then he doesn't need to worry about skirms killing his fire archers. He can just rush the hill and destroy the castle. Oh, I don't know if this is the right play from Vinch. He's losing the castle to Satow's Trebs. Ballistics and armor for Satow. He has Bracer already. Another forward castle for Vinch. But that's not going to help him against these Trebs. Ooh, Vinch trying to move into the eco of Satow, but that's going to give Satow access to the gold up here. I have no idea what the best play is on this map. So I'm learning it as we see the games. Jin Swordsman forward too. Rams taking down the ranges. Fire archers just chasing into the skirms. That's a lot of dead fire archers under the castle. That's a misplay from Vinch. His rams forward and probably still destroys the tower. Especially with fire archers as backup. But now the trebs are all clearing the castles. They can clear the workshop, the barracks, maybe even... That's not on cracked terrain, but it's still downhill. They don't get extra range attacking trebs, no. Not against siege. Thank you, Despairasai, for the follow. And now the trebs may be a bit so far forward that the Jin swordsman can raid and destroy them. Sato has very nearly cleared the score despite being raided. It's from clearing the castles. One treb down, but he'll get the workshop down. Thank you also, Dudley Syod, for the follow. Sato selling wood. Skirm's doing damage here. I have a few archery ranges going up for Sato. Fire archers going down. Skirm's trying to take out the ram. Vinch is still pushing into Sato's eco. All of these chaotic games are ram the trebs. That could be an option too. Lancers. Now we see a fire lancer. Sato has lots of everything. Jin, swordsman, fire lancer, monks, trebs, fire ships, vills, skirms, crossbowmen, chukonus, and knights. He's got a mixture of a lot of different units. Oh, on the water, his fire ship is still getting some kills. It's killing some vills on this island. Vinch doing a lumber camp there because why not? He needs some wood. He's already mined the stone there. Out of wood on his starting island, bringing his feudal navy over. And there's a knight from Sato raiding. Sato takes the score lead. Was this a misplay from Vinch not to try to take that castle down? Well, looking at this from my point of view, I think the play was third castle here, fire archers atop the hill, get the hill bonus and take it down. Red cheese instead of Chinese. First and final letter are the same. 2 letters, in fact. And Vinch killing some monks. He retakes the score lead. He's up 122 to 85 eco, but still stuck in the castle age. Trebbing down another castle, though, is Sato. The scores flip back and forth and back and forth. Jin swordsman now trying to push up the hill. That's another castle for Sato, securing the gold and the stone. Chukonus taking out the swordsman. Castle getting some arrow fire onto them. Chukonus clearing everything. And Vill's on Sato's starting island. Vinch has found some more wood. I guess Vinch is struggling for wood. He's chopped a lot of the wood. Well, he can take the wood on the beach. That's still fine. Didn't take the relic. There are now only 1 relic in a monastery for Sato. The relics he got earlier have been ejected from the monastery. And Vinch needs to maybe rebalance the wood eco a bit. Use the market. Sato simply heading to the wood in the middle. Or at the bottom, I guess. I don't even know what part of the map is which now. More vills for Vinch coming over here. They want a guard tower behind that wood line to stop Sato from taking wood, trying to deprive Sato of all wood access. Is Treb going down? Vinch still stuck in the castle age. This game is crazy. Let's see, there's a monastery there. That's the final relic that will be ejected now. All the relics will be out of monasteries. Vinch still taking gold. He could grab 4 relics quickly and add in a 5th if he wanted to. Do you scout the 5th? Ooh, we missed scouting the 5th. He can go around the wall. The wall wasn't finished. He can now go through the wall. Some Chukonus running straight into the melee swordsman. Bad lack of patrolling from Sato there. But now he has the hill, and he has the trebs, and the towers will be falling. And Vinch right now, no way to go imp. Taking the score lead again. Can he raid this woodline? That tower's down. More TCs for Sato, who's down by 50 vills. And now I've secured the mountain. I'm waiting for Sato to send Vils to be rushed down by the Black Panthers. Treb's taking out the university, and they're gonna pack up. Maybe they want to go for the castle instead. How many castles has Vinch lost this game? I think he's lost 3 or 4 so far. And that's even with the huge Vill lead, that's hard to come back from. It's 160 pop to 92. And Sato is just managing to hold atop this hill. Swordsman trying to destroy the market. Nope, Trebs do not take any extra damage atop cracked terrain. They are not buildings. Chukonus to defend the Trebs. They shoot enough arrows to break through the pierce armor of the Jin swordsman. They do. Is staying in the castle age the right play? I think it would have been the right play if he managed to destroy this first castle and take the hill. I mean, imagine Sato doesn't have this hill now. If he didn't have Trebs to Treb back, he wouldn't have had stone access since Vinch has all the islands. I think that might have been Vinch's mistake, thinking he needed to hit Sato's eco when really he needed to focus on the map control. And right now, Sato, 71 Vils, but there are very good 71 Vils on stone and gold. Vinch with the score lead, but I can't help but feel he's losing here. Chukonus taking down some swordsmen. Vils going down. All the Vils going down. Well, that's the fun part of new maps, right? Players don't know all of the exact decisions they need at the right times. So, swordsman going down to the Chukonus. And Castle Trebed. Castle Trebed has some Chukonus still come forward. Hill's going down. And that university finished ballistics just in time. Maybe something that I've seen a lot from watching games that maybe isn't as obvious when you're playing the game, but trebbing the university is extremely valuable. If you deny university upgrades, ballistics, chemistry at any stage of the game, that's crucial. So Sato with the score lead, his eco is now being tower rushed, and he has to send his Vils, so we have a Vill fight going on. Swordsman will come over. This could be bad for Sato if he loses all of his eco. The scores are still really close. The tower is up, so that'll disrupt a ton of farms. What's that? Like 11 farms. So that's 660 wood disrupted by that tower. Chukonus going down to the tower. Chukonus fended off by skirms. Finally we have some skirms. Vinch with 3 relics. I think he finally has scouted that 5th relic to the side. So could Vinch come back if he gets relics? Are relics the way to victory for him? Chukonus killing some skirms. Everything going down. Relic has to come back for Vinch. Yeah, that Vill gap closed in a hurry. So I guess it's just Chukonu raiding? What's all that transport ship for Vinch? 9 Vils that are idle. He's finishing all the stone. Well, I mean, it's still 30 Vils, but it's not 50 Vils. I think sniping the university is a survivorship bias. You miss the chances where it achieved nothing. Maybe, but I feel like I've seen it so many times from casting games, so you can kind of get a feel of the timing. Know that your opponent wants chemistry. How is the ladder ranking valued? Some players play it, some players don't. Being top of the ladder doesn't really mean much. For the top players, we use the tournament points and a tournament system rather than actual ladder points for seeding. And oh my gosh, the Chuko News on the hill massacring everything here. The Jian Swordsman going down, the Skirms going down. Without the final Pierce Armor, they wouldn't even get it in Imp. Even the Trebs getting in on the fun. Nice gates to stop the Swordsman from pathing to the Chuko News. And with that army lost, Vinch will call the GG. And Sato will go up 2-0 in a crazy game. Oh man, that map played out amazingly. Sato with a horrible start to the game, but holds on. I think Vinch misplayed it by not focusing enough on the hill at the top and letting Sato get the Trebs. I think if he turns to the top and takes a different fight, he'd have been okay. But dang, GG. And that's 2-0 for Sato. Let's see, Twitch is going to play an ad, so let me just get that out of the way. And also remind everyone, go give a follow to the Onamaru stream too. Yeah, our base's schedule has spoilers. That's what I saw. So that's a loss on Monte Pascual. And that was the Wu losing to the Chinese. And that means Vinch will have to pull off a reverse sweep when he was probably the favorite. But honestly, I can see the matchup between these two going any way. Let's see what he does here. Oh my gosh, the Civ pick for Sato. Alright, chat. Do you think you can guess what Sato is picking here? Can you guys take a guess at this? Our base can guess. He's probably seen it. This is amazing. The Huns? Oh, that'd be great too, but no, it's not the Huns. It is the Britons. Look at the Britons on Amazonia. Answer is always Britons. US 2P. Again, there are some extra capybaras scattered about the map, so good save for the Britons. And here we go. We will have Sato as the Blue Britons and Vinchester as the Red Way. I still need to figure out if I can do something about the glowing blue terrain by the bridges, but here we are on Amazonia. Immediately Sato going to lure in the Javelina he has there. Yeah, alright, so I don't know if you've seen too many games on this map, and I'm not going to make such a big change in the qualifier. But I think for the finals, what I want to do is get rid of these middle resources, maybe make these golds a bit bigger, and then just take all the golds and stones and shove them a bit more towards the middle. So instead of like 1, 2, 3 areas on the side, we just have 1, 2 between the bridge and the shallows. And make it a bit less of a wall up and boom fest. That was my impression the first time I played it, that after fighting for water, it's mostly a wall. And we have seen a few different sneaks and stuff. Red shield for blue and... Oh yeah, that's true. The shields don't fit their colors or their civ icons. Down here, yeah. I'm gonna maintain their colors. Vinch was purple even, but I can't do purple versus blue. Or really purple versus most colors. Maybe purple and yellow. And here's Vinch trying to steal some of the capybaras, as we have Loom for Sato. And Sato will try to get them back. So the reason he is the Britons is because the map has lots of extra capybaras. And he's gonna go grab them as quickly as he can. So Feudal Age for Sato. And he's up first using the faster gathering Britons bonus. The capybaras will go across that bit of the middle of the map and then head over here to Vinch's base. And Barracks Militia for Sato. I have seen this a couple of times on the map. Players going for men-at-arms. And also this seems to be where players do their houses on the ends of the bridges, trying to get them walled off.
Greeting?
What's wrong with having turkeys and buffaloes? What about turkeys and buffaloes? Can you fish from at the back? Yes, you can, but there are no deep fish at the back. No deep fish at the back. It's only shore fish. Oh, looks like they had some lag. And we'll have some forward deep fish, but that's it. Why is there a blue line? Just AoE 2 things. It's how... I think the bridges themselves make a special terrain underneath them so that units can walk on them but not sail. And I think that's just the terrain bleeding through that looks a bit different because of the land it's on. I'll have to double check that though, and that's on my to-do list of things I want to fix, but since it's just a visual thing, it doesn't really affect the gameplay. I've had more pressing issues with the event to handle first. Nope, Relic Victory is not on, however there is a 90-minute scored limit. And here come the men-at-arms from Sato. We saw him doing the barracks earlier, and he is in on the woodline of Winchester, and immediately kill. There's no loom! There's no loom! Loom in for Vinch, 2 vills down immediately. And a 3rd vill should go down here. Oh, disaster for Vinch. Was not expecting the men-at-arms. And the men-at-arms, can they block the vill? So Vinch's scout is trying to block the man-at-arms who wants to block the vill. This is going to be a 5th vill down. Oh, disaster. Absolute disaster for Vinch. Capybaras are too cute to slaughter? Tell that to the Britons. Now he'll wall up, but oh, that was devastating. Oh, oh wow. Surprised because you don't see it in the campaigns? I think a lot of the campaigns, at least the original ones, have blue water. So maybe you do see it, but it just doesn't show up. I don't know, it's still on my list of stuff to look into. List. Which does have some more important things ahead of that. So Sato now with a range, he is happy with the damage he's dealt, I'm sure. Also not really fighting for water, some fires come forward for Vinch. But he'll hide the Hulk behind the edge of the dock. And try to repair the Hulk. Yeah, my list of things to look into list. I guess you don't go demos at this point anymore. Scout attacking an archer here. Archer goes down. Will repair the fishing, or repair the dock for a bit. And actually Sato taking a great fight using the fishing ships in the dock, and the Hulks to stop the fires. And the Hulks to stop the fires. The fire has to get back for Vinch. Yeah, Vinch still has more total res collected somehow. I guess fishing more. Hello, Glocken. And defensive tower for Vinch. Also had to spend some on that tower. Extra fire resistance for Australia. Now that is an idea. So the men-at-arms have now walked across the bridge. Vinch has walled off his bridge. Oh my gosh, look at those walls. I've loved the bridges so far. At first, some of the feedback, I think the pros were a bit questioning of the bridges, but hopefully they come to enjoy them. I think everyone who plays a campaign will enjoy them. Although Vinch, he might have made the mistake that the oyster is not actually part of your wall. You can walk over the oysters. You might be able to go around the edge of that palisade. I'm not sure. Now the men-at-arms found another lumber camp. This is the downside of not having galleys. You can't shoot the vills. But the Hulks will try. He has to go to the other side of the bridge. And another vill down. 7 vill kills. The men-at-arms just enough to get a couple more kills. The fires keep the men-at-arms away. And we'll have Horse Collar for Vinch. Sato just pulling ahead in res collected. And actually the vill count is the same due to the fishing difference, but there we have Castle Age for Sato. He idled a bit for Castle Age. Just about finished with all of his capybaras. He will wall up to the edge. I can complain about anything that isn't Arabia. Even Arabia.
Mandatum.
Arabia is just not Arabia enough sometimes. So Fletching and Castle Age both on the way for Sato.
Mandatum.
And now the couple of archers. He can get in across the bridge. I think his gameplay's affected. I mean, it's a new map pool. I think everyone can be caught by surprise. And Vinch had a very good second round. I think Vinch was sick recently, but I think Sato is also sick today. And Hulk's attacking the fires, pushing them back. And Fire attacking some galleys, does a spin move.
Ready.
Lewis dislikes Arabia, doesn't he play Arabia nonstop? Hasn't Lewis played probably the most Arabia games in the past year or two of everyone?
Mandatum.
More outposts going up for Sato. As Vinch is trying to wall this out. I think he does. Can they get around? No, they can't. Well, remember, there's always another qualifier next week.
Ready. Yay. Mandatum.
So if you're eliminated, you have another chance. And Sato up to the Castle Age. Vinch is pretty far behind. 7-1, at least he got one kill. We haven't really been seeing players docking in the back to fish boom too much. It's mostly been docking in the front. Here comes some forward galleys from Vinch. Maybe in the future I could put like one deep fish in the back. Make the back dock viable. Or one oyster maybe. And a siege workshop up for Sato. Don't do that, it'll lead to players fish booming. I don't mind fish booming. I just want the map to be a bit more... Have a few more options on it. I like there being options. Well, these crossbows are a great option. Or at least they would be if they had ballistics. Crossbows without ballistics are so bad. Well, they're great if Vinch doesn't notice. Because here he's microing on the water by his dock, trying to save his galleys. And he's not noticing the crossbows on the berries, on the papaya trees. Oh, Ville's going down everywhere. You wrote the word diverse in the chat properly. There was no auto mod.
Yay.
Fish booming sounds like using demos to increase the fishing rate. So, Castle goes up for Vinch after losing some vills. These crossbows have been great for Sato. And I'm 47 to 36 KD. I'm not seeing a way back for Vinch here. He's going to have a really good game with Tiger Cav.
Ready.
Tiger Cav are going to have to be extra strong.
Mandatum.
And, well, will they pick a mangonel? Maybe only 3 crossbows there. They still have a ton of pierce armor.
Yay. Mandatum. Yay.
And house.
Yay.
In the middle of nowhere. An abandoned house. Another cheap Britain TC for Sato. And, oh, what the heck happened to that? Did the Capybaras kill that? Oh, Vinch just saying GG. There's a GG from Vinch. Sato up 3-0. And he sweeps Vinch. So congrats to Sato. And oh, Capture Age. Menu disappeared. Capture Age. Why does the Capture Age does this sometimes? Okay, there we go. Got to Alt Tab away and back in. So 35 to 21 KD in favor of Sato right from the start. Men-at-Arms destroyed the wood line and he was ahead. So I was not expecting a 3-0 there over Vinch, but well done. Sato very well prepared. Even being at Red Bull must have been absorbing all the Age of Empires around him. And with the Britons, Well, he must be super powered for playing with the Britons after being in London. Alright, so I think we're done with all the live sets. And we do have the schedule for tomorrow if we want to see the schedule. Exclamation mark schedule. Yeah, so there will be spoilers. Didn't cast everything, but did cast a lot. So here we'll see. Do we have the schedule on the website maybe? Let me see if that's there. Tournament info. Yeah, like in upcoming matches. Oh, we have the... Wait, is this on the spectator dashboard? Maybe it's on the dashboard now. Soon. Schedule. There we go. Schedule for tomorrow. Event Brazilian Dynasty. The spectator dashboard always has our back. So here we are. Some spoilers from today. Let's zoom in a bit. There we go. We'll start out. Sets will likely overlap a bit, but we'll start at 12 GMT. I'm going to wake up at 8 a.m. or before 8 a.m. to start at 8 a.m. for that. Freakin' Andy versus Lewis. Then ACCM Sato. Followed by Sebastian Yo, Leary Tato. And at the end of the day, Doubt versus the Viper. Feels like it's 2012 all over again. I remember the Escape Euro Cup. Doubt unable to qualify because he blew a 2-1 lead to the Viper, with double Baltic as the final 2 maps. Maybe Doubt can get some revenge now. Doubt had to go through one heck of a trial from Stone Please. So we'll start casting Andy Lewis. They're best of 7s, so depending on the length, we might have some overlaps. We'll see what we cast as we go. I'll try to cast the Onamaru players, as we now have Tato counted among their ranks. So what do we have here? We have Onamaru, Wonders, Tag, Wonders, LY, Vitality, and then Onamaru for our final teams. So, thank you all for watching. We'll be casting on the Onamaru channel tomorrow, so check that out. Give them a follow if you want to watch us there, and I'm going to wake up super early. Andy wanting revenge for Lewis beating him. Andy, I'm sure Lewis won, what, Sudden Disaster against Andy too. So thank you all for watching. I maintained 4 streams today, so apologies if I missed the chat, both on my Twitch and YouTube and the Onamaru channels. So I'll click the end button everywhere, and we'll raid someone on Twitch, and I'll see all of you lovely people tomorrow. So thanks for stopping by. Hope you've enjoyed everything. I'll go do a recap on any map bugs, and I'll see you all tomorrow. A short stream today, only 6.5 hours compared to the 10 hours from yesterday. But see you tomorrow.